Chapter 3047. In short, Xiaohua's difficult victory and the humiliation Qian Yuhe suffered during this difficult process left both of them speechless. They wouldn't blame Xiaohua for hitting Qian Yuhe's fat buttocks instead of killing him. Qian Fengju's face darkened. He looked at Qian Pingming and asked loudly, "Junior brother Qian, you're Qian Yuhe's witness. Do you have any objections?" "I think." Qian Pingming thought for a while and said, "Xiaohua is only a disciple in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, and he had just entered Foundation establishment when he entered the Daoist sword battle. That is to say, Xiaohua entered the middle stage of Foundation establishment in a dozen years, which is a rare disciple in our thunder-controlling sect. However, he just entered the middle stage of Foundation establishment, and his spiritual power is comparable to a disciple in the late stage of Foundation establishment. I think it's a bit strange." "Junior brother Zhen, what do you think?" Qian Fengju asked Zhen Hiyu. Zhen Hiyu raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "This? I don't think it's strange. At the very beginning, Xiaohua used a yellow talisman to face the enemy, while Qian Yuhe used a transcendent artifact from the very beginning, congealing the so-called Yuanying hand. Xiaohua avoided the sharp edge of the attack, and in the end he suppressed the enemy. His transcendence energy might not be comparable to Qian Yuhe's, but it's normal for him to use it appropriately and appropriately. Especially Xiaohua's magic weapon. Qian Yuhe's magic weapon can form the nascent soul hand, and Xiaohua's fire blanket can confine the spiritual power of a disciple in the late stage of Foundation establishment. How about this? If junior brother Qian thinks it's inappropriate, don't let Xiaohua and Qian Yuhe come out. Let them fight to the death." "Junior brother Zhen." Qian Fengju glanced at Zhen Hiyu with displeasure and coughed. "Our thunder-controlling sect lost many disciples in the Daoist sword battle. Now, we don't know if the tens of thousands of disciples in Sky Patrol City are dead or alive. Now, every disciple of our thunder-controlling sect is extremely precious. How can we lose one just like that? It's rare for Xiaohua to stop while he's ahead. Since the outcome has been decided, why must there be a fight to the death? The thunder field doesn't restrict life and death, but it doesn't have to be a fight to the death." "Yes, I know. Senior Marshal Brother Qian is in charge of the Diligent Thunder Hall. It is precisely because you understand the essence of the competitive thunder plane. I am enlightened." Zhen Hiyu hurriedly bowed and said with a smile, "Since Xiaohua has already won, it's easy for I to act as a witness. I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's instructions." "Good, since the two notaries have no objections, I declare Xiaohua the winner," Qian Fengju said. Zhen Hiyu and Qian Pingming looked at each other and nodded. Xiaohua, who was in the thunder arena, was already muttering in his heart. He remembered that when he defeated Yan Xiefeng for the first time on the thunder arena, his view of life and death was quickly opened. Could it be this time? Do we really have to fight to the death? Xiaohua coldly thought as he stared at the sand-covered illusion. Fortunately, a moment later, a red and blue brilliance flashed, and a door to the Temple of Life and Death opened. Xiaohua turned his head and looked into the distance. He was too lazy to release his divine perception. Who cared about Qian Yuhe's life and death? He stepped into the red brilliance with a lift of his foot. Immediately, the red and blue brilliance of the Temple of Life and Death flourished, abruptly filling the entire heaven and earth. The entire sand-covered illusion collapsed with a rumbling sound, and everything disappeared in the red and blue light. Just like last time, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and his figure appeared in front of the triangular Temple of Life and Death. Qian Fengju and Zhen Hiyu met him, and that Qian Pingming had already disappeared. Xiaohua looked around. Not only had Qian Pingming disappeared, even the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators who came with Qian Yuhe had also disappeared. Disciple greets the two hall masters. Xiaohua bowed and thanked them. Many thanks to the two seniors for their notaries. Qian Fengju nodded, seemingly encouraging him. "Xiaohua, I'm very gratified that you were able to hold back at the crucial moment and not take Qian Yuhe's life as I thought. Hall Master Zhen and I will report everything that happened today to the Great Thunder Hall." Xiaohua's face was filled with panic as he said in astonishment, "Junior's matter actually alarmed the Great Thunder Hall. I really deserve to die." I ask the two hall masters to report this to the Great Thunder Hall and not take this matter as Junior's fault. Right? Does Hall Master Darren feel that Junior was wrong? Qian Fengju didn't like Xiao Hua's eccentricity and said indifferently, "Is it your merit or your fault?" Both were judged by the Great Thunder Hall. I only judge the outcome of the Thunder Arena. Oh, that's good. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief and said to himself, since it's like this, Junior will choose another challenge from the Jade Slips tonight. It's just that, Martial Uncle Zhen, I'll have to trouble you to come to the Thunder Arena again tomorrow. No matter, Zhen Hiu said with a smile, which Thunder Hall's challenge letter you choose, just have the Zhen Thunder Hall disciple inform me. I also want to see more of this extremely interesting life and death battle. Yes, Xiao Hua bowed, and the disciple understood. I'll have the disciple inform Martial Uncle tonight. We'll return to the Great Thunder Hall to report to the Hall Master. Xiao Hua, you should also go back and rest. Thousands of disciples' Daoist robes will be stripped by you, so you should properly conserve your energy. Zhen Hiu said to Xiao Hua with a smile, then raised his hand to signal Qian Fengju to leave the Temple of Life and Death together. And Qian Fengju nodded. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head, saying, "Are there any disciples from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Mythical Thunder Hall, Sun Thunder Hall, or Converging Thunder Hall in the Challenge Jade Slips?" Disciple doesn't know, disciple just randomly picked, whoever it is. Xiao Hua said with a smile, disciple's cultivation is like this, and disciple's physique is also of the fire attribute, so I can only use these methods. Burning the Daoist robes is also something that can't be helped. Hearing this, Qian Fengju didn't ask any more, and quickly walked away. Hee. As soon as the 2 Jindan left, Cui Hongshan came over first, and gave a thumbs up with his right hand, saying with a smile, "Second senior brother, you're really good." Xiao Hua shrugged innocently, saying, "Junior brother Cui, I only have these few methods. The first time I went to the Thunder Arena to duel with an aura-refining disciple, and this second time with a foundation-building disciple is still the same. I also don't have any other choice. However, Junior Brother Cui, when you pick the Jade Slip of a challenger tonight, my myriad Thunder Valley should give them a friendly reminder, telling them to wear more Daoist robes." Yes, Junior Brother understands. Junior Brother will definitely give them a special reminder. Cui Hongshan's voice was very loud, and he answered very excitedly. On the side, Zhen Qing and Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly when they heard this. They knew that this kind of method would offend people even more than killing them, but what better method was there? Xiao Hua returned to Myriad Thunder Valley from the Heavenly Thunder Palace under the escort of everyone. Along the way, several people were chatting and laughing, but the 8 great Thunder Palaces were once again boiling. This boiling was even more intense than last night's boiling. There were many people who were paying attention to this life or death duel. Of course, there weren't many cultivators who were able to witness it with their own eyes. However, before Xiao Hua returned to Myriad Thunder Valley, the result of this life or death duel, Qian Yuha's embarrassing state of defeat, and even this late-stage foundation-building cultivator's jade-white skin had already spread throughout the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Some people had even begun to forget about the great Dao sword battle that was far away from them, and placed their attention on this duel, as well as the duels that would be held every day in the future. When Xiao Hua and the others returned to Myriad Thunder Valley, Xiang Zhili and the others were already waiting outside the valley. Obviously, they had already received the news, and each of them was glowing with excitement. They were even more excited than if they had eaten spiritual pills. Adoptive father. Xiang Zhili flew over from afar and shouted, "Boy, I thought you would definitely kill that guy, but I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted and merciful. Moreover, it was just that guy's butt. If it was a boy, it would be strange if his butt wasn't swollen." Xiang Yang looked at the Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples beside him and fiercely berated Xiang Zhili, "Is there anyone who speaks like that? Father, they forced my Myriad Thunder Valley, and they challenged adoptive father. What's wrong with this boy saying these things?" Xiang Zhili smiled and said, "Boy, this is still considered light." You don't know how many laughingstocks are circulating in Heavenly Thunder Palace right now. You shut up. Xiangyang berated. If you have the ability, you can also go. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Yan Qinglian hurriedly interrupted. Husband, what are you saying? Xiangyang also came to his senses. How could he hope for his son to go to the Thunder Plains? On the side, Zhuo Minghui was both happy and sighing. She was happy because based on Xiaohua's bravery today, not to mention a challenge from 2,000 Foundation Establishment disciples, even if it was a challenge from 2,000 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, Xiaohua would definitely be able to handle it. In other words, in the future, Myriad Thunder Valley would definitely not be looked down upon and bullied by others. Otherwise, if Xiaohua said, go to the Thunder Plains, who would dare to go? However, he was worried because Xiaohua's actions could be considered to have offended all 7 heavenly thunder palaces. Myriad Thunder Valley situation. Who knew what it would be like? Dui Qiming, who had come to welcome them, seemed to have seen through Zhuo Minghui's misgivings. He flew to Zhuo Minghui's side and whispered, Master's wife, don't worry. Our Myriad Thunder Valley has second senior martial brother's bravery, so no one will dare to bully us again. Moreover, besides second senior martial brother and eldest senior martial brother, don't we still have Hong Shen and I? We will use second senior martial brother's fame to raise our Myriad Thunder Valley's reputation in the Thunder Palace and even the Imperial Thunder Sect. Using carrots and carrots is the true way of life. Alas, this old one is indeed old. Zhuo Minghui pondered for a moment and knew that Dui Qiming's words were true. She smiled bitterly and said, Your master's temper is also not good. In the future, Myriad Thunder Valley will depend on you. Don't worry, master's wife. Dui Qiming then pointed at Li and Wu Qing and said with a smile, There's also Li and Wu Qing. They seem to be more powerful than second senior martial brother when he was young. Our Myriad Thunder Valley will definitely shake the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future. Alas, Wu Qing, when Wu Qing was mentioned, Zhuo Minghui saw that the others were all in high spirits. Only Wu Qing's expression remained indifferent. He was completely different from an ordinary youth. Zhuo Minghui sighed again. Right at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly shouted, That's right, Li, tell the disciples of Thunder Palace that they don't have to be on duty tonight. But Xiang Zhili was just happy when he suddenly froze. Chapter 3048. Just do as foster father says. Xiaohua chuckled and continued to instruct. In addition, you will guard this outer valley at night. From now on, the challenge jade slips on the jade table will be worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Remember, this is the only one, no bargaining. Boy understands, boy understands. Xiang Zhili laughed, but then asked, Isn't 100 spirit stones too little? It's too easy for them. How about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? No need for so much, let's go slowly. Xiaohua chuckled again. Moreover, no one will be desperate enough to do anything. Understood. Xiang Zhili somersaulted in the air, extremely excited. Zhenquan. Xiaohua instructed again. You wait outside Martial Uncle's cave and bring all the magic tools and cultivation methods that you are good at. At this point, Xiaohua scratched his head, turned around and asked, Eldest senior brother, junior brother Cui, you two don't have any objections, right? No, we don't have any objections, none at all. Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan came to their senses and hurriedly replied. Good, Xiaohua stretched and said in a long voice. I'm bored, let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see if there are any shameless people who want me to strip them. Yes, disciple thanks Martial Uncle. Zhen Quan and the others also came to their senses at this time and hurriedly bowed. The eyes of the dozens of disciples were filled with excitement. Soon after, Xiaohua returned to the cave. Zhen Quan and the others were waiting outside the cave. One by one they went in. Xiaohua checked their cultivations and asked them about their cultivation in detail. Some of them were bestowed with secret techniques, some were bestowed with magic treasures, and so on. Of course, for these disciples, Xiaohua would not teach them the dragon transformation art, god traction art, and other secret techniques, But these pointers had already benefited these disciples greatly. Seeing them come out of the cave one by one and immediately fly away to find a place to cultivate, it was clear how much they had benefited. More than a dozen disciples, each one was checked, each one was taught according to their aptitude. For Xiaohua, this was definitely the first time, and the time spent was not short. However, Xianxia didn't come over to report during this period of time. Xiaohua naturally understood that his plan of killing the chicken to scare the monkey had succeeded, so he simply ignored the matter of the bet. He had originally planned to slowly guide these disciples in their cultivation, but now he might as well guide them all at once. After waiting for the last disciple, Fan Yuming, to leave the cave mansion respectfully with a magic weapon, Xiaohua got up from the jade bed and stretched his body. Looking at the dazzling array of cave mansions, he sighed and said, "Alas, that bastard Qian Diheng. I wonder how he is doing in the Sky Patrol City." His cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he was captured, nothing would happen to him. Furthermore, the sword cultivator had only killed Sage Shui and not Sage Kuanghan. He had already seen through their intentions. As long as the sword cultivators were not forced to a dead end, their lives would be safe. Brother, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to save you. This Xiao really doesn't have the ability to do so. I hope you can live well. This Xiao still needs you to sell his rejuvenation pills. Immediately, Xiaohua's divine sense swept out of the cave mansion. He smiled and said to himself, "Well, the matter of the bet is over. This Xiao can go into seclusion." With that, Xiaohua walked out of the cave mansion. Xianxia was standing respectfully outside the cave mansion. When he saw Xiaohua, his face immediately showed admiration. He bowed and said, "Godfather, this boy admires you to death. How did you know that these cultivators would definitely come to my myriad Thunder Valley? How did you know that these cultivators would definitely take out 100 top-grade spirit stones to exchange for the challenge jade slips? What's so difficult about that?" Xiaohua curled his lips. The humiliation of having your Taoist robe stripped off or 100 top-grade spirit stones. Which would you choose? Besides, no one knew who had issued those challenge jade slips. Even if they came to take the jade slips, I'm afraid it's not them. And the first to come will definitely be female cultivators. Hee hee. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Godfather has guessed it." At first, there were only a few fourth-layer aura refining female disciples, but when they heard that it was 100 top-grade spirit stones, they all turned back. In less than an hour, the aura refining disciples came one by one. Each of them took out spirit stones and transmitted their voice to the boy. One hand exchanged spirit stones, and the other hand exchanged jade slips. Just thinking about that kind of tacit cooperation makes the boy happy. In fact, the most difficult thing is the number of spirit stones. Xiaohua said indifferently, "Without us, we wouldn't be willing, but with them, this 100 is the most appropriate. Moreover, you have to be careful in the future. Although you have something on these 1,800 foundation building masters and they will be afraid of you in the future, if there's a chance, they'll also harm you. Godfather's way of doing things has its advantages and disadvantages. Consider it a tempering for you. Don't blame Godfather." Xianxia's heart trembled. He was only thinking about the hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and neglected a more important matter. However, after thinking about it, in this myriad Thunder Valley besides Xiaohua, he was the only one who could bear this heavy responsibility. He bowed and said, "Boy understands Godfather's painstaking efforts. Boy knows how to deal with it." "Good." Xiaohua nodded. To become a grandmaster in the lightning-controlling sect or Xiaoyu continent, cultivation is one thing, but dealing with people and scheming are even more important. Godfather isn't good at scheming and only knows how to cultivate. I'm afraid he won't be able to achieve anything great. The matter of myriad Thunder Valley depends on your martial Uncle Chui and you guys. Hee hee, Godfather is too modest. Just looking at today's challenge jade slips. Boy's thinking is far worse than Godfather's. Xianxia said with a smile. These are all minor details. They don't count for anything. Xiaohua waved his hand. Godfather is just experienced and experienced a lot. He knows these things, that's all. Godfather knows, so naturally he can see through everything. Xianxia said with a smile. You don't understand. Xiaohua shook his head. This is nature. Some people like it, but although Godfather understands, Godfather isn't willing to do it. Godfather disdains to do it. With that, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the landscape of myriad Thunder Valley. Even if Godfather is now the head of the lightning-controlling sect, Godfather won't be willing. Godfather just wants to cultivate quietly. Hee, Godfather, you're the one who has no desires. Xianxia said and handed over the storage bag he had been carrying. Here are 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Godfather, keep them well. Tsk 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua glanced at the storage bag and didn't take it. Isn't it too easy to earn these spirit stones? If I had known, I would have delayed for a few more days. But that's not right. 1,800 challenge jade slips, each of which costs 100 top-grade spirit stones. How come there are only 150,000 top-grade spirit stones? Hee. Xianxia stuck out his tongue and said, boys' friends from Zhenlei Palace came over. In addition, some female disciples from Lightning Palace looked really pitiful, so the boy acted on his own initiative. That's how it should be, that's how it should be. Xiaohua clapped and laughed. He waved his hand and said, divide these spirit stones into 2 halves. Give 1 half to your father and the other half to your martial uncle Cui. Godfather, you should also leave some for yourself. Xianxia wasn't surprised and said with a smile, Godfather is about to recruit disciples himself. You don't care about spirit stones, but your disciples also need them. Who said Godfather doesn't care about spirit stones? Xiaohua glared at Xianxia and said, Godfather is giving you spirit stones now. You're just helping him look after them. When Godfather needs them, he can ask you for them at any time. He boy knows. Xianxia knew that Xiaohua was just joking. Xiaohua had brought back countless spirit stones, pills, and magic treasures during the Daoist War. It could be said that everything in the myriad Thunder Valley belonged to Xiaohua. These hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were nothing. However, just as Xianxia was about to put the storage pouch back into his bosom, an indifferent voice was heard, Second senior brother, there's an order from Great Thunder Hall. Mother ordered me to call you back. Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. It was Wu Qing with an indifferent expression. What order? Xiaohua stepped into the air and asked casually. Wu Qing shook his head, little brother doesn't know. The person who sent the order was dressed in a camouflage robe. He only said that there was an order from Great Thunder Hall, and that he had to wait until second senior brother went over before reading it out. Xiaohua was greatly surprised, asking, did you check the person's token? It couldn't be someone else impersonating him, right? Wu Qing said concisely. That person is holding Great Thunder Hall's token. All right, this is strange. The person who sent the order is actually so mysterious. Xiaohua was bewildered, arriving at the Immortal's cave first. Sure enough, at the head of the Immortal's cave, there was a cultivator dressed in a camouflage robe. Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't see through him. Zhu Minghui, Xiang Yang and the others accompanied him at the side. Disciple Xiaohua greets martial uncle messenger. Xiaohua knew that the other party was definitely a Jindan disciple, so he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Xiaohua, that cultivator stood up, stretching out his hand and taking out a silk cloth from his bosom, saying loudly, this old man has come to pass on Great Thunder Hall's order. Disciple obeys. Xiaohua lowered his head and replied. Shocking Thunder Hall's disciple Xiaohua was arrogant due to his meritorious service, refusing to accept Great Thunder Hall's order of punishment. When returning to Myriad Thunder Valley, regardless of his status as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he injured an aura-refining disciple. Furthermore, in spite of the current life and death crisis of our Imperial Thunder sect, he rashly provoked a fight, challenging the disciples of the 8 great Thunder Palaces to a duel on the Thunder Plains. Although Xiaohua performed meritorious service in the Great Sword Battle, he doesn't know right from wrong and doesn't know righteousness. Xiaohua is specially punished to be on guard duty in Myriad Thunder Valley for 3 years, to go into seclusion and reflect on his mistakes. He is not allowed to take half a step out of Myriad Thunder Valley, and Xiaohua is also punished to be deprived of his spirit stone supply for 3 years. This is to serve as a warning to others. Ah? Xiaohua stared blankly, almost jumping up from the ground. This order of punishment was really inexplicable. It was already pretty good that he didn't kill these 1,800 cultivators, but not only did they not reward him, they even punished him. Wasn't this Great Thunder Hall really inverting black and white too much? Xiaohua, do you have any objections? That cultivator said coldly. However, his voice had passed through the camouflage robe, so not much emotion could be heard from it. Chapter 3049. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Xiangyang hurriedly shouted, and without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he ran to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua, do you have any objections? That cultivator ignored Xiangyang and continued to ask Xiaohua. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed and said very disheartenedly, Disciple doesn't have any objections. Disciple will accept any punishment from Great Thunder Hall. Then that's good. That cultivator nodded and suddenly asked, How much spirit stones do you get for a year? Xiaohua was startled. Looking at that cultivator, he lazily shook his head and said with a sneer, Whatever you want, it's my spirit stones that will be confiscated. What does that have to do with you? Martial uncle? Xiangyang hurriedly said with a smile, Disciple knows, no need. That cultivator raised his hand and stopped Xiangyang, saying, I only know that even with 3 years of spirit stones, I'm afraid it won't be 100 top-grade spirit stones, right? Hee. Xiaohua's mouth slightly curled. He glanced at this cultivator who pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer. Zhuo Minghui, you all go out first. I have something to say to Xiaohua. Then, that cultivator handed the punishment order from Great Thunder Hall to Xiaohua and said to Zhuo Minghui and the others, Yes, disciple understands. Zhuo Minghui naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She gave Xiaohua a look, indicating for him to not get angry, and then led Xiangyang and the others out of the cave. After Zhuo Minghui and the others left, Xiaohua still asked indifferently, Does Senior have something to say to disciple alone? Hee, that cultivator said with a smile, Naturally, I have to thank junior brother Xiao for saving my life. Saying that, that cultivator removed the camouflage cloth. It was Qian Qinghua with a smile on his face. Oh, so it's senior brother Qinghua. Seeing that it was Qian Qinghua, Xiaohua didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He hurriedly bowed and said, I didn't know it was senior brother, I hope you can forgive me. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Qian Qinghua hurriedly supported Xiaohua and said, I came here to thank you for your kindness. Because I can't tell anyone about my return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'm wearing a camouflage robe. It's normal that you don't know. With that, Qian Qinghua bowed to show his respect. How could Xiaohua let him do that? He hurriedly supported her. However, Qian Qinghua didn't want to give up. He activated his magic power, and light flashed around him. He wanted to kneel. Ha, Xiaohua laughed. Senior brother Qinghua, if it was in the past, it would have been fine if you had bowed. But now, because of you, this little brother has entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, and because of the Thunder Devouring Pearl, this little brother has obtained the sect master's favor. Everything this little brother has now, including his cultivation, was bestowed upon me by senior brother. How could I possibly have you thank me? Qian Qinghua activated his magic power, but saw that Xiaohua's magic power didn't fluctuate at all. He still blocked him. He couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Xiao. Back then, you were only a 4th level Qi refining loose cultivator, and I was already in the late stage of foundation building. Now, you're already in the middle stage of foundation building, and I'm still at the same cultivation level as a few decades ago. I don't even have the power to bow to you. Thinking about it, I'm ashamed. How many decades can a person have in life? With that, Qian Qinghua stood up and sighed. Senior brother Qinghua, you don't have to be so sad. Xiaohua smiled. Your great contribution is unique in the Imperial Thunder sect. Even this little brother and that mysterious Yuanian cultivator Wu Ming can't compare. Others may not know, but how could this little brother not know? For the sake of the Imperial Thunder sect, you made such a sacrifice. How could the sect master treat you badly? How could the Imperial Thunder sect treat you badly? Besides, senior brother Qinghua has been dormant for dozens of years. The bottleneck of foundation building has long disappeared. If you want to break through to the golden core, I'm afraid it'll only take you 10 years? 10 years later, this little brother will still have to call you senior. Thanks for junior brother's auspicious words, I hope so. Xianxia looked at the entrance of the cave and smiled bitterly. Minghui is also a golden core now. That good-for-nothing helplessness is also in seclusion to break through to the golden core. I'm still in the foundation building. If it weren't for this bewilderment, I wouldn't have the face to come to the myriad Thunder Valley. Hearing Xianxia call his master good-for-nothing, Xiaohua's face changed slightly. But thinking about the relationship between helplessness and Zhuo Minghui, his master could only helplessly listen to Xianxia. Therefore, Xiaohua just smiled and didn't say anything. Actually, when this old man gave you the thunder-devouring bead, sealed the bright flower pill into your meridians, and even gave you this old man's token, it was all because I wanted you to complete the mission that day and accept me as your disciple. Xianxia continued. Unfortunately, you didn't take my token to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. Instead, you became helplessness's disciple. When I heard about it, I was also very regretful. Today, even if I want to thank you for your kindness, it's hard for me to do so. Senior brother Qinghua. Xiaohua said seriously, I've already made it clear. I entered the Imperial Thunder sect because of the fate you gave me. That's the cause. Today, I invited you back from the Kai family of Liang to return the favor you gave me back then. That's the effect. Now that we've settled the karma, senior brother, please don't say thanks again. Fine. Now that we're both disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and fellow disciples, if I say too much, we'll be estranged. Xianxia laughed. I won't mention this again. Good, this is my senior brother Qinghua. You're as straightforward as when I first met you. Xiaohua said while clapping his hands. However, junior brother Xiao. Xianxia laughed again. You still need to change some of your temper. Xiaohua understood that Xianxia wanted to talk about the Great Thunder Palace, so he gave a non-committal reply. Then he asked, right, senior brother Qinghua, since you've already returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, you're already safe. Why did you come to the myriad Thunder Valley in camouflage? Don't tell me you're afraid of my master's wife bumping into you. If it's something I need to hide from others, I can't say a word. But to junior brother Xiao, I can still reveal a thing or two. Xianxia had to answer, that thunder-devouring bead is extremely important to the Imperial Thunder sect, but I'm only a foundation establishment disciple. The Great Thunder Palace and the Great Thunder Palace are very confused about this, so, the thunder-devouring bead hasn't been fully used yet. That's all I have to say. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua laughed. I'm afraid I have to take a good look at senior brother Qinghua's whereabouts during those days. Good. Xianxia laughed. I can't say much about the thunder-devouring bead, but I still have to say about you. So before Xiaohua could speak, he continued, in fact, when you returned to the Sky Thunder Peak that day, the Great Thunder Palace was already like an ant on a hot pan about the fall of the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. They didn't know how to attract the attention of the disciples. Perhaps no one thought of putting this big hat on your head, but you just happened to bump into it. Looking at Xianxinhua's earnest advice, Xiaohua was a little helpless and could only listen. He knew that some nascent soul masters of the Great Thunder Palace asked Xianxinhua to say this. In the eyes of the palace masters, you've already gained a lot of merits. Even if you lose some, it's nothing. After all, your qualifications are still shallow. In fact, just like what you said just now, I lost dozens of years, but I gained more than dozens of years for the Imperial Thunder sect. I think it's worth it, and even you think it's worth it. Then why don't you be a fool for the Imperial Thunder Sect? Alas, anyone can say this, but when it comes to me, how can it be as simple as it sounds? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Moreover, a group of nascent soul masters put this hat on my head without saying anything. Who would be happy? Since it's already been put on, why do you still want to stir up trouble? Xianxia said again, the matter of you striking several thousand qi refining disciples made the great Thunder Palace furious. They were just about to punish you, but you tactfully ran away. When those foundation establishment cultivators challenged you, it's fine if you ignored them. Who would have thought that you would come back and challenge 2,000 people at the same time? You say the great Thunder Palace won't get angry again? Also, defeating Xianxia is one thing, but you even burned his Daoist robe. You say, the Heavenly Thunder Palace lost all face. Can the Palace Master of my Heavenly Thunder Palace leave it at that? In addition, you used the challenge Jade Slip to exchange for Spirit Stones. Only you could think of that. You say the Great Thunder Palace won't punish you and won't let you go into seclusion to reflect on your mistakes. Is that possible? To tell the truth, this punishment is already very light. If it were according to some people's suggestion, I'm afraid they'd have to abolish your cultivation. Xiaohua sneered. Fortunately, Reverend Lei Meng and Fairy Yao Feng were against it. Fairy Xianhua also felt that this kind of punishment was too severe. Only then did she raise the board high up and lightly drop it. Isn't going into seclusion to reflect on your mistakes for 3 years exactly the time to comprehend what you've gained from the great battle of Dao and Sword over the past 10 years? Presumably, junior brother will definitely be able to step into the late stage of foundation establishment 3 years later. Qianxinghua said with a smile. Of course, junior brother Xiao, this is also a solid warning from the Great Thunder Palace. In these 3 years, you really must not take half a step out of the myriad Thunder Valley, and really must not make the slightest mistake again. Otherwise, even Reverend Lei Meng and Fairy Yao Feng won't be able to protect you anymore. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qinghua. Xiaohua nodded. No matter how arrogant this disciple is, I'm still only a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How can I overturn the heavens? Now that everything has been settled, I'm preparing to go into seclusion in the myriad Thunder Valley to reflect on my mistakes. That's right. Qianyuha's buttocks have been spanked, and the 100,000 spirit stones have also been collected. Who would dare to disturb your seclusion? Qianxinghua laughed mischievously and said in a low voice, Tell me the truth, is Qianyuha's buttocks white? Senior brother, how would I know? Senior brother Yuha is still wearing armor under his Daoist robe. Xiaohua was stunned. When Qianyuha was young, he always showed off his flirtatious side in front of this old man. Back then, damn it, if not for this guy, this old man would have already dual cultivated. Qianxinghua laughed again. Junior brother Zhao's fight is to my liking. Chapter 3050. What? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Qianxinghua and Qianyuha had such a story. Then what's the story between Qianxinghua and Zhuo Minghui? By the way, where's your master? I'm afraid he's in closed-door training. It's not easy for him to come out. It seems that I have to visit him more often when I'm free. Qianxinghua looked up at the entrance of the abode. It's not easy for Minghui to manage the myriad Thunder Valley alone. Xiaohua's back was sweating. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Qian, do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to send you out and start closed-door training immediately. I haven't been to the myriad Thunder Valley for a long time. I have no choice. Qianxinghua waved his hand and said, and junior sister Minghui. But before Qianxinghua finished, Xiaohua whispered mysteriously, Senior brother Qianxinghua, to tell you the truth, when you took out the corpse of Miss Kai from the coffin, I know you were forced to do it to protect yourself. But, do you know who Kai Zhuoxia's dual cultivation partner is? Qianxinghua was stunned. Then he waved his hand and said contemptuously, How could a female cultivator from a cultivation family have a relationship with someone of higher status? It's already good that I didn't destroy her corpse that day. Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Xiaohua said seriously. Now he's already a cultivator at the early stage of the gold core realm. When I found you that day, he was right next to you. If I didn't try my best to block him, I'm afraid senior brother Qian Xinghua would have been turned into minced meat. In my opinion, he didn't make things difficult for you that day because we were all in the first team of the conference hall. But I can't guarantee that in the future. So you'd better hurry up and cultivate. The sooner you enter the gold core realm, the sooner you can get rid of Li Zongbao. And, in my opinion, before you enter the gold core realm, you can't leave the Imperial Thunder Sect. What? Qian Xinghua was dumbfounded. What you said, is it true? How could this be possible? One is a disciple of a famous cultivation sect, the other is an insignificant disciple of a cultivation family. It's true. How could I lie to you? Presumably, the Great Thunder Hall has already sent disciples to Luoyang to investigate by now. You'll know once you ask. Li Zongbao only saw you condensing your Dan in the couple's coffin. Xiaohua also didn't know. Oh no, oh no. Qian Xinghua's expression changed. He didn't expect that throwing Kai Zhuoxia's corpse outside would cause such a huge harm. He knew who Li Zongbao was. His cultivation had stagnated and he was no match for Li Zongbao. Plus, Li Zongbao had the upper hand. If Li Zongbao came, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Junior brother Xiao, I owe you another favor. Qian Xinghua said as he put on the camouflage hat and said in a low voice, I'm going back now. Oh, if you have time, tell Ming Hui that I'm still alive in this world. Alright, I understand. Xiaohua urged, Senior brother Qinghua, you should hurry back and enter seclusion. The earlier you enter the gold core realm, the earlier you can be free. Yes, that's right. Qian Xinghua said, clasped his hands and left in a hurry. Old bastard. After Qian Xinghua left, Xiaohua snorted, I'll let it go today. If you dare to come to my myriad Thunder Valley in the future, I'll beat you every time I see you. Xianxia, Xiaohua shouted. Coming, foster father, what's the matter? Xianxia answered and flew in front of Zhuo Minghui and the others. Foster father is going to the myriad Thunder Valley for seclusion. Xiaohua ordered. However, if there's any middle or late Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, well, even disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, who dare to come to my myriad Thunder Valley, you can send a message to Foster Father. Although Foster Father can't step out of the myriad Thunder Valley, if he dares to come in, Foster Father will beat him until his teeth fall out and break his legs. Pull out his tendons and skin him. Ah? Xianxia was confused, but seeing Xiaohua gnashing his teeth, he didn't dare to ask more. He just silently remembered it in his heart. What's the matter, Xiaohua? Zhuo Minghui and the others came in and asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Xiaohua looked at his master's wife and said with a smile, Disciple is afraid that when I'm in seclusion, some shameless cultivators will come to make trouble for us, so I told Li, pay more attention. Hee, second senior brother, from today until the day you're in the Myriad Thunder Valley, who would dare to touch our Myriad Thunder Valleys but, unless they don't want to live anymore? Cui Hongshan said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, It's fine if some people know how to behave, but I'm afraid of people who don't know how to behave. Then Xiaohua bowed to Zhuo Minghui and said, Disciple will go to the inner valley for seclusion. When Master comes out of seclusion before the end of the year, please tell Disciple in advance so that Disciple can go and welcome Master. No. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Just take it that you're on duty. My Myriad Thunder Valley is just a general name, and I didn't say that you can't step out of any specific Myriad Thunder Valley. If you have nothing to do, you can go back to your cave. Okay, Xiaohua nodded. But Disciple really should go into seclusion for a period of time. Master's wife and eldest senior brother, take care of yourselves. Haha, second junior brother, do you think we're the same size as Yingying? Xiangyang said with a big laugh. Obviously, he had heard Xianxia's explanation outside the cave just now. Knowing that the Myriad Thunder Valley had received hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones at once, he was already bursting with joy. After a little preparation, Xiaohua came to the Myriad Thunder Valley for the first time under Xiang Yang's lead. He waited for Xiang Yang to take out the jade tablet, open the restriction, and then gave Xiaohua the jade slip that recorded how to open and close the restriction. Only then did he lead Xiaohua into the restriction. As soon as he stepped into the restriction, he saw a huge cone-shaped mountain peak standing in the air. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts and thunder were produced from the void and smashed on the mountain peak. The deep valley several miles in size was full of lightning and thunder, and water overflowed. Xiaohua couldn't help but show a shocked expression again. Junior brother Xiang Yang glanced at Xiaohua, who didn't have any reaction in the midst of the surging lightning, and said in a low voice, "This is the core of my Myriad Thunder Valley, the real Myriad Thunder Valley. Master is usually on duty here. Come with me." Xiaohua nodded and followed Xiang Yang into the cave on the stone wall. Then, he watched Xiang Yang activate the layers of restriction and take out a misty green copper mirror. When he breathed a mouthful of true essence into it, the entire mountain peak's movements were clear at a glance. Then, Xiang Yang told him the rules of duty, and finally said, "Junior brother only needs to meditate here and look at the copper mirror. If there's anything different about the lightning strikes on the mountain peak, immediately come out and inform Shocking Thunder Palace. Naturally, junior brother can't leave the Myriad Thunder Valley. You only need to send me a message and I'll come over immediately. Actually, to tell you the truth, all these years I've been on duty here, I've never encountered any abnormalities. You only need to be careful of your own cultivation, and don't be affected by the sound of thunder. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately leave this place." "Yes, junior brother understands." Xiaohua nodded and looked left and right. Eldest senior brother has said everything that needs to be said. Junior brother will stay on duty for a few days and take a look. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask eldest senior brother. "All right," Xiang Yang nodded. "I'll go back first. After half a day, I'll come back and see if there's anything wrong with you." "All right." Xiaohua knew that Xiang Yang was still worried, and nodded. Sure enough, in the following 3 days, Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan, and Zhu Minghui actually came more than 10 times. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he felt warmth in his heart. After all, this was genuine concern, and was much better than huge Thunder Palace's distortion of right and wrong. In the end, under Xiaohua's persuasion, Xiang Yang and the others didn't come over. Xiaohua then sealed the Myriad Lightning Valley's restriction and roared loudly at the abyss of the Myriad Lightning Valley. He then activated the lightning escape technique and flew towards the mountain peak. Gotcha! The instant Xiaohua rushed into the abyss, a bolt of heavenly lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck Xiaohua's arm. A numb feeling immediately came from his arm, and a powerful force rushed into Xiaohua's arm, instantly destroying a large part of his physical body, and Xiaohua's figure also fell several chi. 1. Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and his figure rushed forward together with the power of the heavenly lightning. The powerful lightning energy was used by him in the Imperial Lightning transformation, and the speed of the lightning escape increased by a lot. There were actually signs of breaking through to Imperial Lightning Gem. Moreover, the physical body that had just been destroyed by the heavenly lightning, not only did it refine the power of heavenly lightning under the celestial body bestowment technique, it also repaired the physical body at an extremely fast speed. Wonderful! Xiaohua felt the changes in the Imperial Lightning transformation, and laughed in his heart. This Myriad Thunder Valley's Myriad Thunder Valley is where the lightning evasion technique is located, right? Although this Xiao doesn't have a lightning evasion technique, this Xiao has the celestial body bestowment technique, as well as the thunder roar lightning flash technique. Presumably, this Imperial Lightning transformation, which has been stagnant for a long time, can advance to Imperial Lightning Gem while comprehending talismans in this Myriad Thunder Valley? Xiaohua's thoughts were indeed correct. In this abyss of lightning, he urged the lightning evasion technique to cultivate. In the beginning, every few chi, there would be heavenly lightnings striking his physical body. Without the protection of the Phoenix celestial body, the power of this strike was very powerful. Although Xiaohua had the celestial body bestowment technique, After experiencing it several times, his physical body couldn't recover in time. Xiaohua had no choice but to escape into the lightning peak. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't stay idle while repairing his physical body. He took out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace from the space and let his primordial spirit practice the refining technique inside the space, while he warmed up the pill furnace, preparing to refine the rejuvenation pill. This rejuvenation pill could only be successfully refined inside the lightning peak under heavenly lightning. This item was much more precious than the ageless pill. In the future, the income of the myriad Thunder Valley would most likely depend on it. Thinking about how many Foundation Establishment and Gold Core female cultivators there were on the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua's blood boiled. It was precisely because of this that Xiaohua didn't put the 150,000 top-grade spirit stones in his eyes. Chapter 3051. In the following days, Xiaohua refined the rejuvenation pill while cultivating the lightning evasion technique. After refining a cauldron of rejuvenation pills, Xiaohua refined another cauldron of spirit pills to mend scars. This kind of spirit pill was rare, but Xiaohua had collected a lot of recipes for it. Therefore, the refining method was not worth mentioning. As for the lightning evasion technique, after cultivating in the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua gradually gained some understanding of it. The abyss around the lightning peak was unfathomable. After flying at a certain depth, Xiaohua was gradually able to avoid the bombardment of the indescribable heavenly lightning. Since he could avoid it, his imperial thunder transformation technique's progress had stagnated. Xiaohua only pondered for a moment before descending several zhang. As expected, the heavenly lightning was even more concentrated and appeared without any pattern. This once again urged Xiaohua to recite the imperial thunder transformation technique's incantation. His figure quickly flew down and welcomed the heavenly lightning's baptism. It was unknown whether Xiaohua's bone tempering was effective, the lightning pill in his body was effective, or the lightning evasion technique was effective. Xiaohua's imperial thunder transformation technique advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long after he advanced to the imperial thunder transformation technique, when Xiaohua used the lightning evasion technique, his entire body really seemed to be controlling heavenly lightning as he flashed in the abyss. Suddenly he sped up, suddenly stopped, suddenly disappeared, and suddenly reappeared. He had reached a critical juncture where the imperial thunder transformation technique was just around the corner. Thus, after Xiaohua refined a cauldron of spirit pills, he stored the cauldron into the space and concentrated on cultivating the lightning evasion technique. Once he broke through to the imperial thunder transformation technique, he would focus on refining the rejuvenation pill, or even the heaven flattening staff and the demonic tool horn silver armor. Unfortunately, it was only a dozen or so days. Xiaohua had just disappeared from a part of the torrent of lightning and was closing his eyes to comprehend the changes in his body and the surrounding lightning currents. Just as he was about to break free from the torrent of lightning, Xiaohua suddenly saw a clear purple color in front of him. It was as if his entire body had merged into a purple space. In this space, every trace of purple was in the shape of a bolt of lightning, and this space seemed to be endless. Xiaohua was shocked. Before he could think, a rumbling sound as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing came from all around him. Every single strand of purple turned into a bolt of purple heavenly lightning that flashed across the sky like a dragon. It was as if all the heavenly lightning in the world had gathered here and was about to strike Xiaohua. Immediately, Xiaohua could no longer hear anything. He didn't know if it was his mind or his eyes, but he was completely immersed in the torrential lightning. Not only that, when the entire world was silent, an unparalleled power was born from every single bolt of purple heavenly lightning and pounced on Xiaohua from all directions. A kind of absolute fear. It was the same fear Xiaohua felt when Huda Great God lit the soul-falling lamp in the Huda village's ancestral shrine. A kind of powerlessness, a kind of uncertainty, a kind of vastness, a kind of helplessness, and a kind of lifelessness uncontrollably filled Xiaohua's mind. Not to mention that in the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua, who was in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes, had unexpectedly fallen into an inexplicable realm while practicing the lightning evasion technique. In the Great Thunder Palace, Fairy Xianhua looked at Qian Qinghua with a face full of anger and coldly said, "Qinghua, the disciples who went to Rain Town to investigate have already returned. You said before, the location where you obtained the thunder-devouring bead is still there, and nothing has changed. Moreover, this old woman has already sent disciples to confirm everything you said. It seems everything is normal. But where is the source of your information? There isn't even the slightest bit of progress?" Qian Qinghua stood in front of the palace very aggrieved, bowing and saying, "Yes, Master Ancestor knows. This junior received a message from Thunder Palace's senior brother Xianxia near Small Hill Peak that day, so I hurriedly sent a message to the sect and rushed to Rain Town. This junior was extremely careful along the way. Apart from Xiao Hua, who hadn't entered my Imperial Thunder sect at that time, this junior didn't see any other sect's disciples. However, this junior didn't see any trace of senior brother Xianxia. Even using our sect's secret technique, this junior couldn't find any trace of senior brother Xianxia. Therefore, this junior felt that this was a misunderstanding on this junior's part and wanted to turn back. But at this time, this junior sensed an obscure lightning fluctuation at the location where the thunder-devouring bead was hidden. Since this junior sensed it, naturally this junior couldn't return empty-handed. This junior hurriedly used our sect's lightning technique to retrieve the thunder-devouring bead. To tell you the truth, even if the thunder-devouring bead fell into this junior's storage bag, this junior didn't dare to believe it was real. However, before this junior could think more, that bastard from the Xianghua sect actually chased after this junior. He wanted to kill this junior without saying a word. By this time, how could this junior not know that the news about the thunder-devouring bead had been leaked? Since the news was leaked and the thunder-devouring bead was real, this junior felt that there was no problem with the thunder-devouring bead. Therefore, this junior fought and retreated at the same time, wanting to escape back to Sky Thunder Peak. Moreover, this junior also felt that since senior martial brother Xianxia sent a message, he must be nearby. If this junior met him, wouldn't this junior be fine? But who would have thought? This junior fled all the way until this junior was seriously injured, but this junior still didn't see senior brother Xianxia. This junior felt that this junior had no hope and was about to take the thunder-devouring bead and self-detonate it. At that time, Xiao Hua, who was only at the qi refining stage, appeared. This junior saw that his flying technique was so powerful that even Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't catch up with him. Moreover, he was also a rogue cultivator and wouldn't attract attention. Thus, this junior took the risk and gave the thunder-devouring bead to Xiao Hua. I also sealed the clear flower pill in his meridians. This sealing technique is unique to my Imperial Thunder sect and others can't undo it. Moreover, if there was a slight mistake while undoing the seal, the clear flower pill's efficacy would definitely explode. Afterwards, this junior's spiritual power was insufficient and I couldn't escape far away, so I found a secluded place in the Kai family of Luyang to hide. Coincidentally, the eldest daughter of the Kai family, Kai Zhuoxia, happened to be in a coffin. This junior moved her body out of the coffin and laid in it myself. Moreover, I performed a secret technique of my sect to conceal my vitality. At that time, this junior thought that if Xiao Hua could bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder sect, this junior would have a way to survive. If Xiao Hua couldn't bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the sect, this junior would pretend that I didn't meet Xiao Hua and perish together with the thunder-devouring bead. Hearing Qian Qinghua's explanation, Fairy Xianhua's expression calmed down a bit. She then asked, "Then why didn't you mention Xianxia in the message you sent to the sect?" This junior thought that senior brother Xianxia had already gone there. Since he had sent a message, others must have known. Moreover, this junior couldn't confirm the authenticity of the message. Although the communication charm belonged to senior brother Xianxia, his name wasn't mentioned in the message. Qian Qinghua felt even more wronged. Moreover, who knew that senior brother Xianxia would mysteriously disappear in our sect? If this were to spread, someone must have found out that it was senior brother Xianxia who leaked the message, so they ruthlessly tried to kill him. The communication charm you brought back has been confirmed to be Xianxia's. Fairy Xianhua said indifferently, When he sent the communication charm, he should have been outside the Sky Thunder Peak. However, for some reason, he abandoned such an important thing like the thunder-devouring bead and instead returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. Unfortunately, this matter can only be left unsettled with Xianxia's death. Ancestor, Xianxia said again, this junior thinks that since this thunder-devouring bead is real and this junior has disappeared for decades without any abnormalities, there shouldn't be any problems, right? What do you know? Fairy Xianhua sneered. This thunder-devouring bead is different from other magic treasures. It's related to the life and death of our Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, such a crucial item was strangely obtained by a Foundation establishment disciple like you. Although the process of Xiaohua being sent from Raintown to the Imperial Thunder sect was strange, he was a small rogue cultivator. No one would have thought that he had such a precious treasure, so it's understandable. However, if you obtained it, it's hard to say. Moreover, the origin of this thunder-devouring bead, in a situation where we can't be sure, even the sect master wouldn't dare to make a judgment. This disciple doesn't understand. Xianxia shook his head. Even if the origin of the thunder-devouring bead is unknown, once it's in the sect master's hands, it belongs to our Imperial Thunder sect. How can we let it fly? Of course you don't understand. Fairy Xianhua sneered. Our Imperial Thunder sect's arrays rely on lightning energy. This thunder-devouring bead can replace the current thunder-vanishing bead and replace all of our arrays. Originally, the thunder-vanishing bead had gradually lost its effect due to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, we have to rely on this thunder-devouring bead to get through this crisis. However, at such a critical moment, the thunder-devouring bead descended from the heavens. Who dares to say that this isn't the ulterior motive of others? If our Imperial Thunder sect uses this thunder-devouring bead, wouldn't we be placing our sect in the hands of others? Once there's an unforeseen event, who would be able to resist the enemy? This junior understands. Qianqinghua smiled. Currently, our myriad Thunder Valley, Thousand Thunder Mountain and Imperial Thunder Ocean all have lightning streams and lightning water to protect our arrays, right? Fairy Xianhua nodded. Yes, it's because of this that the sect master temporarily replaced a portion of the arrays with the thunder-devouring bead. If there's anything wrong, we can immediately react. Fairy Xianhua sighed. Of course, this is also a temporary measure. Sooner or later, the thunder-vanishing bead will be replaced by the thunder-devouring bead. This is also the reason why this old woman urged you to hurry up. This junior understands, but this is all that this junior can do. Qianqinghua shook his head helplessly. Senior brother Xianxia has fallen, and that jade slip was sent by him. The news about the thunder-devouring bead has been cut off. Buzz buzz. A slight buzzing sound rang in the Great Thunder Palace, and a faint ray of light appeared. It's a message from Xianghua sect. Fairy Xianhua was startled. She hurriedly stretched out her hand and was about to touch the light when Thunder Tablet Immortal hurriedly said, Qianqinghua, get out of the way first. Yes, this junior understands. Qianqinghua immediately came to his senses. Ignoring the rules, he hurriedly flew out of the Great Thunder Palace. Fairy Xianhua, however, blushed. Her hand had already touched the light. Swish! A mirror light flashed, and Sun Yunzi's extremely tired face appeared in the irregular mirror. Chapter 3052. Senior Brother Sun Yunzi. Without waiting for Sun Yunzi to speak, Fairy Xianhua called out anxiously, How's the situation in Celestial City? How are the lives of the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder sect disciples? Why haven't they sent a message to us after so long? Sun Yunzi raised his head and glanced at Fairy Xianhua indifferently. He asked in a hoarse voice, Where's Qian Lazy? Still in seclusion? Sect Master hasn't come out yet. Fairy Xianhua's face reddened, but her heart tightened. Qian Lazy really knows how to hide. Sun Yunzi still looked exhausted. How was he a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Senior brother Sun Yunzi, how's the situation in Celestial City? Fairy Xianhua asked helplessly. Sigh, our Dao sect has been defeated. Sun Yunzi sighed. Celestial City has fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. This time's Dao sword war has ended. The specific battle report will be sent to all sects as soon as possible. Ah? Other than Fairy Xianhua, who cried out in shock and disbelief, the entire enormous Thunder Hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with absolute confusion. Although the nascent soul cultivators of Great Thunder Hall had already received the news of Celestial City's fall, they only treated it as a piece of news. However, everyone only treated it as a piece of news. No one connected the fall of Sky Patrol City to the failure of the True Path sect. Dao sect's defeat seemed to be just an illusory legend. All the nascent soul cultivators of Great Thunder Hall thought that it wouldn't be long before Celestial City was seized by Dao sect's cultivators. What they had to consider was the safety of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples in the process of seizing Celestial City. Sun Yunzi's words were tantamount to a sudden clap of thunder, knocking out these nascent soul cultivators who had been immersed in heavenly thunder their entire lives. How could our Dao sect have been defeated? What about our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples? Fairy Xianhua hurriedly asked after recovering from her shock. Nothing is impossible in this world, Sun Yunzi said indifferently. Sword cultivators have taken control of Celestial City. In the future, our 3 cultivation kingdoms will definitely be in chaos. Cough cough, since my Dao sect has lost, then the disciples of your Imperial Lightning sect? Just as Sun Yunzi was about to continue speaking, a huge rumbling sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Before the impact of this reverberation could reach Colossal Thunder Palace, the irregular mirror surface Sun Yunzi was using to transmit his message shattered like real glass, turning into thumb-sized fragments that disappeared in midair. Sun Yunzi's words were naturally cut off. Immediately after, the entire Great Thunder Palace began to shake violently. These vibrations were extremely strange. Wherever the vibrations passed, all the restrictive barriers of the Colossal Thunder Palace would emit sizzling sounds of thunder flowers. Those thunder flowers were like fireworks in the middle of the night, bursting forth with endless colors. Those thunder flowers coiled around the entire inner walls of the Colossal Thunder Palace, crazily flowing about. A change had occurred in the Great Thunder Hall, but none of the Yuanying elders in the hall paid any attention to it. That was because, at the same time the tremors occurred, the Yuanying within the bodies of all the Yuanying cultivators gave birth to an indescribable excitement. Strands of purple brilliance emerged from the skin of the Yuanying. This brilliance flickered at the same speed as the lightning flowers in the Great Thunder Hall. This crazy nascent soul seemed to be beyond the control of a nascent soul cultivator. Merely a moment later, everything returned to normal. Not only did the lightning flowers in the Colossal Thunder Palace suddenly disappear, the lightning on the Yuanying also disappeared along with the disappearance of the lightning flowers at the same time. Only a feeling of extreme exhaustion emerged from the Yuanying of everyone, and an extremely strange feeling of calmness emerged from the hearts of the Yuanying cultivators. What is going on? Fairy Xianhua couldn't help but turn pale with fright. However, when her divine sense swept through the Colossal Thunder Palace, her originally pale face turned ashen. How is this possible? The restrictive barrier of the Colossal Thunder Palace has completely disappeared. Thunder-devouring bead. Thunder-devouring bead. Fairy Xianhua abruptly came to a realization. This situation seemed to have happened when Xiaohua brought the thunder-devouring bead to the Colossal Thunder Palace, and when Chen Leizi released the thunder-devouring bead in an extremely weak manner. That's not right. Reverend Lei Meng hastily cried out, "It's the thunder-vanquishing bead." It caused the formation of our Imperial Thunder sect to lose its effectiveness. Fairy Yaofeng and the others also hurriedly shouted, "Perhaps the Myriad Thunder Valley, Thousand Thunder Mountain and Imperial Thunder Ocean all had some abnormalities, causing the lightning water to be lacking, causing the formation of our Imperial Thunder sect to lose its effectiveness." Palace guards, Fairy Xianhua shouted in panic, "Quickly send out all the men." There is no need to check the sect's restrictive barrier. First, check all the restrictive barriers outside the Thunder Mo mountain range. Yes, all the palace guards outside the colossal Thunder Palace also sensed the abnormality. How could they dare to be negligent? After a slight delay, they all flew out. Sigh, how can these palace guards patrol the entire Thunder Mo mountain range? Thunder Meng Daoist sighed and said, Palace masters, immediately send out all the gold core disciples of the various palaces to patrol the Sky Thunder Peak. Quickly report back. Yes, all the palace masters on duty hurriedly flew out, and after a brief discussion, they also scattered in all directions. Senior Sister Xianxia. Zhen Yunzi said in a low voice, if I'm not mistaken, a part of the sect protecting formation in the Thunder Mo mountain range has been damaged. The current plan is to hurry to the Thunder Devouring Bead. Prepare to replace the Thunder Vanquishing Bead with the Thunder Devouring Bead. Sigh, perhaps this is the only way. Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. Just now, I was scolding Qian Qinghua. Now, I have no choice but to use the Thunder Devouring Bead in advance. Thunder Devouring Bead, oh Thunder Devouring Bead, you really put me in a difficult position. As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia glanced at the palace masters and said loudly, Sect Master is still in seclusion. With such a big change, I'm afraid he can't be called out from his seclusion. Junior brothers and sisters, please tell me what to do next for our Imperial Thunder Sect. Fairy Yaofeng, who usually didn't speak, opened her mouth again at this time. Senior Sister Xianxia, now that you've taken the place of Sect Master, your words are our thoughts. No matter what decision you make, we'll support you. Moreover, even if there's something wrong with the Thunder Devouring Bead, didn't Sect Master say it that day? It's true that the Thunder Devouring Bead is extremely powerful and is the nemesis of all the formations in our Imperial Thunder Sect. However, when it comes to our Imperial Thunder Sect, it's our Thunder Devouring Bead. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, Thunder Meng Immortal nodded. The most important thing now is to repair the formation in the Thunder Mo mountain range. Don't let those with evil intentions take advantage of the situation. If they do something in the Thunder Mo mountain range that we don't know about, it'll be a big problem. That's right. I also have the same idea. Fairy Xianxia nodded. Even if Sect Master is here, the first thing he should deal with is this. Junior brother Lei Meng, junior sister Yaofeng, and junior brother Lei Ting. The three of you prepare to follow me to the Thunder Pool. With the combined strength of the four of us, we should be able to activate the Thunder Devouring Bead. When the news of the Thunder Mo mountain range is sent back, we'll replace it with the Thunder Devouring Bead and activate the formation. Yes, Thunder Meng Immortal, Fairy Yaofeng, and Lei Tingzi hurriedly stood up and replied in unison. Zhen Yunzi glanced at Duijie and said, Disciple and Duijie can't help with the Thunder Devouring Bead. How about this? The two of us will go to the Myriad Thunder Valley, Thousand Thunder Mountain, and Imperial Thunder Ocean to see if there's any change there. At the same time, we'll also appease the disciples of the 8 great Thunder Palaces. Alright, thank you, Junior Martial Brother. Fairy Xianxia nodded and said, other than these few places where the Thunder Water Sect has appeared, we'll also check out the other forbidden and dangerous areas. Yes, we'll go right away. After saying that, Zhen Yunzi stood up and hurriedly flew out with Duijie. Fairy Xianxia and the others watched the two of them fly away and looked at the remaining 3 palace masters. She waved her hand as if she wanted to open the communication channel with Sun Yunzi again. Unfortunately, there was no response from her magic power. Clearly, the communication channel was also destroyed by the Imperial Thunder Sect. She couldn't help but sigh and said, Sigh, fortune never comes in pairs. Misfortune never comes alone. The Dao sect has just been defeated and such a huge change has already occurred in our Imperial Thunder Sect. Just now, the Imperial Thunder Sect's Sun Yunzi didn't finish his words, but from what I heard, I'm afraid it's not good. Even if Junior Martial Brother Miyu and the others were not kidnapped to the Heng country, I'm afraid our Imperial Thunder Sect would have to spend a large amount of spirit stones and elixirs to redeem them. No matter which one it is, our Imperial Thunder Sect has suffered a great loss. sight, it's good that they were defeated. The lives of junior martial brother Mi Yu and Kuang Tian can be saved. Lei Tingzi, who didn't speak much like Fairy Yao Feng, also sighed, but there was a sense of luck in his tone. If our Dao sect won and the sword cultivators fought to the death, the two junior martial brothers would bear the brunt of the calamity. Yes, when the battle report comes back, we'll take a look at it in detail. From what Sun Yunzi said, it's a bet. Lei Mengzhenren nodded and said, when the matter in the Thunder Mo mountain range is over, this old man will volunteer to go to Sky Patrol City. No matter what, we have to bring back the tens of thousands of disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect, right? Then we'll have to trouble junior martial brother Lei Meng. Fairy Xianxia looked at everyone helplessly and said, let's not talk about the battle in Sky Patrol City for now. The four of us need to discuss how to replace the thunder-devouring beads. Just as the four of them were discussing, news of the Thunder Mo mountain range came bit by bit. What shocked them was that in addition to a portion of the Imperial Thunder Sect's restriction formation being destroyed, 30% of the Imperial Thunder Sect's sect protective formation had been destroyed. If the thunder-devouring beads were used as replacements, then 60% of the Imperial Thunder Sect's formation would rely on the strange thunder-devouring beads. Even so, Fairy Xianxia and the others had no choice. They had no other choice but to use the new thunder-devouring beads. The four of them went deep into the lightning pool to replace the thunder-devouring beads and restore the formation of the Thunder Mo mountain range. When Xiaohua fell into the purple lightning space, it was as if all the heavenly thunder had struck him. An irresistible killing intent was born from the heavenly thunder, forcing Xiaohua to the brink of death. But this desperate situation only lasted for a moment. Xiaohua's vision darkened and the purple suddenly disappeared. All the thunder in his ears also suddenly disappeared, and it was extremely quiet. Chapter 3053. Xiaohua hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. When he used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was because there was not a single bolt of lightning that had descended like rain earlier. Not a single thunderous roar could be heard. The lightning peak in front of him was just like an ordinary mountain, quietly standing there. Even the abyss that had been cleansed by the lightning water was now only darkness, without a single strand of lightning. What is going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. This Xiao didn't do anything. Why did all the heavenly lightning in this place disappear? Is a myriad Thunder Valley without lightning still myriad Thunder Valley? Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't dare to believe it. He escaped into the lightning mountain and flew straight into the abyss. However, no matter where he went, there was no trace of lightning. It was as if myriad Thunder Valley had never had myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He reached out to scratch the back of his head. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he blurted out, "Damn it, it can't be." Instantly, Xiaohua's mind sank into the space. Once his mind entered the space, Xiaohua's heart immediately turned cold. At this moment, within the space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Right beside the reverse light, a strange inkstone-shaped object was revolving around the reverse light. On the side of the inkstone-shaped object, there were two golden tadpole-like words. However, one of the words was complete while the other was only half of a word. The lightning in the space came from the surroundings of the inkstone and then fell on the inkstone. Looking at the inkstone, it seemed to only be half. It was in an irregular shape with four corners. What was special was that the edge was damaged and there were some jagged cracks. The other half of the word was broken from this crack. Looking at the head of this thing, there were three protrusions that looked like antennae. After the lightning water fell into the inkstone, some seeped out from the broken edges, forming thick lightning bolts that fell on the huge white bone in the space. Inside the white bone, little Lei, who didn't change at all, received the heavenly lightning bolts as if he was taking a bath. Looking at the surroundings of the inkstone, the heavenly lightning that appeared out of nowhere in the same manner as the 10,000 Thunder Valley, and the purple color of the inkstone, how could Xiaohua not know that this was what he had encountered in the 10,000 Thunder Valley? How could he not know that it was this item that caused the lightning to fall from the myriad Thunder Valley? Great Aunt, you can be anywhere in the Imperial Thunder Sect, but please don't be in this small space. Xiaohua almost wanted to cry. Although he understood that this item was extremely precious, how could he dare to take it? He hurriedly used his mind to cover the object and wanted to send it out of the space. But with a thought, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. Although that object was not the same as reverse light and could be sensed by the mind, that object was incomparably heavy and could not be moved by the mind. Furthermore, that object surrounded reverse light and slowly rotated. Similarly, an extremely large amount of lightning water fell into reverse light. Xiaohua's mind could not disturb that object's rotation at all. Madam, I beg you. Xiaohua tried over 1,000 times in succession, but that object was simply bigger than the lightning mountain in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. He could not move it at all, as if it was determined to settle down in Xiaohua's space. You've really made this young master suffer. What could Xiaohua do? His mind was extremely dispirited as he withdrew from the space. Just as his mind withdrew, Xiaohua felt a strong movement outside the restriction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Needless to say, it was definitely Zhuo Minghui and the others who came to investigate. Xiaohua was extremely unwilling to open the restriction, but what could he do? Just before he opened the restriction, he tried one last time to take the inkstone out of the space, and then he had no choice but to fly in front of the restriction. Xiaohua opened the restriction, and all the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Valley came face to face. Zhuo Minghui almost rushed in, and similarly looked at the completely changed 10,000 Thunder Valley with extreme disbelief, and said loudly, Xiaohua, what did you do? After Zhuo Minghui, Yan Qinglian, Cui Hongshan, Dui Qimeng and the others also flew in. After scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they also looked at Xiaohua in shock. Disciple. What could Xiaohua say? He could only stammer. Disciple didn't do anything. Just as Disciple was cultivating in seclusion, the 10,000 Thunder Valley suddenly became like this. Disciple was investigating when Master's wife came. Really? Zhuo Minghui stared at Xiaohua and asked, Xiaohua, you must tell the truth. Really? Xiaohua also had unspeakable bitterness. Could he say that it was a problem with his space? Xiang. Zhuo Minghui habitually shouted as she turned around. However, when she saw that Xiang Yang's figure was not behind her, she was a bit puzzled. Where did Xiang Yang go? Yan Qinglian was also puzzled. Looking around, she said, Xiang Yang was with Disciple just now. When the 10,000 Thunder Valley changed, we all flew to the inner valley together. Who knows how he suddenly disappeared? Don't worry about Xiang Yang for now. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Hongshan, you're also on duty here. Take Qimeng and your disciples and quickly search the depths of the Thunder Abyss. Qinglian, follow me to the top of the Thunder Peak. Let's see if there are any abnormalities there. No matter what, we must find the reason before the Thunder Palace comes to investigate. Yes, sir. Everyone agreed and flew up. Master's wife. Xiaohua said anxiously. You stay around for now. Zhuo Minghui was obviously not in the mood to talk to him. Your shift was short and you're not familiar with this place. Just look around. Yes, Xiaohua nodded helplessly. He knew that what the 10,000 Thunder Valley disciples did was useless and that it was impossible to find the reason. However, what could he say? That inkstone had already taken root in the space. In a short period of time, before he succeeded in tempering his mind, it was impossible to take it out of the space. After searching for an hour, although they did not find the reason for the disappearance of the heavenly lightning, the Thunder Palace disciples that Zhuo Minghui was worried about also did not come. Everyone slowly returned. Xiaohua asked, somewhat puzzled, Master's wife, I heard Master say before that our 10,000 Thunder Valley has already been gradually forgotten by the Great Thunder Palace. In other words, this 10,000 Thunder Valley is no longer important. This heavenly lightning, if it disappears then it disappears. Report it to the Thunder Palace. At most, they'll just record this disciple's mistake. AI, child. Although you've been in my 10,000 Thunder Valley for a long time, your master didn't teach you much. Zhuo Minghui sighed. My 10,000 Thunder Valley is no longer as glorious as before and its role is small. However, it still involves my Imperial Thunder sect protecting formation. Just now, a strong lightning power shock occurred in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. The restriction in my cave was broken by this shock. Presumably, other places will also be affected. Let's not talk about this shock of lightning power for now. The disappearance of the heavenly lightning in this 10,000 Thunder Valley and the scarcity of lightning water will directly affect the lightning power supply of the formation. Even if the lightning power is strong and weak, the formation of the entire Thunder Mountain range will be threatened. Although our 10,000 Thunder Valley is small, it involves a very wide area. This is so serious. Xiao Hua complained in his heart, but he still asked, since it's so important, why don't you attach importance to my 10,000 Thunder Valley? My Imperial Thunder Sect's formation relies on lightning pools. Other than 10,000 Thunder Valley, only 1,000 Thunder Mountain and Imperial Thunder's Sea can produce lightning water. As for the other magic treasures, I'm not too clear about them. Among the three places, my 10,000 Thunder Valley is the smallest and produces the least amount of lightning water. Today's spiritual energy changes, Lord Sect Master must have already taken care of it. A place as small as my 10,000 Thunder Valley naturally has an even smaller role. But the facts prove that the 10,000 Thunder Valley's role is not small. Xiao Hua bit his lip. Yes, it's precisely because it's not small that your punishment is heavier. Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. I remember your master once said that if there are any changes in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, then the punishment of Great Thunder Palace will be extremely heavy. It's even recorded in the sect's ancestral teachings. Bad news. Xiao Hua cried miserably. This disciple has caused a great disaster. Second senior brother, this matter isn't caused by you. Cui Hongshan said anxiously. Zhuo Minghui shook her head. Although this Xiao Hua didn't do anything, Xiao Hua was on duty today. He definitely can't escape responsibility. At this moment, a powerful divine sense swept through the 10,000 Thunder Valley, and a shocked voice was also transmitted into everyone's ears. Something actually happened in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly flew out of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, respectfully standing guard in midair. Not long after, Duijie flew over from afar, her face filled with anger. Seeing this, the faces of Zhuo Minghui and the others instantly changed. They had always been hoping for a fluke, wanting to find the reason for the disappearance of the 10,000 Thunder Valley's lightning before shocking Thunder Palace questioned them, hoping to make up for their mistakes. But they never would have thought that what should come would still come, and the one who came was actually the Palace Master of Lightning Palace. Although Lightning Palace was ranked last among the 8 great lightning palaces, with the Palace Master of Lightning Palace personally coming, anyone could realize the seriousness of the matter. While everyone was slightly stunned, Cui Hongshan suddenly urged his transcendence energy and flew in front of Duijie. With a flustered expression, he bowed and said, Disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, Cui Hongshan, greets Palace Master Dui. Just now, this junior was on duty in the 10,000 Thunder Valley and accidentally touched a restriction. This restriction was originally normal, and this junior had encountered it before, but I didn't know what happened today. Lightning flashed in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, and then it was completely annihilated. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's disciples noticed that something was wrong, and all of us came here to patrol. But after searching for so long, we still haven't found anything strange. If there is any punishment because of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, this junior will bear it. Can a foundation establishment brat like you bear the punishment of the 10,000 Thunder Valley? Duijie sneered, looked around and asked, What about the 10,000 Thunder Valley's Wu? Disciple Zhuo Minghui greets Palace Master Dui. Zhuo Minghui hurried forward and said in a low voice, Wu has been in seclusion for more than 10 years in order to break through to the Golden Core realm, and he hasn't come out yet. It's good that he's in seclusion. Duijie narrowed her eyes. But even so, he can't escape the responsibility. Chapter 3054. Soon after, Daoist looked indifferently at Shui Minghui and Cui Hongshan and coldly said, "Leave, you were ordered to guard the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Now, you have actually destroyed the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although you have neglected your duties, it is still a heinous crime. I'm afraid that no one will be able to protect you. Let's go, follow this old one to Colossal Thunder Hall to receive punishment." Saying this, Daoist ignored everyone and turned to leave. Yes, when Cui Hongshan heard this, his expression unconsciously relaxed. He turned to look at Daoist. Daoist, Yan Qinglian, and the others actually didn't have the chance to greet Daoist. Seeing the look in Cui Hongshan's eyes, Daoist's expression darkened. Perhaps Xiaohua did not know the consequences of destroying Myriad Thunder Valley, but Daoist had heard everything clearly before Cui Hongshan's shift at Thunderclap Palace. Although Cui Hongshan's actions caused Daoist's heart to ache greatly, she also understood Cui Hongshan's thoughts of protecting Xiaohua. Although she could confirm that the annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley had nothing to do with Xiaohua, Xiaohua was, after all, in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley in seclusion. Xiaohua's responsibility could not be shirked. Not to mention that this responsibility was originally very heavy. Xiaohua had now been repeatedly punished by the Great Thunder Hall. He really could not make any more mistakes. Although Daoist's heart was in pain, she still respected her husband's decision and nodded slightly at Cui Hongshan's gaze. "Wait!" Just as Cui Hongshan's gaze swept past Xiaohua and secretly gave him a meaningful glance, Xiaohua couldn't take it anymore and raised his voice. "Senior brother Xiao." Cui Hongshan said anxiously, "I'll be right back. Nothing will happen." "Hee, junior brother Cui, even if there's nothing wrong, this matter happened because of me. I still have this bit of responsibility. How can I let you take the blame? I appreciate your kind intentions, but let me go to the enormous Thunder Hall to bear the responsibility for this crime." Xiaohua stepped out from the crowd and indifferently said, "Senior brother Xiao." Cui Hongshan stomped his feet in midair. He had managed to deceive Daoist with great difficulty, and as long as he arrived at the Great Thunder Hall, he would already have a certain degree of confidence. Who would still be able to tell? Now that Xiaohua had stood out, although Daoist did not understand the duty of 10,000 Thunder Valley very well, she could tell at a glance. Xiaohua has been punished by my Colossal Thunder Hall to be in seclusion on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Hongshan, how could you possibly be on duty again? Daoist's face turned cold as she said angrily, "How dare you deceive this queen? How should he be punished?" Daoist Meng hastily stepped forward and bowed. "Your Excellency Asgard Master, Brother Cui and Xiaohua have a deep brotherly relationship. Asgard Master, please quell your anger." Sigh, Daoist looked at Daoist Meng, then at Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan. A complicated expression flashed across her eyes. She waved her hand and said, "Qimeng, you are a disciple of my Daoist Thunder Palace. You made great contributions during the Dao Sword War. You are truly a role model for my Daoist Thunder Palace. Moreover, the relationship between Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua, this old woman is also gratified. However, a mistake was a mistake, and others could not bear it. This consort doesn't know how your 10,000 Thunder Valley guards, nor can this consort determine who made this mistake. Therefore, this consort does not intend to pursue Cui Hongshan's crime of deceit. The three of you follow this old woman and wait until we arrive at the Great Thunder Hall to listen to the other teacher's decision." After speaking, Daoist flew away without looking back. As she flew, she even sent out a Thunder Note talisman. It was very obvious that the responsibility of 10,000 Thunder Valley's destruction was too great. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiaohua, sighed, and did not speak again. "Let's go." Shui Minghui's heart also ached. She looked at Daoist, then looked at Cui Yingying, who was being held by Zhang Wan behind Daoist. She had already made a decision in her heart, and she waved her hand to follow behind Daoist. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan accompanied Zhuo Minghui. Junior brother Cui. After flying for a while, Xiaohua transmitted in a low voice, 10,000 Thunder Valleys, 10,000 Thunder Valleys, 10,000 Thunder Valley disappeared. What serious consequences could there be? From Palace Master Dui's meaning, it seems very serious? It's nothing much. Cui Hongshan said with a forced smile. If it was before, 10,000 Thunder Valley was the vital point of my Imperial Thunder sect. The disappearance of 10,000 Thunder Valley would definitely cause a huge commotion. But now, 10,000 Thunder Valley's importance has already gradually faded. Otherwise, Master, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, would not have been on guard that year, and would not have been so disliked. If we talk about punishment, right? It's just a matter of raising it up high and gently dropping it down. A fine of spirit stones, a punishment of being confined to seclusion, and that's it. If it's too serious, this little brother also does not dare to shoulder it for you. Since that's the case, you also don't need to shoulder it for this elder brother. Xiaohua seemed to understand Cui Hongshan's meaning, and let out a slight sigh of relief. The problem is that second senior brother has provoked quite a bit of Great Thunder Hall's anger during this period of time. If you commit this minor mistake again, it will make Great Thunder Hall very embarrassed. Cui Hongshan said with a bitter smile, who knows, Great Thunder Hall might make a mountain out of a molehill and cause some huge waves. Xiaohua smiled, waving his hand, it's fine. Everything will come to light after the Great Dao Sword battle ends. Nothing will happen to this elder brother. Sigh, alright. Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly again. Now that things had come to this, even if he wanted to shoulder the blame for Xiaohua, it was also impossible. Unfortunately, Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan still did not notice that Duijie, the palace master of Great Thunder Hall, had personally come to the Myriad Thunder Valley to investigate. Moreover, she had come alone. How could this matter be simple? When they arrived at the Thunder Immortal Peak, although there were disciples on duty around Great Thunder Hall, they were obviously fewer than usual. Moreover, the order was somewhat disorderly. When some disciples saw Duijie and the others flying back, they hurriedly went forward to pay their respects, and then hurriedly returned. Wait outside the hall. When they arrived at the entrance of Great Thunder Hall, Duijie indifferently instructed Zhuo Minghui and the others, and then she went in first. At this time, there was no longer the chaos inside Great Thunder Hall. Most of the palace masters who had rushed out to investigate at the beginning of the anomaly had already returned. There were still a few palace masters sitting high on the prayer mats. Except for Zhen Yunzi, who had yet to return, the others all had a trace of anger on their faces as they looked at a cultivator kneeling in the hall. Duijie glanced at that cultivator, cupped her hands, and said, reporting to Martial Aunt Xianhua, this disciple has already found the location of the anomaly. Yes, we already know that an anomaly has occurred in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Fairy Xianhua said indifferently. Duijie was startled and looked at Zhen Yunzi's empty prayer mat. She had just passed on this matter to Zhen Yunzi and had yet to report it to Great Thunder Hall. Since Zhen Yunzi had yet to return, how could Great Thunder Hall know? Naturally, Duijie immediately understood that Zhen Yunzi must have already sent a message to Great Thunder Hall. However, Fairy Xianhua's next sentence made Duijie dumbfounded. Fairy Xianhua pointed with her finger and said, the troublemaker of the Myriad Thunder Valley has already come to Great Thunder Hall to accept his punishment. Ah? Duijie unconsciously looked at the Myriad Thunder Valley disciple kneeling on the ground. Who else could it be but Xiangyang? Sigh, Duijie sighed inwardly. Cui Hongshan jumping out to take the blame for Xiaohua had already exceeded her expectations. Xiangyang was even more miraculous. Long before Duijie had arrived at the Myriad Thunder Valley, he had already gone to Great Thunder Hall to take the blame. How could Duijie endure this? For a moment, Duijie didn't know what to say. What's the situation in the Myriad Thunder Valley? Fairy Xianhua asked coldly. Clearly, she was already beyond furious. That's right, who wouldn't fly into a rage after knowing that the Dao sect had suffered a great defeat in the Dao Sword War and that the lives of tens of thousands of their own disciples were unknown? Reporting to Martial Ant, the myriad Thunder Valley has already disappeared. There will no longer be a grand occasion like the myriad Thunder Tide. Daoist said indifferently, and even added, the effects of the myriad Thunder Valley have already begun to weaken a long time ago. Now that it has disappeared, it's just that we were caught unprepared. It's not a big deal. Even so, it's still an unforgivable crime. Fairy Xianxia snorted coldly. Although the effects of the myriad Thunder Valley will definitely disappear in the end, now that it has happened ahead of time, our Great Thunder Hall is extremely passive. There are even some unpredictable possibilities. Yes, this disciple understands. Daoist nodded. Just as she was thinking about how to speak up for Xiangyang and how to get Zhuo Minghui and the others to leave, she heard Zhen Yunzi's voice from behind her. Palace Lord Daoist's actions are really fast. I just arrived at the Imperial Thunder Sea, and you already sent me the situation of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and even brought over the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley who made a mistake. This is bad. Daoist cried bitterly in her heart. Sure enough, Fairy Xianxia asked curiously, Daoist, you also took the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley? Sigh. Daoist sighed. Looking at the gloomy Thundermeng Reverend, she said, Masters, this disciple will not speak anymore. Let Zhuo Minghui and the others from the Myriad Thunder Valley come in and report. After saying this, Daoist floated up and sat on her own praying mat. Zhen Yunzi looked at the kneeling Xiangyang with a baffled expression and also sat on his own praying mat. As for Thundermeng Reverend, his ashen face raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. Let Zhuo Minghui and the others from the Myriad Thunder Valley come in. Fairy Xianxia raised her voice and shouted. A moment later, Zhuo Minghui and the others followed the outside into the Great Thunder Hall. Needless to say, Xiaohua seemed to have already become a frequent visitor of the Great Thunder Hall. Cui Hongshan had once come to the Great Thunder Hall and received a reward. At this moment, although he was trembling with fear, he also had some confidence in his heart. On the contrary, as a senior, Zhuo Minghui's figure was somewhat trembling. It was extremely similar to the last time when helplessness brought Xiaohua to see Qian Leizi. It was no wonder. Zhuo Minghui and helplessness had been in the Imperial Thunder sect for so many years. They had heard of the awe-inspiring name of the Great Thunder Hall. This kind of formless prestige had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts and minds. It was different from Xiaohua's fearless newborn calf. Eldest senior brother? When Xiaohua entered the Great Thunder Hall, he did not lower his head like Zhuo Minghui and Cui Hongshan. Instead, he swept his gaze and very easily saw Xiangyang's familiar back. When he saw Xiangyang's kneeling figure, how could Xiaohua not understand why Xiangyang had come to the Great Thunder Hall? In an instant, Xiaohua's heart was very sour. His nose was sour and his eyes were sour. He then looked at Cui Hongshan, who was respectfully walking in front of him, and slightly lowered his head. He had already made a decision. For these two senior brothers who did not care about their own safety and simply did not consider taking the blame for him, he would lower his proud head. Chapter 3055. Greetings, Palace Masters. Zhuo Minghui's tone was somewhat stuttering, and her voice was also slightly trembling. Her heart was in a mess, and she didn't know how to deal with this matter. And Zhuo Minghui, Fairy Xianxia said coldly, let me ask you, what exactly happened in your Myriad Thunder Valley? Why did two disciples cause trouble all of a sudden? Tell us everything that happened in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Yes, disciple. Zhuo Minghui's head was still lowered, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, for some reason in the Myriad Thunder Valley, the lightning that was usually like raindrops suddenly completely disappeared. Disciple led the Myriad Thunder Valley to investigate for a long time, but didn't find anything wrong. Is it that simple? Hearing that Zhuo Minghui couldn't say anything, Fairy Xianxia asked, when the lightning was annihilated, who was on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley? It was Disciple. Xiangyang was still unwilling to give up, and before Xiaohua could speak, he hurriedly said, Disciple just touched the restriction of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and before I could enter, the lightning in the myriad thunder valley instantly disappeared. Although disciple doesn't know the reason, disciple knows that disciple must have made a mistake in the incantation, causing the myriad thunder valley to go wrong. AI, Xiaohua sighed, stepped forward, and answered with a bow, I'll let martial ancestor Xianhua know that this matter is disciple's fault. Hee, what a helpless disciple. 2 disciples actually admitted their mistakes at the same time. Fairy Xianhua sneered. Martial ancestor Xianhua. Duijia's heart moved, and she seemed to plead for leniency, but also seemed to sneer as she said, it's the helpless disciples who admitted their mistakes at the same time. 3. Fairy Xianhua's mouth curved into a mocking smile. If all 3 admit their mistakes, then all 3 will be punished at the same time. Don't think that you can escape punishment by acting this way. No need. Xiaohua said indifferently, the matter is very simple. Originally, disciple was on duty in the myriad thunder valley under the punishment order of the Great Thunder Hall, but the lightning in the myriad thunder valley suddenly disappeared. At that time, senior martial brother Xiangyang and junior martial brother Cui Hongshan were not in the myriad thunder valley. The 2 of them were only afraid that disciple would be punished again, so they rushed to stand out. It won't be difficult to investigate this matter. Grandmaster only needs to send a disciple to the 10,000 Thunder Valley to ask where senior martial brother Xiangyang went and where the 10,000 Thunder Valley was before the change. Junior brother, Xiangyang turned around and shook his head. You don't understand at all. Xiangyang's tone was the same as Cui Hongshan's. No matter what. Xiaohua ignored Xiangyang and said respectfully, the responsibility of the myriad Thunder Valley lies on this junior's shoulders. Whether it is punishment or punishment, this junior will bear it alone. Don't involve the other disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan. Fairy Xianhua snorted coldly, you dare to deceive Colossal Thunder Hall? Admittedly, your intentions are good, and you want to help your fellow apprentice brothers, but this matter cannot be allowed to continue for long. After this matter is over, go to your thunder-shaking palace and receive 30 whips. Do you have any objections? Senior apprentice sister Xianhua, hearing this, Thunder Tablet Reverend's face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, 30 lashes, isn't that too heavy? Heavy? Junior brother Lei Meng, if you think it's heavy, then tell me, how should I deal with it? Fairy Xianhua sneered, the myriad Thunder Valley was deployed by your thunder-shaking palace. You are also responsible for the annihilation of the myriad Thunder Valley's lightning. This old one naturally has no right to deal with you. When sect master comes out of seclusion, this old one will ask him to punish you. Sigh. Thunder Tablet Reverend sighed. He knew that Fairy Xianhua was currently in a fit of anger and was worried about the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. At this moment, anyone who made a mistake would be severely punished. Thus, he no longer argued with her. However, thinking about Xiaohua's punishment, Thunder Tablet Reverend unconsciously frowned and looked at Xiaohua with some pity. We have no objections. Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan's faces also changed. They did not expect Fairy Xianhua to be so strict. However, seeing that Thunder Tablet Reverend's pleading was useless, they could only lower their heads and admit their guilt. You all can just stand to the side. Fairy Xianhua no longer paid attention to Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan and Zhuo Minghui. She coldly looked at Xiaohua and asked in an indifferent tone, Xiaohua, you're really something. This old one really did not expect you to be so arrogant. Look at you, it's fine if you don't return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but once you do, you've stirred up the entire sect. This old one let you stay in seclusion in the Myriad Thunder Valley so that you could calm your heart. This is not the great battle of Dao and Sword. You are a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect and should properly abide by the rules of my Imperial Thunder Sect. In the end, this old one's arrangement actually brought disaster to my Imperial Thunder Sect. The Myriad Thunder Valley's lightning was actually annihilated. What do you want this old one to say about you? Back then, when this old one first met you, it was also in the Great Thunder Palace. At that time, you were so humble. Even when you brought back the thunder-devouring bead, You were not arrogant and did not ask for rewards. This old one's impression of you was extremely good. However, look at you now. This old one does not dare to believe that this is the same person. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The annihilation of the myriad Thunder Valley's lightning was indeed his fault. He had no choice but to admit it, and there was no need to conceal it. What he could not say was the specific reason. Therefore, Xiaohua bowed and said, "This disciple knows his mistake. This disciple neglected his duty and caused the myriad Thunder Valley's lightning to be annihilated. No need to blame yourself." Fairy Xianhua waved her hand. "You still do not have the divine ability to cause the lightning to be annihilated in the myriad Thunder Valley. You merely neglected your duty. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will accept his punishment." Xiaohua willingly lowered his head. Hee. Fairy Xianhua sneered and ignored Xiaohua. Instead, she looked at Thunder Meng Reverend and asked, "Junior brother Lei Meng, why don't you tell me what responsibility the person in charge of the myriad Thunder Valley has to bear? What kind of punishment will he receive?" Thunder Meng Reverend's expression was indescribably strange. He stared at Xiaohua for a long while, then said with an emotionless voice, "According to the rules set by founder Qian Yun himself, any disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect who guards the Thousand Thunder Mountain, Myriad Thunder Valley and Imperial Thunder Sea must spare no effort to guard the foundation of our Imperial Thunder Sect's formations. Do not have any negligence or wishful thinking. If you discover the slightest abnormality, immediately report it to your Thunder Palace. The palace masters of the various Thunder Palaces who receive the news can, according to the urgency of the matter, report it to the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace, or even directly to the Sect Master of the Great Thunder Palace. If the responsibility of the person in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley and Imperial Thunder Sea causes the formation of our Imperial Thunder Sect to be damaged, depending on the severity of the situation, a light punishment will be to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the Imperial Thunder Sect. A heavy punishment will be to immediately search his soul and kill him on the spot." "Ah?" Thunder Meng Reverend's words struck Xiaohua's heart like a bolt from the blue, causing him to almost cry out in surprise. This was really beyond his expectations. He really did not expect that the Myriad Thunder Valley, which had been weak for so many years, would actually have such an important position in its early years. It actually required the founder of the sect, Founder Qian Yun, to personally give the order. Furthermore, the punishment for a mistake was so heavy. This kind of punishment was far beyond Xiaohua's imagination. "Junior brother Lei Meng, do you think the annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley, which Xiaohua is currently in charge of, is light or heavy?" Fairy Xianhua asked indifferently. Thunder Meng Reverend sighed, replying, "Naturally extremely heavy, heavy to the point of no return. Not only has the Myriad Thunder Valley ceased to exist, even the sect protecting formation of our Imperial Thunder Sect has been affected. However what?" Fairy Xianhua continued, "However, is the current situation of the Myriad Thunder Valley different from before?" "Yes." Thunder Meng Reverend's reply was somewhat low, and even very reluctant. Disciple asks Martial Uncle Lei Meng a question. Qian Fengju, the palace master of Qian Yun's Thunder Palace, stepped out from the crowd, bowing and asking, "What Martial Uncle said just now, was it the words of the founder of our Imperial Thunder Sect himself?" "Yes." Thunder Meng Reverend's reply was somewhat lower. "Then, in all these years has any sect master of our Imperial Thunder Sect changed this sect law?" Qian Fengju's voice was equally calm. "No." Thunder Meng Reverend's voice was almost inaudible. Disciple has no more questions. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Lei Meng's teachings. Qian Fengju retreated like the wind. Plop, Xiang Yang, who was at the side, couldn't help but kneel down and say anxiously, "I would like to inform all the palace masters that this is the first time Xiaohua is on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. This is all my fault for not informing Xiaohua of this rule. He simply does not know the importance of being on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. If you want to pursue responsibility, this junior is willing to share half of it with junior brother Xiao." Xiangyang, when you were on duty for the first time, it was your master who personally told you this sect law, right? Fairy Xianhua asked indifferently. Yes, Xiangyang was slightly startled, but he still answered honestly. Cui Hongshan, when you were on duty for the first time, it was your master who personally told you this sect law, right? Fairy Xianhua also asked indifferently. Yes, Cui Hongshan was also slightly startled, but looking at Zhuo Minghui, who was at a loss, he still answered. This is the first sect law of the Myriad Thunder Valley, which is above the other sect laws of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It is something that all disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley must remember in their hearts. Fairy Xianhua said, Master told this disciple the sect law to let this disciple understand the importance of the Myriad Thunder Valley. If your master had no choice but to tell this sect law to all of you, and all of you committed a mistake, would you still want your master to bear the responsibility? Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan were dumbfounded. They did not dare to nod again. If they really nodded, then even Wu Qi would be implicated. The sect law clearly states that the disciples on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley must bear the responsibility for the changes in the Myriad Thunder Valley, but it does not mean that even the master has to bear the responsibility. Our Imperial Thunder Sect is a large sect in the Shi country. We have a complete system of rules and regulations. We will never wrong a good person, and we will never tolerate a bad person. Fairy Xianhua continued. Since Xiangyang admitted that he made a mistake in teaching Xiaohua a lesson, then he also has to bear the responsibility. Increase the whip punishment by 30. But if you want to share the blame for Xiaohua, that is absolutely impossible. If this matter were to spread out, it would ruin the reputation of our Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes. Xiangyang bit his lips. He did not know how to respond to Fairy Xianhua's explanation. Chapter 3056. At this point, Fairy Xianhua raised her head and said, Junior brother Lei Meng, do you think I'm right? This Myriad Thunder Valley is a subordinate of your Thunderous Palace, and these disciples are also disciples of Thunderous Palace. You have to understand this in your heart. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. Senior Sister Xianhua is right. I have nothing to say. Reverend Lei Meng's voice became softer and softer after several questions. He already understood a lot in his heart, and could only helplessly reply, I still have the same words. Things have changed with the passage of time. The current Imperial Thunder Sect is not the Imperial Thunder Sect of the past. Some sect laws were extremely suitable in the past, but may not be suitable now. Senior sister, please think more about it. Junior brother Lei Meng, your words may be somewhat reasonable. However, you have to understand, how many sect laws did the founder leave behind? If these sect laws are not followed by us Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, then is the Imperial Thunder Sect still the Imperial Thunder Sect? Who would still remember the founder in their heart, who would still put the Imperial Thunder Sect in their heart? Fairy Xianhua narrowed her eyes and said without any trace of politeness, Moreover, let me ask you, can the Myriad Thunder Valley's Myriad Thunder Tide disappear in an instant? There must have been a warning sign long ago, and it has been there for the past 10 days. Why didn't Xiaohua discover it even once? Why didn't he report it even once? My Great Thunder Palace's order was for him to stay in seclusion and guard the Myriad Thunder Valley, not just seclusion. Xiaohua was only in seclusion, and did not assume the responsibility of guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley. If this is not Xiaohua's negligence, then what is it? Especially, the damage to my Imperial Thunder Sect caused by the Myriad Thunder Valley's Myriad Thunder annihilation is unknown to Zhuo Minghui, Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan, Xiaohua, but junior brother Lei Meng, how can you not know? Since it has already caused such serious consequences, can I punish Xiaohua according to the sect laws written by the founder himself? Reverend Lei Meng was speechless. Besides, now that the great battle of Dao and Sword has ended, my Dao sect suffered a great defeat, and the fate of tens of thousands of my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples is unknown. Do you think Xiaohua's life is worth the lives of tens of thousands of my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples? Even though he's a terrifying phoenix, and even though he's made great contributions in the Dao Sword War, he still has to admit his crimes in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's laws. Not to mention him, even the #1 meritorious disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect, junior brother Nameless, has made a mistake here and violated the sect law set by the founder of my Imperial Thunder Sect. This old woman will still make him admit his guilt in front of the sect law. If I don't even understand this point and can't even deal with this matter, how can I rack my brains to save the tens of thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fairy Xianxia was impassioned. Even if the tens of thousands of disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect return to the mountain, how can this old woman explain to them the reason why the lightning in Myriad Thunder Valley was annihilated? What did they think of the Imperial Thunder Sect that they risked their lives to protect? The honor of the Imperial Thunder Sect that was defended with blood? Fine. At this moment, not to mention Thundermeng Daoist, even Xiaohua was persuaded by Fairy Xianxia. Actually, the annihilation of 10,000 lightning in Myriad Lightning Valley was Xiaohua's doing. It was just that he couldn't explain it to everyone. Fairy Xianhua's punishment couldn't be considered wrong. It was just that this punishment was really too heavy, so heavy that it was unbearable. Moreover, Xiaohua originally had something to rely on and wanted to reveal his identity as Nameless at the crucial moment to cover up his crime. However, after hearing Fairy Xianhua's words, this thought was extinguished. Xiaohua's heart unconsciously turned to ashes. However, after thinking about it again, to first have his soul searched and then be killed, no matter who it was, they would hesitate and resist, right? Xiaohua began to steal glances outside the Great Thunder Hall. However, just as Xiaohua's thoughts of fleeing rose, he saw Xiang Yang's figure still kneeling on the ground. Alas, senior brother and junior brother Cui are both so responsible. They know in their hearts that this crime is punishable by death. However, they both rush to plead guilty on my behalf. How can I hastily escape now? Xiaohua sighed with emotion. If I leave and roam free outside Sky Thunder Peak, what about the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley? What about Master and Master's wife? They will definitely be punished because of this. Forget it, forget it. Just as Xiaohua was about to give up, Fairy Xianhua said again, of course, Myriad Thunder Valley belongs to Shocking Thunder Palace and Xiaohua is a disciple of Shocking Thunder Palace. I can't not listen to junior brother Lei Meng's words. After all, I'm not the sect master. Moreover, before the sect master went into seclusion, he wanted us to decide the important issues within the sect together. This matter involves the life and death of the meritorious officials of the great battle of Dao and Sword. I naturally can't be too arbitrary. Hearing this, Lei Meng Daoist's eyes brightened, as if he saw hope. At the same time, hope emerged in the hearts of Xiaohua and the others. This matter will be decided by the 8 great thunder palaces of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Fairy Xianhua looked to the left and right. The 8 great thunder palaces will give their opinions. If more than half of them agree, then I will decide on behalf of the sect master. If not, then escort Xiaohua to Thunder Prison and wait for the sect master to come out of seclusion before making a decision. In addition, since the palace masters of Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace are not here, the 2 palace masters will decide together. Good, Lei Meng Daoist clapped, his eyes shining. Many thanks senior sister Xianhua. No need. Fairy Xianhua said coldly, I've said it before. My Imperial Thunder Sect is a famous sect, and everything has to be done according to the rules. This matter is just me following the rules, so there's no need to thank me. Moreover, on behalf of my Kunlei Palace, regardless of Xiaohua's military exploits, according to the sect law, I agree to soul search Xiaohua and execute him immediately. Lei Meng Daoist bit his lips and looked at the palace masters of Qianlei Palace. In a short while, the palace masters of Qianlei Palace unanimously agreed with Fairy Xianhua's opinion. What about Canlei Palace? Lei Meng Daoist looked at Canlei Palace, which also had no palace master. In his heart, Canlei Palace had no conflict with Xiaohua and would not make a decision like Qianlei Palace and push Xiaohua into the abyss. Unfortunately, Canlei Palace's decision was just as quick. In a short while, they also had an answer. This answer was even more out of Lei Meng Daoist's expectation. All the palace masters of Canlei Palace also agreed to kill Xiaohua. This is bad. Lei Meng Daoist sucked in a breath of cold air and said to himself, "Didn't Reverend Miyu also fall into Sky Patrol City? I'm afraid these palace masters of Canlei Palace are venting their anger on Xiaohua." Now, there were already 3 lightning palaces that wanted to kill Xiaohua. If one more lightning palace agreed, Lei Meng Daoist did not dare to think further. Fortunately, at this moment, Fairy Xian Feng of Mythical Thunder Palace said, "I feel that although Xiaohua made a mistake, his mistake is not to the point of death. Of course, he can avoid death, but he can't escape punishment. Senior Sister Xianhua, please be magnanimous. I don't agree to kill Xiaohua." Phew, Lei Meng Daoist's hanging heart could finally relax a little. He anxiously looked at Lei Tingzi of Xuanlei Palace. Among the 8 palace masters, Lei Tingzi was the palace master who rarely spoke. Whenever he spoke, even Qianlei master would have to think for a moment. Lei Tingzi said indifferently, "Senior Sister Xianfeng's words are reasonable. Xiaohua's crime is not to the point of death." Good, Lei Meng Daoist almost wanted to clap his hands. Unfortunately, his heart sank again. Because Lei Tingzi continued, "But the law of the clan is the law of the clan. In front of the law of the clan, regardless of status or cultivation level, it is what the secular people often say. If a prince commits a crime, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Moreover, this is the law of the clan personally written by the founding ancestor of my Imperial Thunder sect. I agree with Senior Sister Xianhua's opinion. Kill Xiaohua, uphold the law of the clan, raise morale, and inspire Imperial Thunder sect." What about Zhenlei Palace? Lei Meng Daoist looked at Zhen Yunzi. Disciple will express his opinion first. Without waiting for Zhen Yunzi to speak, Dui Jie of Dui Lei Palace hurriedly said, "Disciple feels that, although Xiaohua committed a mistake, it was ultimately unintentional. His cultivation level is shallow, having just reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Originally, he was barely able to guard Myriad Thunder Valley. With his cultivation level, he might not be able to detect the signs of changes in Myriad Thunder Valley. Therefore, even if he had the heart to be loyal to his duty, he had the heart but was powerless. What's more, the deep relationship between master and disciple in the Myriad Thunder Valley and the deep brotherhood between brothers has moved this disciple's heart even more. Today, even though he clearly knew that he was going to die, he still braced himself and calmly took his place. Isn't this the righteousness that our Imperial Thunder sect usually talks about? Such a righteous person was killed just like that. Not only is it a loss for our Imperial Thunder sect, but it is also a loss for our Dao sect and the Dawn Rain continent. Can Palace Lord Dui's opinion represent the entire Imperial Thunder sect? Qian Fengju of Qian Thunder Palace was also a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Although he was not a Palace Lord, he was not too afraid of Dui Jie and said indifferently, "Palace Lord Dui, you should speak your opinion." Audacious! When this Palace Lord is speaking, what right do you have to speak? Dui Jie was furious. Palace Lord Qian Fengju, why aren't you apologizing to Palace Lord Dui? Fairy Xianhua also scolded unhappily. Yes, Palace Lord Dui. Disciple has some resentment in his heart because he thought of the tens of thousands of disciples who died in Sky Patrol City. Disciple spoke rudely because of that. I hope Palace Lord Dui can forgive me. Qian Fengju was afraid of Fairy Xianhua and hurriedly bowed to apologize. Dui Jie sneered and ignored him. She looked at Lei Tan Immortal and said, "Disciple agrees with Senior Sister Xianfeng's opinion. Xiaohua should be dealt with lightly." Good, both Xiaohua and Xiangyang had tears in their eyes. They seemed to have seen the hope of survival. On the contrary, Lei Tan Immortal was not relaxed. He looked at the palace lords of Qian Thunder Palace and Canlei Palace and frowned slightly as if he was thinking of something. Zhen Yunzi was a little embarrassed. He glanced at Dui Jie and nodded. What Senior Martial Sister Wanfeng and Junior Martial Sister Dui Jie said is reasonable. After all, Xiaohua didn't do it on purpose. It can even be said that he didn't have any ability to save himself. If we punish him for a serious crime, it would be unfair. I also suggest that Xiaohua redeem himself by meritorious service and be dealt with lightly. Ha! Xiaohua's face did not conceal his joy. Now the situation was 4 against 3. Including Lei Tan Immortal of Qian Thunder Palace who had not spoken, it was definitely a 50-50 chance. According to Fairy Xianhua, she could not kill him at this time. Instead, she could only send him to Thunder Prison and wait for Master Qian Lei to come out of seclusion. Thinking of what he had done for Imperial Thunder Sect and his identity as a nascent soul nameless, Xiaohua could already foresee the prospect of Master Qian Lei pardoning him. Naturally, Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and Cui Hongshan were overjoyed. Chapter 3057. However, at this moment, when everyone in Myriad Thunder Valley felt that the outcome was already decided, Thunder Meng Daoist's words threw everyone into the abyss. Xiaohua. Thunder Meng Daoist asked, I remember you received the sect master's special pardon order during the Dao Sword War? Xiaohua stared blankly, somewhat puzzled. Do you still have it with you? Thunder Meng Daoist asked kindly. Yes, Xiaohua said, taking out the sect master's special pardon order without hesitation. Good. Seeing the special pardon order, Thunder Meng Daoist relaxed and said loudly, I also agree with Fairy Xianhua's opinion. Immediately search Xiaohua's soul and execute him according to the sect's rules. However, since Xiaohua has the sect master's special pardon order, no matter what serious crime, as long as it is not an unforgivable crime, he can be spared. Therefore, I suggest that Xiaohua be stripped of his identity as a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect and be expelled from Sky Thunder Peak. What? Not only was Xiaohua dumbfounded, all the palace masters and hall masters in Great Thunder Palace were also dumbfounded. No one would have thought that, in the end, when Xiaohua was about to be lightly punished, Thunder Palace's Thunder Meng Daoist, who had always been protecting Xiaohua, actually pushed Xiaohua out and suggested that Xiaohua be expelled from Imperial Thunder Sect. Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. With Thunder Meng Daoist's betrayal, it was already 5 against 3. There was absolutely no possibility of a comeback. Xiaohua, Thunder Meng Daoist said indifferently, Fairy Xianhua is right. The sect's rules are the sect's rules. You made a mistake, no matter what excuse you have, it is still a mistake. Since it is a mistake, you have to bear it yourself. The sect's rules are also very clear. The light punishment is crippling your cultivation and expelling you from Imperial Thunder Sect. The heavy punishment is death on the spot. You have the sect master's special pardon order and can avoid the most important punishment, but the lightest punishment is still expulsion from Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if I want to help you, I can't avoid the sect's rules. If we can avoid the sect's rules, how can our Imperial Thunder Sect become a sect? Don't you think so? Sigh. Xiaohua was really speechless. After all, he really did make a mistake. After all, he has to bear this responsibility. Senior Sister Xianhua, do you agree with what I said? Lei Meng Daoist raised his head and looked at Fairy Xianhua with indifferent eyes. His eyes also swept across the palace masters of Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace. Apparently, Fairy Xianhua had forgotten that Xiaohua had received a special pardon from the sect leader. Now that she heard Thunder Tablet Reverend mention it, she understood that with this object, she would not be able to take Xiaohua's life or even abolish his cultivation base. After pondering for a moment, Fairy Xianhua nodded and said, It is rare for Thunder Tablet Reverend to be so selfless as to take the words of the founding ancestor of our Imperial Thunder Sect to heart. If no one else has any objections, then this is the decision. Naturally, there were many palace masters from Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace who were unhappy about this, but under the gaze of Reverend Thunder Meng and Fairy Yaofeng, they all shut their mouths obediently. Alright. After waiting for a moment, seeing that no one spoke, Fairy Xianhua opened her mouth and said, Xiaohua, a disciple of Thunderquake Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley, neglected his duty and did not report the abnormality in Myriad Thunder Valley in time. As a result, Myriad Thunder Valley was annihilated and caused a great loss to our Imperial Thunder sect. According to founding ancestor Qianyun's instructions, Xiaohua should be killed on the spot. However, in view of Xiaohua's outstanding military service in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, the current sect leader Qianlei Master bestowed a special pardon to spare his life and not abolish his cultivation base. The special pardon will be revoked and he will be expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua, do you have any objections? Fairy Xianhua finished speaking and looked at Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart was empty, as if he had suddenly become a child without a home. Everything in front of him was a blur. Hearing Fairy Xianhua's words, he nodded blankly. He did not know how to answer. Alright, in that case, Xiaohua, I'll give you 6 hours to say goodbye to your old friends in the Myriad Thunder Valley. All of your spirit stones, elixirs, and cultivation technique jade slips must be left in the Myriad Thunder Valley. When you descend from the Sky Thunder Peak, the patrolling disciples will check your storage pouch. You are not allowed to take anything from the Imperial Thunder sect out of the Sky Thunder Peak. Fairy Xianhua said again, after 6 hours, you will no longer be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If you appear in the vicinity of the Sky Thunder Peak, all of the disciples are allowed to kill you. Yes. Xiaohua nodded blankly and looked at Zhuo Minghui blankly. Zhuo Minghui's tears flowed down. She covered her mouth with her right hand and sobbed softly, not daring to make a sound. You can go back and wait. Fairy Xianhua said indifferently. She seemed a little tired, then turned her head and said, Palace guards, take away the special pardon from Xiaohua. In addition, quickly send people to the Sky Patrol City to investigate the news of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. She then looked at Lei Meng Daoist and Zhen Yunzi and said, once this matter is over, we need to quickly discuss how to deal with the Sky Patrol City. While speaking, a palace guard came in from outside the Great Thunder Hall, taking away the sect master's special pardon medallion from Xiaohua's hands. Just as he was about to lead the three of them away, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something at this moment, asking urgently, this Xiao has been expelled from the sect, then what about my life spirit tablet? Don't worry about it, fellow Daoist Xiao. The palace guard said softly, Palace Master has already given the order. The order to expel disciples was first sent to the Jade Archive Hall. They will return the life spirit tablet to fellow Daoist Xiao when you leave the Sky Thunder Peak. And Xiaohua nodded slightly and followed the palace guard out of the Great Thunder Hall in a daze. When Zhuo Minghui and the other two accompanied Xiaohua to the sky and hurriedly flew towards the Myriad Thunder Valley, the palace guard sighed and withdrew his sympathetic gaze. Zhuo Minghui and the rest of the four remained silent for the time it took to smoke a whole pack of cigarettes. Eldest senior brother? Suddenly, Xiaohua asked as if he was in a dream, Little brother? Little brother isn't dreaming, right? However, without waiting for Xiangyang to answer, Xiaohua said to himself, AI, all of this really seems like a dream. I really hope that when I return to the Myriad Thunder Valley, this long dream will wake me up. Little brother is still in the Myriad Thunder Valley, and Myriad Thunder is roaring. Oh no, little brother would rather not go to the Myriad Thunder Valley and stay in the valley to cultivate with Li and the others. Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Hugh, Xiaohua let out a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. He looked at Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan and said, Eldest senior brother, junior brother Cui, thank you so much for just now. This Xiao didn't think that this Myriad Thunder Valley was actually so important that the two of you could still risk your lives. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua was somewhat choked up and was unable to continue. That's right, this kind of true love, even if they were blood brothers, was nothing more than this. Although they were brothers under the same master, apart from cultivation, short experiences, and short battles, Xiaohua and the two of them didn't interact for a long time. Even when compared to those so-called sworn brothers who pledged their undying love, Xiaohua was still greatly moved by the fact that Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan were willing to sacrifice their lives for him under such circumstances. Putting himself in their shoes, Xiaohua asked himself, under the circumstances of having a child and a lovely wife, Xiaohua would still be hesitant. How could he be compared to Cui Hongshan's prompt decision? He couldn't be compared to Xiang Yang's swift and decisive action. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao is now the backbone of my myriad Thunder Valley. With you, there is also my myriad Thunder Valley. How can this elder brother let you go and accept your punishment?" Of course, this elder brother also didn't know that the punishment was actually so heavy. Right now, this elder brother's heart is also panicking. How could Xiaohua believe Xiang Yang's words? Now, he already knew the meaning behind Cui Hongshan's gaze when he left the myriad Thunder Valley. It was absolute, it was an eternal farewell. Even Cui Hongshan knew the consequences. How could Xiang Yang not know? However, the current Xiaohua didn't want to say anything. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth again and said, "Master's wife, bring me to the place where Master is in seclusion to take a look." No matter what, although this disciple is useless, I am still Master's disciple. Now that this disciple is leaving, it's better to say goodbye to him. Then, he said in self-mockery, "Fortunately, Master is in seclusion now. Out of sight, out of mind. If he was here today, he would definitely kill this useless disciple of mine on the spot, right?" Zhuo Minghui had been enduring all this while, but at this time, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she grabbed Xiaohua's hand and hugged his head in her arms. She cried, "Child, you are the most capable disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley. Although your master has always blamed you, you also know his suffering. He is resentful that you don't live up to his expectations. Don't blame him. No matter if he beat or scolded you, it's for your own good. That day when he heard that you and Hongshan died at Jinquan Mountain, you didn't know his sorrow. It was precisely because of this that he went into seclusion. It was because he wanted to avenge the two of you after he reached Jindan. The reason why he couldn't come out of seclusion for so long. It was because of this knot in his heart. It was because he felt that he had let you down. Even when you became his disciple, he didn't teach you much." Boom! Zhuo Minghui's words struck Xiaohua like a bolt of lightning. That's right, he never understood why he couldn't come out of seclusion for more than 10 years. And Zhuo Minghui never said anything. Wasn't it because of his and Cui Hongshan's deaths? Wasn't this knot in his heart the natural moat that caused him to helplessly condense his Jindan? "Mistress," Xiaohua cried, "if it wasn't for this disciple being too willful, junior martial brother Cui wouldn't have encountered such danger, and Master wouldn't have gone into seclusion like this. This disciple also wouldn't have fallen to such a state. That's right, some things, some people, although very important to you, you might not necessarily pay attention to them. Perhaps these things have already accompanied you for several years, or even several decades, but you have never paid attention to them, because you feel that they are there. Regardless of whether you look at them or not, they will always love you and protect you. But once you lose them, you will realize that once you lose them, your life will immediately become inferior, immediately become dim. And only when you lose them will you know their position in your heart. Chapter 3058. Helplessness went into seclusion. This was something Xiaohua knew the moment he returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, Xiaohua had never thought of going to the place where helplessness went into seclusion to pay him a visit. Perhaps it was because he was rather busy. He went straight to Great Thunder Hall as soon as he returned, and before he could finish telling Xiang Zhili and the others about the great battle of Dao and Sword, he was forced to leave the Imperial Thunder Sect. When he returned from the Imperial Thunder Sect, he immediately went to the Thunder Arena with the Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples without resting in his abode. A few days after the Thunder Arena, he merely gave Wu Qing and the others some pointers in their cultivation, and was immediately punished by Great Thunder Hall to go into seclusion. This seclusion was once again annihilated by lightning, and today he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect by Great Thunder Hall. All these things were connected one by one, like a violent storm. However, did Xiaohua not have time to go to the place where helplessness went into seclusion to pay him a visit? It was only within the Imperial Thunder Sect, near the myriad Thunder Valley, so how far could it be? An hour should be enough, right? How could Xiaohua not have this hour of free time? At worst, Xiaohua could at least ask where helplessness went into seclusion, right? However, Xiaohua did not do any of these. It was only now, with only 6 hours left, that he thought of his most important master in the Imperial Thunder sect. It was not that Xiaohua did not think of it, but that there was a kind of resistance in his heart, a kind of fear, unwilling to see this master who often lectured him. Xiaohua was no longer young, and had long passed the age of believing in tears, but when Zhuo Minghui called him child, he could not hold back his tears. Master's wife. Cui Hongshan's eyes were also red, and he said in a low voice, "Second senior brother, there are only 6 hours left. Although master seclusion is in the myriad Thunder Valley, it's not close." Right. Zhuo Minghui wiped her tears, nodding. "Xiangyang, return to the myriad Thunder Valley first, and tell Qing Lian and the others about this. Xiaohua probably won't have time to return to the myriad Thunder Valley. Pack up his things, take everything that should be taken. Leave it with you first. In addition, have Wu Qing and the others go to Sky Thunder Peak. We'll send Xiaohua out. There's also Shui Sun Shu." Cui Hongshan reminded her in a low voice. "No need." Xiaohua hurriedly. "Shui should be in seclusion. Don't disturb her." "Sun Shu? It's only 6 hours, she won't be able to make it to Sky Thunder Peak." When he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out 2 jade bottles. He passed them to Cui Hongshan and said, "These are for Martial Uncle Zhen Qing from Zhen Lei Palace. Take it and send it to him when you have the time. Apart from Master, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing has shown me great kindness." "Yes, I understand." Cui Hongshan took it and reminded, "Senior brother, give me the storage bag as well. I'll give it to senior brother when we leave Sky Thunder Peak." "No need." Xiaohua waves his hand. "There's nothing in this storage bag of yours." "That's right, eldest senior brother, you don't have to pack my things. Little brother will leave that Immortal's cave to Li." "How can that be?" Xiangyang said anxiously. "Now, everything in the myriad Thunder Valley is yours. This is all your reward. Now that you're all alone, or to put it bluntly, you're a rogue cultivator. These spirit stones and other items are exactly what you need." "Haha." Xiaohua cracked a smile. "Even if little brother is a rogue cultivator, I'm still the rogue cultivator with the highest cultivation. What do these spirit stones count for? As long as little brother wants them, I can get them at any time." That's true." Cui Hongshan couldn't help but say, "With senior brother's cultivation, even the most famous rogue cultivator in the country of Shi, Elder 100 Zhang, can't compare to senior brother, right? Go quickly." Zhuo Minghui waves her hand and says, "Xiaohua doesn't need them now. If you need them in the future, send me a message at any time." Although he's no longer a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, the myriad Thunder Valley will always be his home. "Yes, disciple understands." Xiangyang didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly flew away. Zhuo Minghui and Cui Hongshan took Xiaohua to another place. After another hour, they arrived at a mountain ridge not too close to the myriad Thunder Valley. It was a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense. The mountain forest was quiet, with the crisp cries of immortal birds. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and understood that it was a good place for him to go into seclusion and condense his core. "Over there." Cui Hongshan pointed at a low cliff. Needless to say, it was a concealment illusory formation. Xiaohua flew to this place and stared straight at the illusory formation. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, he landed on the opposite side of the cliff and knelt on the ground. He firmly kowtowed 3 times and said in a low voice, "Master, disciple is unfilial. In the Dao Sword Great Battle, disciple admittedly gained a lot of face for you, but I also brought great trouble to the myriad Thunder Valley. Now, disciple even brought a calamity to the myriad Thunder Valley. Disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect by the Great Thunder Palace. I'm afraid that in Master's eyes, disciple is also an eternal scar. After Master comes out of seclusion, don't be angry." Just treat it as if you've never taken in disciple. Sigh. At the side, Zhuo Minghui sighed. She could practically already imagine Master's rage upon hearing that Xiaohua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect after helplessly coming out of seclusion. Wang. Suddenly, a faint rumbling sound came from the distant illusory formation. Bit by bit, a pressure was released from the illusory formation. Bit by bit, a hurricane appeared out of thin air. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding several dozen li all gathered towards the cliff. Even the white clouds above the illusory formation that had scattered willow catkins earlier were now torn to shreds by an indescribable fluctuation. Master has condensed her core. Cui Hongshan cried out in extreme pleasant surprise. That's right. Xiaohua's face also carried joy. However, he once again looked at the crystal that was slowly growing from the illusory formation, which was even smaller than a thumb. Not only was this crystal small, it was also growing slowly and expanding even slower. It was far from Xiaohua's surging state. Xue Xue is truly a godly person. Zhuo Minghui was practically clapping her hands. She said that she would definitely come out of seclusion before the end of the year. It really is so. Master's wife, Xiaohua, looked at the situation and said indifferently, however, it seems that Master will still need some time to condense her core. If it's not 10 days, it'll still be 20 days. Disciple is afraid that I won't be able to see Master come out of seclusion. Alas. Zhuo Minghui sighed helplessly. Since Master has condensed her core, Master's wife can just wait here. Xiaohua forced a smile and said, eldest senior brother and senior sister are over at Myriad Thunder Valley. You don't need to go over. How can that be? Zhuo Minghui immediately waved her hand and said, your master has already begun to condense her core. Even if there are any mishaps, this old woman can't help. And this time will be this old woman's last time. Even if I see you again in the future, you won't be this old woman's legitimate disciple anymore. Master's wife, don't worry. Xiaohua said with a smile, no matter what, you will always be this disciple's master's wife. Even if this disciple condenses his core or reaches nascent soul, the way I address you will definitely not change, and the respect I will definitely not decrease. Master condensing her core here is the hope of my Myriad Thunder Valley. If you don't stay here, how can it be done? Let's go, this old woman will send you off. Zhuo Minghui didn't wait for him to finish speaking and flew up resolutely. If I didn't bring you here today, this old woman wouldn't have known that he would condense his core. And looking at this situation, the core condensation has just begun. As you said, it will definitely not be completed without more than 10 days, so it's useless for this old woman to stay here. Right, Xiaohua, how did you know that your master needs more than 10 days to condense his core? Yes. Xiaohua's cultivation level is only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he know the details of core condensation? But before Xiaohua could speak, Master's wife, second senior brother, Cui Hongshan could only remind them again. There's still some time to go to Sky Thunder Peak. Let's hurry over, okay? Let's go, Master's wife. Xiaohua took the opportunity to fly up. Shocking Thunder Peak has calculated the time extremely well. It simply doesn't allow this disciple to stop for even a moment. Hurrying to Sky Thunder Peak, the familiar mountain gate was right in front of them. The number of disciples on duty in the nearby sky increased again, and their cultivation levels were much higher than usual. In addition to disciples in the 11th or 12th layer of aura refining, there were some early-stage foundation establishment disciples, and even some late-stage foundation establishment masters occasionally appeared in the clouds. As Xiaohua and the others flew past, they didn't know how many divine senses scanned them, and their vigilance was obvious. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua sighed and gradually understood the consequences of his annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley. But the problem was that Xiaohua himself was also very wrongly accused. Until now, he still didn't know what the thing that fell into his space was, how it got close to him, and how it fell into his space. Foster father. An anxious voice came from Xiaohua's ears. It was Xiangjili's voice. Please wait a moment, the boy and the others are all here, flying slowly. Xiaohua smiled and released his Buddhist awareness, already seeing the disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley chasing behind him. He said, Master's wife, I'm afraid there's still enough time, let's fly slowly. Eldest senior brother and the others are leading aura refining disciples, they may not be as fast as us. But Zhou Minghui naturally also released her divine sense, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any trace of Xiangyang and the others. She didn't understand how Xiaohua knew that Xiangyang hadn't arrived at Sky Thunder Peak, and she also didn't know that Xiang Zhili had a divine ability that she didn't know about. Sure enough, when Xiaohua and the others slowly flew to Sky Thunder Peak, Xiangyang arrived with all the disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley. Without waiting for the others to speak, Xiang Zhili hurriedly said, Foster Father, with your battle achievements and cultivation, the position of Imperial Thunder Sect's head will be yours in the future. Why did they expel you from the Imperial Thunder Sect? The boy heard from father, it's just a cliché, an old rule of the myriad Thunder Valley. Those kinds of rules are for people to break. There were many disciples on duty at Sky Thunder Peak, so Xiang Zhili's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Nonsense, who would dare to claim to be the Imperial Thunder Sect's head in the future? This was probably the first time in their lives that they heard it. When everyone's eyes fell on Xiaohua and saw that he was only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, they all sneered. Naturally, the thought of, this person doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, appeared in their minds. Of course, many people knew Xiaohua. So when they heard that such a meritorious person like Xiaohua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect, they were greatly surprised. Chapter 3059. Xiaohua forced a smile and stopped him. How can a person's life be smooth? If it's not at the bottom of the valley, then it's at the peak of the valley. Foster Father made a mistake today and is already willing to admit it. Presumably, you also know that being expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect alive is already the best outcome. But, Xiang Zhili argued, my myriad Thunder Valley isn't as important as before. There's no need to argue about this matter at this time. Xiaohua shook his head. In the Great Thunder Palace, your father and even Thunder Meng Daoist argued with reason, but they couldn't convince the masses. What's the use of you talking about it? Moreover, this matter may not be a bad thing for Foster Father. It's only because you and your family are in Myriad Thunder Valley that Foster Father is concerned. Side boy knows. Xiang Zhili sighed. In the end, my Myriad Thunder Valley and my Imperial Thunder Sect aren't places that Foster Father and other hidden dragons can occupy. Foster Father is also absolutely not a fish in a pond. When Foster Father transforms into a dragon in the 9 heavens, that will be the time for Great Thunder Palace to regret. Before Xiaohua could open his mouth to express his modesty, several late-stage Foundation establishment disciples had already flashed out from the clouds and sneered. They stood straight not far from the crowd, clearly having already heard the news of Xiaohua being expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiang Zhili also sneered, looking somewhat provocatively at these people. No need to pay attention to them. Xiaohua laughed. Dragons will eventually soar into the 9 heavens. Those who aren't dragons will never know the pride of dragons. Junior brother Xiao. Yan Qinglian flew up, biting her lips and bowing. Others don't know how good you are, but Xiang Yang and I are grateful. Even now, we still have the friendship of martial brothers. Please accept our family's thanks. At this time, Xiang Zhili was extremely obedient. He hurried to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's side and bowed respectfully. Yes, if not for Xiaohua, how could Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian break through to late-stage Foundation establishment? If not for Xiaohua, how could Xiang Zhili come about? How could Xiang Yang's family of 3 escape from the blood seal? After Xiang Yang finished his greeting, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming also stepped forward. At this time, Cui Yingying didn't know what was going on. She placed her small white finger in her mouth and shyly hid in Dui Qiming's embrace, revealing half an eye to look at Xiaohua. If eldest senior brother wants to thank senior brother, then the two of us must thank senior brother even more. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiao Hua and said, previously, this younger brother did not understand senior apprentice brother's good intentions, and even went against senior apprentice brother. The battle between the sword and the Dao made me realize that I was a frog in a well. If it wasn't for you, I would have died on the battlefield. How could I have held the dual cultivation ceremony with Qimeng? Where would Yingying be? Second senior brother, please accept a bow from me and my family. As he spoke, Cui Hongshan, Dui Qimeng, and Cui Yingying, whose head was pressed down by Dui Qimeng, knelt down. That's right, if it wasn't for Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng would have died at Foul Crow Mountain and wouldn't have been able to reach Sky Patrol City. If it wasn't for Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan wouldn't have been able to escape from the battle at Quanjin Mountain, and Dui Qimeng wouldn't have been able to escape from Tu Hongji's vicious hands. How could the clouds disperse and the sky clear, and the two of them finally get married? How could they advance to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm in Xiao Hua's hands? This younger brother also thanks second senior brother for his kindness. Immediately after, Wu Qing also stepped forward. Although his face was still indifferent, he also bowed respectfully. That's right, if it wasn't for Xiao Hua, where would the lightning core come from? Where would Wu Qing come from? As for the lightning core in Wu Qing's body, the current Wu Qing probably still didn't know its true power, right? We thank Martial Uncle for his kindness in teaching us. Without waiting for Wu Qing to get up, Zhen Quan and the others knelt down again. That's right, if it wasn't for Xiao Hua, they wouldn't have entered the Myriad Thunder Valley, and they wouldn't have been able to meet Xiao Hua. Currently, the cultivation conditions in the Myriad Thunder Valley should be the best in the entire Imperial Thunder Sect. As for Xiao Hua's previous teachings, it had even pointed out a brand new realm for their cultivation. This kind of influence was the same as Wu Qing's and Cui Yingying's lightning pellets. Only when they understood it in the future would they know how precious it was. At this time, there were already quite a few disciples on Sky Thunder Peak. Most of them were disciples on guard duty at the mountain gate. They were somewhat dumbstruck. Although there weren't many disciples in the Myriad Thunder Valley, except for Zhuo Minghui, who was at the Gold Core realm, who stood somewhat dejectedly to the side, the other disciples all bowed and thanked Xiao Hua, who was at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. In particular, everyone's faces were filled with respect, and their expressions weren't fake. They really couldn't imagine that an ordinary disciple could actually make so many contributions to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua wasn't being polite now. This was the respect he deserved. In particular, although they were still old friends and their feelings were still the same, their status had an essential difference. Martial Uncle Xiao. In the distance, a panting voice sounded again. When Xiao Hua raised his head, he saw that it was Zhen Hua, who was at the Foundation establishment realm. Xiao Hua raised his brows. He didn't expect Zhen Hua to make it in time. Disciple, just happened to have some business at Jade Archive Hall. Zhen Hua's face was somewhat red, obviously caused by urging his magic power. When I heard about Martial Uncle, I immediately rushed here. Fortunately, I was able to catch up with Martial Uncle. As he spoke, Zhen Hua also bowed and said, Disciple, will never forget Martial Uncle's great kindness. In the future, if Martial Uncle needs anything, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it doesn't affect my Imperial Thunder Sect, Disciple will die 10,000 times without hesitation. If the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley had bowed and thanked Xiao Hua, the disciples on duty at Sky Thunder Peak would have been surprised. However, this Foundation establishment disciple of the Thunderous Palace actually called himself a disciple, thanked Xiao Hua, and called him Martial Uncle. This made them astonished. They knew that if it wasn't for the great kindness, ordinary Foundation establishment disciples would have their own dignity. Cultivators of the same realm, who weren't particularly close to each other, would all have to call each other's senior martial brother. Now, this disciple actually still called him Martial Uncle. Obviously, his kindness was extremely great. Get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand. He looked at the distant horizon and said with a smile, The disciples of Jade Archive Hall should also be here, right? This Xiao's natal tablet is still in their hands. I don't think it'll be so fast. Zhenhua said with a smile. Jade Archive Hall received news that our Dao sect suffered a great defeat at Sky Patrol City. They're currently sorting out the natal tablets of the tens of thousands of disciples who fell in Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. The Thunderous Palace only gave me 6 hours, and it's almost time now. As he spoke, a divine sense swept over, and then a voice familiar to Xiaohua sounded, Xiaohua. Alas, that voice seemed to want to say something but stopped, and it even seemed to be extremely regretful. In the distant horizon, a golden core cultivator flew over at lightning speed. Who else could it be but Zhen Qing? Ah! Seeing Zhen Qing come, Xiaohua smiled and greeted her with a bow. Martial uncle, we meet again. Alas, Xiaohua. Zhen Qing opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. How did you get into such a big trouble? This disciple deserves it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This was indeed his mood. Then, Xiaohua turned to Cui Hongshan and said, Junior brother Cui, give those 2 jade bottles to Martial Uncle Zhen. Cui Hongshan stepped forward and respectfully handed the jade bottle containing the pills to Zhen Qing. Zhen Qing understood Xiaohua's meaning. He knew that Xiaohua was introducing Cui Hongshan to him so that he could watch over him in the future. Thus, he looked at Cui Hongshan and nodded. However, he didn't understand why Xiaohua gave him the jade bottle. When he saw the pills in the jade bottle, he was even more puzzled. This is... Zhen Qing asked in a low voice. At this moment, Xiaohua naturally didn't have any misgivings. He transmitted a few words in a low voice. He didn't say much, only saying Sun Qian's name and what he encountered outside Tongmu City. Hearing this, Zhen Qing's expression changed greatly. She looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes and shouted, Are you telling the truth? How could this disciple deceive Martial Uncle? Xiaohua said with a smile. This is a spiritual pill that this disciple obtained by chance. It might be useful. However, Martial Uncle, please don't reveal this disciple's name. Otherwise, this disciple's life will be at risk. Xiaohua. Zhen Qing bit her lips. She didn't know what to say. Then she bowed and said, This old man, thanks. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly stretched out his hand and stopped Zhen Qing. He smiled and said, Martial Uncle, quickly hand over this disciple's natal spirit tablet. It's almost time. Zhen Qing felt that Xiaohua's spiritual power was surging and didn't seem to be inferior to her. She was already surprised. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, she didn't care about anything else. She clapped her hands and took out Xiaohua's natal spirit tablet. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, this old man represents the Jade Archive Hall to return this natal spirit tablet to you. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder Sect. No matter what you do outside the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can't consider yourself as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Otherwise, the Imperial Thunder Sect won't be so kind. We will definitely send disciples to kill you on the spot. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua impatiently took the life spirit tablet, then channeled his energy and grabbed it. Wang! A strong golden light flashed, and everyone's eyes were dazzled. Xiaohua had already absorbed the drop of blood essence into his body, and in an instant, the jade slip turned into powder and disappeared into the air, not leaving behind a single trace. Phew! After destroying the natal spirit tablet, Xiaohua finally let out a breath of relief. Xiaohua! Zhen Qing was shocked. How do you know how to destroy the natal spirit tablet? This old man hasn't told you yet. That's right. According to the old rules, after Zhen Qing finished speaking, she would have to give the method to destroy the natal spirit tablet to Xiaohua. With Xiaohua's cultivation at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, she would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy the natal spirit tablet. Hee, this disciple already knew. Xiaohua laughed. He clapped his hands again and took out his token and gave it to Zhen Qing. Martial Uncle, do you want to take back this token as well? Of course. Zhen Qing nodded. Also, It seems like you haven't taken back the tokens from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Alright. Xiaohua flipped his hand again. There really was a token. There were even numbers written on it. It was the token from the small house in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua seemed to have never used it after entering the Imperial Thunder Sect. Martial uncle, please keep it well. Xiaohua gave everything to Zhenqing and said, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 3060. No more. Zhenqing's expression was also gloomy. He was originally a sentimental person. Seeing Xiaohua, whom he thought highly of, fall to such a state, he had long been heartbroken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the matters of the Jade Archive Hall and personally come to deliver the life tablet. He said in a low voice, "Next, we should let the disciples on duty search you. As long as you don't have anything from my Imperial Thunder Sect in your storage bag, you can leave the mountain. Once you leave Sky Thunder Peak, you will no longer be a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect." Alright. Xiaohua turned around and said loudly, "Which fellow Daoist will come and check me?" Alas, Zhenqing glanced to the left and said loudly, "Xiaohua was previously a meritorious member of my Imperial Thunder Sect, and he was even the famous terrifying phoenix in the Great War of Dao and Sword. If you all perform a body search with your level of cultivation, you will be tarnishing Xiaohua's reputation for no reason. How about I do it myself? If Great Thunder Palace blames me, I will take responsibility." Yes, disciple understands. A few aura-refining disciples and even foundation-building disciples who were about to leave stopped and respectfully said, "Master, you're the one who's going to leave." Xiaohua pulled out the storage bag on his waist and handed it to Zhenqing. He said with a smile, "Martial uncle, please take a look." Zhenqing took it and looked at it. He couldn't help but smile. "Your storage bag is empty, what's there to see?" Then, he threw it to a foundation-building disciple and said, "You also take a look." That foundation-building disciple naturally knew that Xiaohua wouldn't stupidly put anything in his storage bag. There were so many disciples behind Myriad Thunder Valley, who would take it? Therefore, he also took a look and returned it to Xiaohua. "Martial uncle, please search me." Xiaohua raised his hand and said with a smile. Zhenqing stretched out his hand. A green light flashed and covered Xiaohua from head to toe. After a while, Zhenqing smiled. "Correct, there's nothing." "Yes, disciple." Alas, disciple didn't commit a heinous crime and was expelled from the sect. "There's no need to find trouble for myself." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Disciple thanks Martial Uncle Zhenqing for taking care of me during these decades in Imperial Thunder Sect." "You're welcome." Zhenqing returned the greeting. "Although you are no longer a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, if you have the time, you can still return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man will wait for your return." "All right, if I have the time, I will come back." Xiaohua's eyes were somewhat moist. When he turned his head to look at Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan, Yan Qinglian, and Dui Qiming, his gaze shifted from one person to another. His tears couldn't help but fall. The Imperial Thunder Sect was finally leaving. Master's wife, eldest apprentice brother, apprentice sister, junior apprentice brother Cui, junior apprentice sister Dui, Li, Wuqing, all apprentice nephews. Xiaohua bit his lip, holding back the tears that fell. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, when it came to truly parting, even though it didn't involve life and death, he still couldn't help but feel heartache. After all, when they met again, it was no longer their original bodies. Senior brother, godfather, uncle master, everyone bowed in unison. Xiaohua's heart ached when he saw this. His vision was a little blurry. He bowed deeply and called out, "Until we meet again." Then, lightning flashed around his body and thunder rumbled. With a flash of light, Xiaohua's figure streaked across everyone's eyes, rushing out of the Sky Thunder Peak. "How dare you, this place!" A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple in the sky was furious. He was about to shout at Xiaohua to stop flying. After all, The Imperial Thunder sect had a rule that low-level disciples couldn't fly in front of the Sky Thunder Peak. However, when he saw Xiao Hua instantly fly out of the Sky Thunder Peak and disappear into the sky, he was stunned and muttered, This is the Imperial Thunder transformation. How is this possible? Even Zhen Qing turned pale with fright. However, after a moment, Zhen Qing woke up and couldn't help but exclaim, He is nameless. Yes, in the entire Imperial Thunder sect, how many people could cultivate the lightning escape technique to the Imperial Thunder transformation? It seemed that other than sect master Qian Lazy, there was only nascent soul Nameless who appeared briefly in the Dao sword battle, right? At the same time, he suddenly realized that if Xiao Hua didn't have Nameless strength, how could he know about Sun Qian? Instantly, everyone on the Sky Thunder Peak was stunned. Silence, not a single sound could be heard. The Great Thunder Palace expelled a disciple. This disciple wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley, but the famous terrifying phoenix in the Dao sword battle. Furthermore, he was a nascent soul cultivator, the one who saved tens of thousands of Dao sect cultivators from the sword tomb, the one whose lightning escape technique was almost on par with the sect masters. You all? Zhen Qing immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Her gaze swept over and she said coldly, This matter, no one can leak it out or else you will be killed without mercy. Then, just as Zhen Qing was about to fly, a wave of endless pressure like rolling waves pressed down on her, and an unrestrained divine sense also swept over. Sect Master has advanced. Zhen Qing's expression shook. Although her body trembled under the pressure, she still cried out in surprise. Fortunately, the pressure and divine sense disappeared in a flash. Those low-level disciples who lost control and fell into the air were caught by the masters who recovered their magic power in time. Alas, this old man has to go to the Great Thunder Palace to report to the sect master. Zhen Qing swept her gaze over the people of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Junior sister Minghui, you also come along. Yes, Zhou Minghui's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She was more shocked than anyone else. How could she have thought that the little 10th layer Qi refining loose cultivator was actually a nascent soul cultivator now? On the contrary, Xiang Zhili's face carried a kind of understanding and carefree expression. Inside the Great Thunder Palace, the pressure and divine sense of the late nascent soul stage swept over everyone, causing them to go wild with joy. Fairy Xianhua's face was relaxed. She was the first to fly over from the praying mat, clapping her hands and smiling. Great! Sect Master has come out of seclusion. We can temporarily take off our heavy responsibility. As she spoke, she led everyone out of the Great Thunder Palace. Sure enough, in the distant horizon, a bolt of lightning streaked across, faster than a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of everyone. After the lightning flickered a few times and was extinguished, Master Qian Lei was revealed with a smile on his face. Congratulations on advancing to the late nascent soul stage, Sect Master. Fairy Xianhua and the others bowed and smiled. Ha, what a fluke. Master Qian Lei waved his hand and lifted everyone up. This old man's accumulation of cultivation is still insufficient. If not for the change in my Imperial Thunder sect today, this old man would have broken through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out of seclusion for several years. Oh! Fairy Xianhua was taken aback and seemed to have thought of something. Then, Reverend Lei Meng smiled and said, It seems that Sect Master's lightning escape technique has also improved. I'm afraid it's on the verge of the Imperial Thunder transformation, right? Hee, Lei Meng's vision is really good. Master Qian Lei smiled. Lightning birth and lightning death is the essence of the change. As long as you break through the shackles of life and death, you can shock the heavens with lightning. Speaking of this, Master Qian Lei looked at everyone again, then at the left side of the Great Thunder Palace. He smiled and said, What happened to my Imperial Thunder sect? There was actually a Lightning Meng image? Fairy Xianhua smiled bitterly and said, All right, Sect Master knows that the Myriad Thunder Valley disappeared. 30% of the arrays in my Thunder Mountain range were affected. Oh damn it! Master Qianlei was shocked. How could such a change happen when he was guarding the myriad Thunder Valley? Why didn't he find any clues? It's not that he was helpless. Fairy Xianxia sighed and was about to explain, but Reverend Lei Meng next to her said, Sect Master, if it weren't for the destruction of the myriad Thunder Valley, Sect Master wouldn't have come out of seclusion, right? Master Qianlei snorted coldly and said, even if I can't come out of seclusion, I can't say that helplessness is meritorious. The influence of the myriad Thunder Valley. That's not right. Previously, the myriad Thunder Valley could affect the arrays in my Thunder Mountain range, but now. Fairy Xianxia saw that Master Qianlei was also surprised and could only say, Sect Master, please come into the Great Thunder Palace and let me report to you one by one. Then let's go in. Master Qianlei nodded, but he didn't forget to say, no matter what, we have to punish helplessness properly. However, after listening for a full hour, Master Qianlei's expression changed several times, and he actually closed his eyes and didn't say anything. The entire Great Thunder Palace was abnormally quiet. Fairy Xianxia looked at Master Qianlei's somewhat gloomy face and felt nervous. Fairy Yao Feng, Reverend Lei Meng, and the others lowered their heads and looked at the ground of the Great Thunder Palace expressionlessly. After the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, Master Qianlei raised his head and opened his eyes. His two lightning-like eyes swept across the Great Thunder Palace, the many palace masters, and the many palace masters, whose faces were filled with fear. He opened his mouth and said sorrowfully, Alas! My Dao sect, who fought for more than 10 years, was defeated in the end. My Imperial Thunder sect's disciple, who tried to rescue Sky Patrol City, was unable to escape the calamity. My Imperial Thunder sect, who was annihilated by the myriad thunder lightning, lost its golden soup. My Imperial Thunder sect, who lost its footing and was chased by the sky lightning. Fairy Xianxia and the others lowered their heads and looked gloomy when they heard this. Lei Meng. Master Qianlei didn't blame Fairy Xianxia, but coldly looked at Reverend Lei Meng and said, Why did you agree to expel Xiaohua? Is it because you're afraid that the Heavenly Thunder Palace and Canlei Palace will make things difficult for Xiaohua? Hearing Master Qianlei's question, Reverend Lei Meng raised his head and looked directly at Master Qianlei. He answered without hesitation, Xiaohua fought a bloody battle in the Dao Sword War and protected my Imperial Thunder sect's first team from losing a single person. Later on, he joined the Assembly Hall's Special Task Force and once again made illustrious achievements in battle. Among sword cultivators, he was known as the terrifying phoenix that struck fear in people's hearts. However, it was because of a problem with the transmission of a message that thousands of aura-refining disciples besieged the myriad Thunder Valley. This was under the condition that Reverend Mi Yu and Reverend Quangqian hadn't returned, and the tens of thousands of disciples hadn't returned. If they had returned, I wouldn't dare to rule out the possibility that these disciples might have misunderstood Xiaohua. They weren't qi-refining disciples anymore. If someone challenged Xiaohua in the Thunder Plains, where would he go? I've heard that flowers within the walls are fragrant outside the walls. I'm afraid this is the truth, right? Instead of letting Xiaohua live in fear and danger in the Imperial Thunder sect, it's better to let Xiaohua leave my Imperial Thunder sect. Perhaps he can live for a few more years. Chapter 3061. Humph, do you think the tens of thousands of disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect are so unreasonable? Don't you know that this punishment order is just a temporary measure? Master Qianlei said angrily. Reverend Lei Meng wasn't afraid. He knew that Master Qianlei was angry at the palace masters of Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace, not him. However, he still said bluntly, Sect Master, everyone in the Great Thunder Palace knows that the punishment order is just a temporary measure. However, some people can't help but be jealous of Xiaohua's achievements and the rise of the myriad Thunder Valley. The challenge of 1,800 Foundation Establishment disciples is really beyond my expectations. Can you say that there are no people with bad intentions behind this? Besides, Xiaohua violated the sect law written by ancestor Qian Yun himself, and Fairy Xianhua's punishment was also reasonable. Is there anything wrong with my secondment? Alas, Master Qian Lei sighed. That sect law was written by ancestor Qian Yun, but it's no longer applicable. Why can't you break the old and create a new one? Expelling Xiaohua like this will not only chill the hearts of the disciples who survived the war, but also damage my Imperial Thunder sect. Sect Master. Fairy Xianhua shook her head. I don't agree with your words. Master Qian Lei glanced at her and said indifferently, say it. It's important to break the old and create a new one, but it's even more important to uphold the strict rules of my Imperial Thunder sect. Getting rid of a terrifying phoenix and expelling a foundation establishment disciple will make all the disciples understand the importance of abiding by the sect law. I think it's worth it. The surviving disciples, and even the tens of thousands of disciples who come back will respect the sect law even more. They won't be arrogant and affect the sect's usual rules. Maybe so. Master Qian Lei was a bit annoyed. He felt pity for Xiaohua. Not only did Xiaohua enter the Imperial Thunder sect with the thunder-devouring bead, he also made a name for himself as a terrifying phoenix in the great battle of Dao and Sword. In the end, he even saved Qian Qinghua. It was really a pity that such a blessing was expelled just because the myriad Thunder Valley was gradually withdrawing from the Imperial Thunder sect's formation. However, the punishment of Fairy Xianhua's group was quite reasonable. The founding ancestor of the Imperial Thunder School had indeed followed the rules, so Qian Lei had nothing to say. At this moment, a palace guard came in and reported, Zhen Qing of the Jade Archive Hall and Zhuo Minghui of the 10,000 Thunder Valley would like to see you. They have an extremely important matter. Oh! Master Qian Lei was slightly taken aback, but Fairy Xianhua's heart skipped a beat as she inwardly calculated. Wasn't this the time when Xiaohua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect, and the two of them flew from the Sky Thunder Peak to the Great Thunder Hall? When Fairy Xianhua turned to look at Lei Meng Daoist was also puzzled. Let them in. Qian Lei waved his hand. Yes, the palace guard answered. Not long after, Zhen Qing and Zhuo Minghui entered the Great Thunder Palace. Facing Qian Lei, Zhuo Minghui trembled even more. She stood behind Zhen Qing and bowed respectfully. She did not dare to say anything. Zhen Qing, Zhuo Minghui, what's so important? Qian Lei said calmly. Sect Master, Zhen Qing gnashed her teeth, her face full of anger. Looking at the people on the praying mats, she asked word by word. Disciple wants to ask, who expelled Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder sect? Qian Lei frowned and said indifferently, Zhen Qing, you are now the Vice Palace Master of the Jade Archive Hall. Why do you not know the severity of the matter? You actually came to the Great Thunder Hall to question your master? When Xiaohua was expelled, didn't Zhuo Minghui say that she was also in the Great Thunder Hall? She didn't tell you? Disciple naturally heard Zhuo Minghui's words on the way here. However, Disciple wants to ask Sect Master. Zhen Qing became even more sorrowful as she asked solemnly, do you know the details of the matter? I know. Qian Lei nodded. Although I have just come out of seclusion, I have already received the report. Expelling Xiaohua was the collective decision of the Great Thunder Hall. If this old man was here, I would also do the same. Therefore, this old man also agreed with their decision. Of course, Xiaohua is very pitiful. However, the rules of the sect cannot be changed. Although he is a terrifying phoenix, he still has to bear the responsibility for his mistakes. AI, Zhen Qing sighed deeply, then said word by word, Disciple came to the Great Thunder Hall not only to investigate who expelled the terrifying phoenix from the Imperial Thunder sect, but also to ask, who was it that expelled our Imperial Thunder sect's mighty sword cultivator and Dawn Rain Continent's nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect? Ah? What? Qian Lei was greatly shocked. He instantly stood up from the praying mat and appeared in front of Zhen Qing in a flash. Lightning flashed around his body as he said hurriedly, You said, Xiaohua is nameless? Hearing Qian Lei's words, Fairy Xianhua, Reverend Lei and the others finally reacted. They were all moved and stood up, no longer able to sit calmly on the praying mat. That's right. Disciple came to the Great Thunder Hall precisely to report this extremely important news. Xiaohua is nascent soul nameless. You expelled a nascent soul disciple who had cultivated the lightning escape art to the Imperial Thunder transformation realm. Zhen Qing was not afraid of the lightning flashing in Qian Leizi's eyes as she said word by word. How is this possible? Even Reverend Leizi walked down from the praying mat and said in shock, Xiaohua is only a foundation establishment disciple? How do you know Xiaohua is nameless? Qian Leizi stared at Zhen Qing without blinking and scolded, why didn't you report this earlier? Disciple didn't know before. However, when Disciple delivered Xiaohua's natal spirit tablet, I saw Xiaohua fly away from the Sky Thunder Peak and use the Imperial Thunder transformation. Zhen Qing took a deep breath and said, not only Disciple, but all the disciples on duty at the mountain gate saw it. All the disciples in the myriad Thunder Valley knew. Are you sure it was the Imperial Thunder transformation? Qian Leizi's expression changed greatly as he roared. If Disciple couldn't be sure, how could Disciple dare to enter the Great Thunder Hall? Zhen Qing was not afraid at all as she stared at Qian Leizi and answered. Quick! Qian Leizi waved his hand and ordered, send all the disciples on duty back to the Great Thunder Hall. Don't miss a single one. Yes, Zhen Yunzi and Duijie heard and hurried out of the Great Thunder Hall. Also, bring all the disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley to the Great Thunder Hall. Qian Leizi didn't forget to order again. Yes, Zhen Yunzi didn't understand, but he still answered. Phew! Qian Leizi let out a long breath and looked at the trembling Zhuo Minghui. Under Qian Leizi's aura, Zhuo Minghui's face turned pale. Minghui, Qian Leizi asked pleasantly, did you know Xiaohua was nameless? Disciple didn't know. Zhuo Minghui whispered. Disciple only heard from third disciple Cui Hongshan that Xiaohua should be the horrifying phoenix. As for whether he was nameless or not, Disciple never thought about it and never asked. After all, he is only a foundation establishment disciple. How could he be a foundation establishment disciple? Qian Leizi was furious. He is your disciple and you didn't know. Disciple didn't know. Zhuo Minghui knelt down in fright. Xiaohua's master is just a core condensation. How could Xiaohua be a nascent soul? How could disciple know? Oh Minghui, get up. Qian Leizi bitterly smiled and hurriedly helped Zhuo Minghui up, saying, I'm not blaming you. Yes, disciple knows. Disciple also didn't expect Xiaohua to be nameless. Otherwise, Zhuo Minghui said pitifully. Otherwise what? She also didn't know what else. Since Xiaohua is nameless, why didn't he say it before? Fairy Xianhua whispered, if we knew he was nameless, how could we? Senior Sister Xianhua, don't forget. Reverend Leizi shook his head, you said it before, not to mention the horrifying phoenix, even if it was a nascent soul nameless, in front of the rules of the sect, we have to treat them equally. Did I say that? Fairy Xianhua murmured. Reverend Leizi sighed. He really wanted to watch the show from the side, but this matter was really too serious. Expelling a nascent soul realm disciple, this was the biggest joke in the Dawn Rain continent. As a member of the Imperial Thunder sect, how could he dare to stay out of it? Minghui. Qian Leizi looked at the palace master whose face was full of surprise, as well as the hall masters whose faces were filled with fear and terror. Tell me everything that happened after Xiaohua entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, disciple understands. Zhuo Minghui thought for a moment and was about to speak. Don't be anxious. Qian Leizi turned around and sat on the praying mat. Looking at the hall masters, he said indifferently, all of you leave. Before the Great Thunder Palace's order, no one can say half a word about today's matter. If anyone dares to say anything, I'll kill them without mercy. Yes, disciple understands. All the hall masters shrank back, knowing that Qian Leizi was really angry. Lowering their heads, they quietly left the Great Thunder Palace. Poor Zhuo Minghui, she really didn't know much about Xiaohua. After talking for a while, Qianlei and the others still couldn't find any clues. However, it was clear that Xiaohua's love and attachment to the myriad Thunder Valley was real, which made Qianlei's heart move. He immediately interrupted Zhuo Minghui and said, "Lei Meng, hurry up and go find Xiaohua. You have some fate with him, and you're also the palace master of the Thunder Palace. He'll give you some face. Just say that I've already come out of seclusion and know that he was wronged, so I want to clear his name." "Yes, disciple will go right away." Reverend Lazy hurriedly got up. "Also, if he doesn't come back, or feels that he doesn't have any face, you'll accompany him. Wherever he goes, you'll follow. Just wait for my orders." Qianlei seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly ordered, "I'll give him a lot of face. You must remember to let him know that my Imperial Thunder sect is his sect." "Yes, disciple understands." Reverend Lazy didn't dare to be negligent. Xiaohua's expulsion could be considered as him adding fuel to the fire. Thinking about a nascent soul who could suppress Lu Rucheng, a third-grade illusory sword expert, as soon as he appeared, even Reverend Lazy himself didn't dare to say that he could win against 10 third-grade illusory swordsmen. Such a powerful nascent soul, unexpectedly, flew away just like that. Chapter 3062. Watching Reverend Lei Meng leave, Fairy Xianhua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She regretted the way she handled things, but she also hated Xiaohua. He was clearly the terrifying phoenix and nameless. Why didn't he admit it? Since he could shake the sword tomb, why didn't he remind her when he returned to the Imperial Thunder sect? Fairy Xianhua really didn't know why Xiaohua hid his cultivation. Qianlei was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. He narrowed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. He said, "Zhen Qing, you tested Xiaohua's constitution when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. You said he had the hidden fire attribute. Then, are you sure he's a 10th level Qi refining disciple?" "Sect master?" Seeing Qianlei value Xiaohua so much, Zhen Qing's anger subsided. She said in a low voice, "Yes. Disciple is sure Xiaohua is a Qi refining cultivator." "Can't he be a golden core?" Qianlei asked. "This." Zhen Qing smiled bitterly. "Disciple only tested his constitution. Later on, I took him to the Feather Immortal Assembly. His performance during the Feather Immortal Assembly was merely at the standard of a Qi refinement disciple, and there was nothing strange about it. Of course, disciple is also quite puzzled. Xiaohua was only a 10th level Qi refining cultivator, but now he's pregnant. This is simply impossible. Unless he was a late-stage golden core when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be pregnant in just a few decades. If he was already a late-stage golden core, how could he be a loose cultivator?" Fairy Xianhua said coldly, "Then why did we suspect the origin of Qianqing's thunder-devouring bead? Isn't there a reasonable explanation?" Qianlei naturally thought of this. He sucked in a breath of cold air and almost jumped up again. Yes, if Xiaohua was already a late-stage golden core when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, then his scheme was not small. Moreover, Xiaohua's scheme didn't start from when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. It was even before Qianqing got the thunder-devouring bead. That thunder-devouring bead might be Xiaohua's doing. This clearly explained why the lightning in the myriad Thunder Valley disappeared. It was Xiaohua who pushed the Imperial Thunder sect to replace the original lightning pool with the thunder-devouring bead. "Sect master?" Zhuo Minghui gathered her courage and said in a low voice, "Disciple can be sure that Xiaohua is definitely not a late-stage gold core cultivator." Master Qianlei was surprised. Because when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, he didn't have divine sense. His divine sense was only born when he had no choice but to find the jade qilin fruit. Zhuo Minghui clenched her teeth and said, "Moreover, his knowledge. Wait a minute, it's definitely Qi refinement. He doesn't know anything about the Dawn Rain continent." Fairy Xianhua coldly said, "It's too easy for a late-stage golden core cultivator to deceive all of you." Zhen Qing shook her head. Disciple disagrees with martial uncle Xianhua's words. It was possible for him to conceal his cultivation from the late Aurus core stage to the early Aurus core stage, or even the late foundation establishment stage. It's absolutely impossible to hide it to the qi refining stage. Yes, Junior can be sure that Xiaohua's meridians are definitely filled with true qi. Zhuo Minghui once again mustered up her courage and said, yes, it would be fine if it was true essence, but it just had to be true qi. Even if Master Qian Lei, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was disguised as a qi refinement cultivator, it was still impossible, right? Then there's only one possibility. Master Qian Lei said indifferently, Wu Ming isn't a nascent soul cultivator, he's probably just a golden core cultivator. In the Sword Tomb, he was just a core condensation cultivator. It's just that Wu Ming's core condensation cultivator's momentum is too great. It's close to that of a nascent soul cultivator. But what kind of core condensation cultivator can be close to that of a nascent soul cultivator? This seems even more impossible, right? Fairy Xianhua was somewhat dumbfounded. This possibility is more likely than Xiaohua being a late-stage golden core cultivator when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Master Qian Lei said in a low voice, otherwise, my Imperial Thunder sect will be in danger. That's right. If Xiaohua deliberately made things difficult for the Imperial Thunder sect, then he must have done something to the thunder-devouring bead. At this time, most of the Imperial Thunder sect's protective array in the thunder-devouring bead had been activated by the thunder-devouring bead. Perhaps Xiaohua could break the Imperial Thunder sect's protective array with a raise of his hand, right? While they were talking, all the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley, including Zhen Quan and the others, arrived at the Great Thunder Hall. Among the third-generation disciples, except for Xiang Zhili who was calm and collected, Zhen Quan and the others were trembling with pale faces and gathered at the back. Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan, and Dy Qiming had come to the Great Thunder Hall, so they were still normal, but Yan Qinglian couldn't. Just like Zhuo Minghui, she lowered her head and didn't dare to say a word. Wu Qing, on the other hand, looked around with indifferent eyes and only followed behind Cui Hongshan with a calm expression. Master Qian Lei glanced around and saw everyone's reaction clearly. Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing's calmness surprised him slightly. After all, they were just aura-refining disciples in an environment where nascent soul cultivators often appeared. How could they not be disturbed by the solemn atmosphere? Even golden core cultivators would have the same reaction as Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian, so how could two aura-refining disciples not be afraid? Xiang Yang, Fairy Xianhua said, you must have seen Xiaohua when you saw him off. Do you think he's Wu Ming? Xiang Yang nodded. Disciple didn't know before, but after seeing Xiaohua's thunder evasion technique and martial uncle Zhen Qing's affirmation, Disciple thinks Wu Ming must be Xiaohua. But Fairy Xianhua asked again, don't you think it's strange? Xiaohua just entered the Imperial Thunder sect and was only a 10th layer aura refining disciple, but in just a few decades he actually surpassed you, your master, and even Zhen Qing and reached the nascent soul realm. It's not strange. Xiang Yang answered honestly. As long as it's Xiaohua, disciple doesn't find it strange. But hearing that Xiaohua was a nascent soul cultivator wasn't strange, but Master Qian Lei found it strange. Okay, Sect Master knows. Seeing that Xiaohua had already used the Imperial Thunder transformation, Xiang Yang knew he didn't intend to hide his cultivation level, so he told him everything he knew and saw. What? You got the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts? Master Qian Lei was dumbfounded. You both took them? Hey, Sect Master knows. Xiang Yang nodded. Xiaohua didn't hide anything. Most of it was given to the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Disciple's lifespan was extended because he replenished his Dao foundation. Then no wonder Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing's aptitudes are heaven-defying. Master Qian Lei sighed. This kind of luck, this kind of innate talent, was definitely not something others could reach. Cui Hongshan. Fairy Xianhua asked again, what do you think? AI, Cui Hongshan sighed. If Xiaohua is Wu Ming, disciple wouldn't be surprised at all. If it weren't for him, my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team would have died in the Dao Sword War, whether it was Chicken Crow Mountain or Golden Spring Mountain. At this point, Master Qianlei's face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "The third-generation disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley, leave." Yes. Xiang Zhili and the others were stunned, then turned to leave. Xiang Zhili, stay. Master Qianlei said again. Yes. Xiang Zhili stopped again, and Zhen Quan and the others quickly left. Cui Hongshan, this old man wants to ask you? Golden Spring Mountain, Tu Hong. Master Qianlei asked tentatively. Fairy Xianhua and the others suddenly came to a realization. That's right, if Xiaohua is nameless, then killing Tu Hong would be a piece of cake. This. Cui Hongshan hesitated. Xiaohua didn't tell Disciple, and Disciple didn't dare to ask. However, Disciple and Qiming took the Thunder Beast's inner core in Sky Patrol City. And Master Qianlei looked at Fairy Xianhua. Neither of them spoke, but they both understood. For Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming, Xiaohua even killed Tu Hong of Sky Patrol City in front of Shui Yu's Immortal. Fortunately, Master Qianlei felt lucky. Sky Patrol City has already fallen into the hands of sword cultivators, and Shui Yu's Immortal has already died. But then, Master Qianlei laughed secretly. That day, Shui Yu's Immortal couldn't do anything to Xiaohua, and now, Xiaohua's Immortal is beyond Shui Yu's reach. Shui Yu's Imperial Thunder transformation alone is not something Shui Yu can catch up with. In addition, Sect Master, when Xiaohua just joined our Imperial Thunder Sect, he came here. I don't think he's a late-stage Gold Core Realm cultivator. Lei Ting interrupted. Indeed. That day, I also checked it a little. Xiaohua should be a qi refining disciple. So, Xiaohua is indeed Wu Ming. Master Qianlei nodded, and when he just joined our Imperial Thunder Sect, he was indeed a qi refining disciple. However, his magic power is profound, and he's comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator when he's just a core condensation realm cultivator. Fairy Xianhua, Fairy Yaofeng, Lei Ting, and Zhen Yunzi's faces changed slightly. If such a fierce person was pregnant, wouldn't he be comparable to a spirit-severing stage cultivator? What if he was distracted? They didn't dare to imagine. Yes, Disciple also thinks so. Cui Hongshan didn't intend to hide it, and he said everything he could. Come here. After Cui Hongshan finished speaking, Master Qianlei pointed at him. Sect Master. Xiang Zhili quickly walked in front of Master Qianlei. Master Qianlei's body flashed with lightning. As he stretched out his right index finger, a cyan lightning rushed into Xiang Zhili's body. Xiang Zhili didn't even have time to react and immediately fainted. Master Qianlei waved his hand, and Xiang Zhili's body floated up. Master Qianlei's hand flashed with lightning and solemnly pointed at Xiang Zhili's lower dantian. His eyes slowly closed, but after a moment, Master Qianlei opened his eyes again. He waved his hand, and the lightning around Xiang Zhili's body disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, and they were filled with confusion. Do you know what Xiaohua did to you? Master Qianlei asked faintly. I know. Xiang Zhili nodded. This junior once asked my adoptive father for the lightning guiding technique. And Master Qianlei looked at everyone and asked, who else? Disciple, Wu Qing answered faintly. Also canine girl. Dui Qiming didn't dare to hide and quickly said. Cui Yingying was still hiding in her mother's arms, and she didn't even dare to show her face. Chapter 3063. All right, said Master Qianlei, nodding. He waved his hand, causing Xiang Zhili to land on the ground. However, seeing that Reverend Lei Tan was not seated, he asked, did Reverend Lei Tan personally instruct Xiang Zhili? Yes, Xiang Yang said anxiously, the Palace Lord did say that, but my son's cultivation level is still at the aura refinement realm. He hasn't given him any guidance yet. Yes, let him guide me personally in the future. Qian Lazy nodded, then looked at Fairy Ruanfeng and said, "Junior sister Ruanfeng, I'll leave this little girl to you." Fairy Yaofeng was taken aback, but she immediately recovered and nodded. "This subordinate obeys." "Wu Qing," Master Qian Lei said. "Yes, Sect Master." Wu Qing's expression was still indifferent. "From now on, I will personally guide your cultivation," Qian Lazy said with a smile. "What do you think?" "All right, thank you, Sect Master." Wu Qing actually didn't have the slightest trace of surprise, and only replied softly. "Ha," Qian Lazy smiled. He looked around and showed a rare kindness. "The Valley of 10,000 Thunders has been destroyed by thousands of thunders. It no longer has any value. However, your myriad Thunder Valley's lineage will still continue, just like before. This sect will give you a larger area so that you can recruit more disciples. I hope that when Xiaohua returns to the sect in the future, he will be able to see the difference in all of you." Zhuo Minghui and the others were pleasantly surprised. They could hardly believe their ears and thanked him in unison. "All right, you can go back and wait," Master Qian Lei said with a smile. "However, when that bastard comes out of seclusion, tell him to come to Giant Thunder Hall to see me. AI, this sect is also stupid. Nameless, helpless, emotionless. Isn't Xiaohua clearly nameless?" "Yes, but I've already begun to condense my Dan. It's just before the sect leader comes out of seclusion. I'm afraid he'll come out of seclusion very soon." Zhuo Minghui had some courage and hurriedly said, I reckon that he was also affected by the fluctuations of the myriad Thunder Valley's myriad thunder annihilation. That's why he condensed his core." Master Qian Lazy nodded, but then he rolled his eyes and asked, "By the way, does Xiaohua have a good partner in the sect?" Zhuo Minghui replied, "Yes, Xue Xue and Sun Shu of Sun Lei Palace. If it wasn't for some misunderstanding, this disciple intended to propose marriage to Sun Lei Palace very soon." Zhuo Minghui actually pulled the supporting female lead out of thin air. This was truly out of Yan Qinglian and the rest's expectations. Even Dui Qiming couldn't help but glance at Zhuo Minghui. She didn't know what her master's wife was thinking. "There are 2 female cultivators." Qian Lazy laughed. "Reporting to Sect Master, Kai Hongxia of the Huanhua sect should also be one," Cui Hongshan hurriedly said. Master Qian Lei raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fairy Xianhua. Of course, Ruanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect were competitors. "That's right." Zhen Qing suddenly smiled and said, "Back then at the Feather Immortal gathering." As he spoke, he recounted how Fairy Hongxia had betrayed him. Hearing this, Qian Lazy's heart calmed down a bit. However, he couldn't guarantee that Xiaohua wasn't acting. "All right, Zhen Qing, you can go back," Qian Lazy says with a smile. "As for Xiaohua's matter, this sect will make arrangements. Even if the expulsion order won't be revoked immediately, this sect will still satisfy you." "Many thanks, Sect Master." The people of the myriad Thunder Valley express their thanks again and leave the Great Thunder Hall with Zhen Qing. After Zhen Qing flew away, Zhuo Minghui looked at the somewhat gloomy sky outside the Great Thunder Hall and felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. What she experienced today was really too strange. Although her second disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect, which really made her sad, her second disciple brought her too many surprises. Yuanying Wu Ming. He was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect whose reputation was comparable to Qian Lazy's. Everyone knew that after the war, Wu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. As long as Wu Ming opened his mouth, there would definitely be no problem with the position of any Thunder Palace master. Unfortunately, this person had already gone and was no longer in the Imperial Thunder sect. However, it was really because Wu Ming went that the myriad Thunder Valley received so many benefits. Not to mention other things, just thinking about Xiang Zhili, Wu Qing, and Cui Yingying being taught by the 3 Thunder Palace masters, their future was incomparably brilliant. What was all this for? It was all because of Xiaohua's attachment to the myriad Thunder Valley. The Imperial Thunder sect wanted Xiaohua to see their sincerity. Even if Xiaohua didn't return to the Imperial Thunder sect, as long as the myriad Thunder Valley received good treatment, When the Imperial Thunder Sect needed Xiaohua, would Xiaohua not appear? At least, this cultivator who was the #1 in any realm wouldn't make things difficult for the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Let's go, we'll wait and see your master condense his core. Zhu Minghui smiled. This old thing was actually surpassed by his good-for-nothing disciple. When he finds out, I don't know how embarrassed he will be. Don't tell master. Cui Hongshan also smiled. Everyone knew that although Xiaohua had left the Imperial Thunder Sect, his return was inevitable, and very soon, unfortunately in this world, there were never things that ordinary people could predict. Not only did Xiaohua not return soon, when he would return, the situation when he returned, even in their dreams, they couldn't imagine it. If Zhu Minghui and the others could think of it, how could Fairy Xianhua not think of it? After the people of the myriad Thunder Valley left, she sighed and asked in a low voice, Sectmaster, are you trying to let Xiaohua see the sincerity of our Imperial Thunder Sect towards him? Do you think this subordinate handled it incorrectly? Junior sister Xianhua, you think too much. Qian Lazy smiled and said, you handled it correctly. Just now, this old man said in front of Zhen Qing that no matter what decision the Great Thunder Palace makes, our sect will agree. However, since Xiaohua is Wu Ming, this name is too big. Our Imperial Thunder Sect can't be too cautious. Qian Lazy said again, besides, these 3 children have Xiaohua's cultivation, and also have the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts. If they don't condense their cores in the future, then it's fine, but as long as they condense their cores, their divine abilities will be endless. Children with this kind of aptitude are worthy of being personally taught by the masters of the 3 great lightning palaces. Moreover, with these 3 children that Xiaohua loves dearly, he definitely won't make things difficult for our Imperial Thunder Sect, and he definitely won't hold a grudge against us. Fairy Xianfeng said indifferently. Grudge, he shouldn't. Qian Lazy shook his head and said, it seems that Xiaohua is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. He thinks that he has to bear the responsibility of the myriad Thunder Valley, otherwise, he would have already caused trouble. With his Imperial Thunder Transformation's lightning escape technique, you all simply can't do anything to him. This subordinate doesn't dare to agree. Fairy Xianhua shook her head and refuted. In front of the Snow Region's Daoist master, he dares to? Qian Lazy said half a sentence and didn't point it out. If it weren't for his misgivings about implicating the myriad Thunder Valley, perhaps he would have already taken action. Therefore, we must capture the myriad Thunder Valley. Alas, it's a pity, if only this sect had come out of seclusion half a day earlier. It's all because our Imperial Thunder Sect's luck is bad. At this time, we still need to think carefully, how can we not? Just at this moment, lightning flashed above the Great Thunder Hall again. Junior brother Miyu. Fairy Xianhua was overjoyed upon seeing this. The restrictions of the Great Thunder Palace have just been changed. Apart from the disciples of our Imperial Thunder Sect, no one else can enter. Good. Qian Lazy was also worried and hurriedly waved his sleeve. Lightning flashed, and a square mirror appeared in midair. On the mirror was Daoist Miyu's depressed face. Sect Master has come out of seclusion? Congratulations on stepping into the late stage of nascent soul realm. Seeing Qian Lazy, Daoist Miyu was stunned. She first congratulated him and then bowed. This subordinate has failed in leading the troops and brought shame to our Imperial Thunder Sect. Sect Master, please punish me. No matter. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, who can be undefeated in life? Even the 3 countries of our Dao sect were defeated. What's so strange about you? But, where are you? Where are the other disciples? Alas, this disciple has already come out of the Sky Patrol City. Daoist Miyu smiled bitterly. However, junior brother Quangqian and most of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are still in the Sky Patrol City. And do sword cultivators need spirit stones or elixirs? Qian Lazy didn't find it strange and nodded. This sect will send Lei Tingzi to Sky Patrol City to discuss the return of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Yes, this disciple understands. Daoist me, you didn't dare to ask anymore and turned off the communication. Chapter 3064. Damn it. This Xiaohua. Master Qianlei didn't sit down and just stood there, his brows furrowed. It's fine if he's nameless, but how can he have a sword transformation cultivation base? If he's a sword cultivator, how can he kill so many swordsmen? Unless he's a soul cultivator? Xiaohua is actually a soul cultivator? Isn't this too inconceivable? For a moment, the entire Great Thunder Palace was silent again. Xiaohua being nameless was shocking enough. Xiaohua being a soul cultivator was absolutely unbelievable. It made people feel that there was nothing real in this world. After a while, Master Qianlei asked, "What's going on with Xiaohua going to Million Mountain?" Fairy Xianhua hesitated and said, "It said that after the first stage of the Dao Sword battle, Xiaohua went with the first team of the Great Thunder Palace to train. As for where he went, it seems to be Huan country. If junior brother Miyu is right, then it's Million Mountain. And junior brother Quangqian received a message from Xiaohua. It should also be from Million Mountain?" "And that's enough." Master Qianlei nodded. "Whether Xiaohua is a soul cultivator or not, he still has my Imperial Thunder Sect in his heart, and he still sent the correct message to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, whether Xiaohua is a soul cultivator or a swordsman, doesn't Li Zongbao know? Doesn't Xiao Mao know? Especially these two people. They'd followed Xiaohua during the first phase of the battle, and they'd killed countless sword cultivators and obtained an extremely great amount of merit. If they'd noticed the slightest trace of uneasiness, they would have probably notified their seniors a long time ago, right? Xiaohua and the other three crossed Huan country and went straight to Million Mountain. I'm afraid they killed a lot of Huan country's sword cultivators. This is Huan country's plan to sow discord." "Cough cough," Fairy Xianhua whispered, "Sect Master, don't forget Tu Hong." "So what?" Master Qianlei sneered. "Changbai Sect's disciples can have sword energy, but my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples can't. That's a sword transformation." Fairy Xianhua smiled bitterly. "A sword that can break 10,000 techniques. How can an ordinary Dao Sect's disciple cultivate it? Alas, is Xiaohua a friend or a foe? It's still so confusing." Even Qianlei scratched his head in the face of such a mysterious Xiaohua. But the sword cultivators have already revealed the fact that Xiaohua is nameless to Miyu. Their next step will be to let the other cultivation sects know. Zhen Yunzi said with some distress, "What should we do?" "Yes, after the war, someone must have come looking for Xiaohua." Zhuai Jie also smiled bitterly, "But this John Doe was actually driven away by us. At the very least, my colossal Thunder Hall has this command. This can't be taken back." "Hee," Qianlei Zi sneered, "Xiaohua is the horrifying phoenix, but Xiaohua is not nameless. Nameless is nameless. If you have a name, how can you still be nameless?" "Sect Master means?" Fairy Xianhua's eyes lit up as she asked, "We don't recognize Xiaohua as Wuming at all? When did Xiaohua say that he is nameless? If he doesn't admit it, how would my Imperial Thunder Sect know?" Qianlei Zi nodded. "Moreover, nameless is my Imperial Thunder Sect's nameless. Only my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are nameless. Unless Xiaohua comes to my Sky Thunder Peak and claims that he is nameless, how would I know that he is nameless? But if Xiaohua returns to Sky Thunder Peak, whether he is nameless or not, what difference does it make?" Fairy Xianhua said with a smile. "Yes, let's see junior brother Lei Meng's luck." Qianlei Zi looked into the distance. If he catches up with Xiaohua and successfully invites him back to the Imperial Thunder Sect, then nameless will be Xiaohua. Otherwise, it will be the sword cultivator's plan to drive a wedge between us. Xiaohua is not nameless. Then Sect Master hopes that senior brother Lei Meng's luck will be good? Or that he will be unlucky? Fairy Yao Feng asked with interest. Qianlei Zi shook his head slightly. "I don't know. I hope that he will be lucky, but I'm also afraid that he will find a soul cultivator that I can't control. It will bring immeasurable consequences to my Imperial Thunder sect. Of course, in my opinion, how could those sword cultivators have any good intentions? Why would they tell my Imperial Thunder sect about this for no reason? They must have suffered a great loss from Xiaohua and lost control of the situation. That's why they led the disaster to my Imperial Thunder sect or the Dao sect to deal with Xiaohua. Hehe, is my Imperial Thunder sect so stupid? Xiaohua is someone that even a group of sword cultivators can't deal with, so how can my Imperial Thunder sect deal with him? At this point, Qian Lazy stood up and ordered, "Prepare to compensate the sword cultivators. When Miyu comes back, bring my Imperial Thunder sect disciples back as soon as possible. I'm going to take a look at the thunder-devouring bead now. I hope that Qian Qinghe won't bring about unbearable consequences to my Imperial Thunder sect." Following Qian Lazy's departure, Fairy Xianhua and the others also dispersed, and the Great Thunder Hall also became quiet. In just a day's time, everything that happened in the Great Thunder Hall was like a torrent flowing down from a high mountain. After hundreds of twists and turns, no one knew the true direction. They only knew that everything seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand from top to bottom, heading straight to a single destination. Xiaohua didn't know that so many unforeseen events had happened in the Great Thunder Hall. He only flew far away with tears in his eyes, and that mournful mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the endless sky, he took a deep breath and laughed self-deprecatingly. Alas, this Xiao is already several decades old. People often say that men don't easily shed tears. How can this Xiao be so easily sad? Other cultivators all have hearts of stone the more they cultivate, but this Xiao's heart is so soft. Is it just being expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect? The one who suffered losses is the Imperial Thunder sect, not this Xiao. Moreover, if I miss Master, I can go to the Imperial Thunder sect to visit. Isn't that so? Wait until this Xiao's nameless identity is gradually revealed. Presumably, when this Xiao goes to the Imperial Thunder sect, Qian Lazy won't stop this Xiao from entering, right? Forget it. Now that I've escaped from the Imperial Thunder sect, this Dawn Rain continent is so big, where can this Xiao not go? It's a pity that Shui and Hongxia have to suffer. If this Xiao doesn't make a big name for himself, it won't be easy for me to go to the Thunder Palace and the Washing Flower sect to ask for their hand in marriage, right? Hehe, with this Xiao's current cultivation, I'm afraid this Xiao is really a rogue cultivator with the highest cultivation. What's so difficult about establishing a sect? Fortune Gate. Perhaps now is the time to start on this matter. Second senior brother was able to establish the Heavenly Demon sect. Of course, he planned for hundreds or even thousands of years, but this Xiao's reputation as Daoist Master Xiao is not for nothing. This Xiao doesn't believe that my Fortune Gate is any worse than his Heavenly Demon sect. Thinking of Zhang Qingxiao, Xiaohua naturally thought of Xiao Xinrui and Jiang Luer. When he entered the space and saw that Jiang Luer was still fine, he knew that this was not the time to go to Yellow Flower Ridge. Moreover, now that the Dao Sword battle was over, Hanzhu must have returned from the Sky Patrol City. If he did not die in the Sky Patrol City, then the matter of the Buddhist sect's ruins would be Xiaohua's first priority. The journey from the Imperial Thunder sect in the country of Shi to the Kunlun sect in the Ripple country was not short. If he rushed over now, he might just meet Hanzhu returning from the battle in the Sky Patrol City. Thus, Xiaohua sorted out his mood and flew towards the Ripple country. Behind Xiaohua, in the air thousands of miles away from the Imperial Thunder sect, Shan Zizi from the Immortal Ascension sect and Daoist Master Du Yi from the Immortal Music sect were flying together towards the Sky Thunder Peak. Their speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow either. However, they deliberately concealed their whereabouts. Ordinary cultivators would only see them as cultivators in the late Foundation establishment realm. Daoist Master Du. Shan Zizi released his divine sense and roughly looked around. He whispered, "The Imperial Thunder sect is just ahead. Should we follow the previous plan? Let's send a message to the Imperial Thunder sect. Fellow Daoist?" Daoist Shan Zizi, if not, do you have a better idea? Daoist Master Du? He smiled and asked. Shan Zizi was not polite. He nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought about it during this time. I feel that it's not the best plan if we wait outside the Imperial Thunder Sect." But Daoist Master Du raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Didn't we agree before? We can't attract the attention of the Imperial Thunder Sect and let Qian Lazy and the others know about it?" Daoist Master Du Xianxia shook his head and said, "Think about it. Xiaohua is the hero of the great battle of Dao Sword. Once he returns to the Imperial Thunder Sect, won't he be praised by everyone? Won't he be followed by others wherever he goes? Moreover, after the great battle of Dao Sword, he has been training in the Huan country. When he returns to the Imperial Thunder Sect, the biggest possibility is to cultivate in seclusion. This seclusion, who knows how long it will take? Previously we said that it's easy to wait here, but in fact, is it that simple? Don't forget that Xiaohua has cultivated from a small itinerant cultivator to the nascent soul stage in just a few years. If we give him a few more years, I'm afraid that you and I won't be his opponent even if we join forces. Hiss, Daoist mastered. He took a breath of cold air. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Xianxia and said in disbelief, "Could it be?" Xianxia hurriedly stretched out his index finger and put it on his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Daoist mastered, be careful with your words, be careful with your words." Daoist mastered. He immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly shut his mouth, thought for a moment, and asked, "What do you think?" Although the array of the Imperial Thunder Sect is powerful, it doesn't necessarily have no flaws. We may be able to find it if we join forces. If possible, let a familiar Daoist in the Imperial Thunder Sect take us in, Xianxia said with a smile. In this way, you and I can complete the heavy responsibility of the sect earlier, right? Yes, let's do as you say. Daoist Master D nodded. You and I will part ways here and do our own things. When we figure out the situation, we will make a specific plan. As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. Daoist Master Du and Xianxia really understood the power of these words. However, in just an hour, the two of them met in another place with extremely shocked expressions. Seeing that the other party was as stunned as them, the two of them almost laughed at the same time. Chapter 3065. Ha, ha, Perfected Dui laughed loudly. He really didn't know what to say. After suppressing his laughter for a long time, he panted and said, "In my early years, I've heard stories about buying the casket and returning the pearl. Oh, there's also stories about Lord Ye's love for dragons. I always felt that those stupid things were just stories made up by the secular world to warn the youngsters. However, I've never thought that there's really such a stupid person in this world." Sigh, that's right. It seems that, in my impression, no nascent soul disciple has been expelled from the sect? Xianxia also hid his smile and said, "This Imperial Thunder Sect claims to be a famous sect in Shi country, but it's actually so. How should I describe it? Is it arrogant? Is it strict sect rules? It doesn't seem appropriate." Fellow Daoist Xianxia. Perfected Du, he pointed in the direction of Xiaohua's flight and said, "Why don't you and I chase while we talk? This is our good luck." As soon as we arrived here, we found out that Xiaohua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Now he's just a rogue cultivator. No matter how we deal with Xiaohua, all the sects on Xiaoyu continent will no longer have any objections. We don't have to be as careful of our whereabouts as before. That's right. Xianxia followed Perfected Du and activated his Dharma powers. As they were in the territory of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Tseng Huahong was not there. Xianxia came to a realization and whispered, "Oh right, I know how to describe the Imperial Thunder Sect." Fellow Daoist, please speak. Perfected Du smiled and asked. Bad luck? Xianxia laughed. Think about it, the information that Xiaohua sent was obviously correct. That Sky Patrol City was the fundamental goal of the sword cultivators. However, the Dao sect didn't think so. Although they made plans, they probably didn't want to put in all their forces. That Imperial Thunder Sect disciple stationed himself in Sky Patrol City according to Xiaohua's information. Originally, he wanted to obtain military merits, but he didn't expect the sword cultivators to be so fierce. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed in an instant. That's right, Perfected Du, he nodded. The Imperial Thunder Sect was afraid that the disciples' hearts would be unstable, so they wanted to draw everyone's attention to the so-called terrifying phoenix. Who would have thought that Xiaohua was different from before? He didn't put the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples in his eyes. This caused the Imperial Thunder Sect to be furious and expel Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Perhaps in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'm a model for governing the sect according to the sect's rules, having the demeanor of a great sect. But they didn't expect that. This Xiaohua isn't just a terrifying phoenix, he's also a nameless nascent soul cultivator. Xianxia continued to discuss. At this time, the Imperial Thunder Sect still doesn't know that Xiaohua is Yuanying Wu Ming. He was probably still feeling proud of himself. There weren't many sects that could expel a hero of the Great War of Dao and sword out of their sect just to uphold the rules of the sect. The Imperial Thunder Sect could now answer to Miyu Daoist and Kuang Tian, who were trapped in Sky Patrol City. They could also appease the anger of the tens of thousands of disciples. However, when they know that Xiaohua is John Doe, then what kind of expression will they have? Haha, it must be the expression of shooting yourself in the foot. What else could it be? Immortal Du laughed. But I believe that Qian Lazy of the thunder-controlling sect will never admit that Xiaohua is John Doe. This John Doe? I'm afraid he'll never appear on Dawn Rain Continent again. That's right. Not only John Doe, even Xiaohua, will also disappear. Xianxia sneered. Xiaohua's story and John Doe's story will be drowned in time. In less than 100 years, they will be forgotten by everyone. Well, we still have to guard against Qian Lazy. This guy actually rushed to the late stage of Yuanying realm all of a sudden. The power of the sects in the country of Xi will change again. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Sect will definitely secretly contact Xiaohua, and even immediately send disciples to find Xiaohua. Immortal Du, he thought for a moment and said, after all, Xiaohua came from the Thunder Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Valley, so he has feelings for the Imperial Thunder Sect. If they collude to create a story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf, it's absolutely possible. That's right. Xianxia came to a realization. He activated the spiritual power in his body and said anxiously, we don't have to worry about anything, let's go. Okay, Immortal Du, he also echoed, but suddenly he asked again, by the way, Daoist Xianxia, I want to ask you, did you find out what wrong Xiaohua did in the Imperial Thunder Sect? If it's just some Qi refinement by lightning or a foundation establishment gambling, I'm afraid it's nothing serious, right? Sorry, I didn't ask. Xianxia's body was already flashing with brilliance. He said, I'm afraid it's related to the secret of the Imperial Thunder Sect. And it's definitely not small. It said that the entire Imperial Thunder Sect's great array had some changes before. After he finished speaking, Xianxia had already turned into a rainbow and rushed into the distance. Immortal Du, he didn't dare to be negligent and also chased after him. Not long after the two Yuanying realm cultivators flew away, another rainbow rushed out from the Sky Thunder Peak in the same direction. It was the palace master of the Thunder Palace, Immortal Lei Meng. Poor Xiaohua. Just after he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect, there were two middle-stage Yuanying realm cultivators chasing after him, wanting to capture him. He didn't expect the Imperial Thunder Sect to go back on their words so quickly. The goodwill they threw to him was also in the hands of an early-stage Yuanying realm cultivator who was chasing after him even further, who asked him to have grief and indignation in his heart. He no longer deliberately hid his whereabouts. Using the Imperial Thunder transformation, he madly rushed into the distance, leaving an easy way for the enemy to track him. Of course, because the Imperial Thunder transformation's flying speed was extremely fast, Xianxia and Immortal Du, he couldn't get close for a while, and Immortal Lei Meng was even further away. After flying for more than 10 days, Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down. He reflected on his own actions, and then reflected on the actions of the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't feel that there was anything to be sad about being expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. Besides, wasn't flying freely in this vast world what he wanted? He planned to find the frost bamboo and go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. After waking up Jiang Luer, he planned to go to the depths of Million Meng Mountains to find the mysterious Shaman King, so that he could break the Yin-Yang seal in his middle Dantian and Naiwan palace. After that, he would stay in Million Meng Mountains and cultivate his cultivation base to Yuanying realm before coming out to seek revenge. After making up his mind, he flew for a few more days. Seeing that there were cultivators flying by, Xiaohua asked about the nearest teleportation formation and flew toward it again. For the next 10 days, Xiaohua was freely teleporting in the teleportation formation. Until one day, when he came out of a teleportation formation, Xiaohua used a lot of spirit stones to exchange for a map to the nearest teleportation formation from the cultivator guarding the formation. Only then did he rush out of the teleportation formations set up in the cliff. Xiaohua flew for nearly a day again, and his old problem came back. He couldn't find the direction, so he hurriedly took out the map he just got to check. Unfortunately, he did forget that he couldn't find the direction, and it had nothing to do with what was written on the map. However, when he saw the familiar name of Qianhong Mountain on the map, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Oh, it seems that this place... Thinking about it, Xiaohua hurriedly took out a jade slip from his space. After looking at it carefully, he nodded and said, "It's the name of the place given to the female cultivator in Sentry City after exchanging a magic slip for a rejuvenation pill. I remember that she said that there were some cumbersome demonic tools in her hands at that time, but she didn't bring them. If there's a chance, let me come and find her, she will give these demonic tools to me." Thinking that he could get the demonic tools for free, the greedy Xiaohua's heart itched. He secretly said, "Hee, since I can't find the right direction, it's better to send out the communication talisman. This place seems to be not far from Qianhong Mountain, so I can ask." Alas, do I still need to ask? Since I know the location of Qianhong Mountain, I can naturally find the next teleportation formation. With that, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the communication talisman. He activated his magic power and secretly prayed, "Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, let this female cultivator stay at home." Fortunately, as the communication talisman emitted a bright red brilliance, it immediately rushed into the air and headed in a direction. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He activated the wind escape technique and chased after it. Behind him, outside the teleportation formation, Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi also teleported out. After a little investigation, they flew toward the next teleportation formation. The greedy Xiaohua actually escaped the pursuit of two nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators because of a thought. It had to be said that this was a miracle. Xiaohua chased after the communication talisman for a while. Seeing that the communication talisman was heading straight in a direction, Xiaohua did not chase after it. As long as the general direction was correct, that female cultivator called Ruo Taohong would definitely come out to welcome him. Thus, he unconsciously looked at the surrounding mountains with interest. He saw that the mountains near Qianhong Mountain were not high, and the undulations were not big. Under the warm sunlight, the mountains were covered with green grass and green trees, which were quite pleasing to the eye. From time to time, there would be the sound of a stream, but it was covered by the vegetation and could not be seen. It was precisely because of this tranquility that Xiaohua could hear the cries of birds and the roars of beasts from time to time, which made him feel even more comfortable. Alas, the Dao Sword War has been going on for more than 10 years. I have never calmed down to cultivate, and even this kind of leisure is rare. When Jiang Luer is awakened, even if I can't bring Fairy Hong Xia and Xue Xue out, I will have to calm down. The home that we Dao sect cultivators fought so hard to protect should be appreciated. As he looked at the nameless and beautiful scenery, he closed his eyes and listened to the ordinary and moving sounds of nature. Xiaohua's slightly cold and desolate heart slowly calmed down. The gloominess in his heart also slowly disappeared, and an ethereal state of mind slowly appeared. That's right, The path to the heavenly Tao is long and long. Whether it is Yellow Flower Ridge, Heaven Forsaken, Golden Mount Hua, or Imperial Thunder Sect, they are all small relay stations. If I pass them, then I pass them. It is just like fate. Before this Shao, there are still the ruins of the Buddhist sect and the Fortune Gate. Which one of them is not beautiful? Even if it is Meng Mountain, it is still beyond the Imperial Thunder Sect's reach, right? Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. Chapter 3066. Kinship is the most important thing, but kinship can be hidden in the heart. Kinship is related to Master and the others, but it's far from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Thinking about the palace masters of the Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace, I'm afraid they have nothing to do with kinship between disciples of the same sect, right? If they leave, then so be it. In this way, I'll sever all ties with the Imperial Thunder Sect. I've received a lot of favors from the Imperial Thunder Sect, but I've made great contributions to the sect in the great battle of Dao and Sword. Since they expelled me, I don't owe them anything. I've thrown away a huge burden. Karma. There's Qian Qinghua as the cause, and there's also Qian Qinghua as the effect. The way of karma is one of the heavenly Daoists. While thinking, Xiao Hua was enlightened. Not far in front of him was a patch of brilliant red, and there were peach blossoms all over the undulating mountain ridge. How could Xiao Hua not know that the 1,000 Red Mountain was close? At that moment, a small dot flew out from the fiery red light and headed toward Xiao Hua. Similarly, the divine sense of a late Foundation establishment cultivator swept towards Xiao Hua. When it landed on Xiao Hua's body, it stopped. The divine sense was rather cold and contained hostility. Oh! Xiao Hua frowned slightly, but did not release his divine sense. He only looked indifferently at the newcomer. When the newcomer came closer, it was a dark and thin old man. There was a trace of jealousy in his small eyes, and a trace of anger on his almost fleshless gray face. Why is it old monster she? Xiao Hua recognized him at a glance. Because this person left a deep impression on Xiao Hua. It was Shi Wuming, whom Xiao Hua met at Jingguo City's EG when he was only at the second layer of qi refining. It was also this Shi Wuming who sold Xiao Hua the broken silver-gilded spear tip. Although Xiao Hua's memory was not good, this person had left a deep impression on him. Xiao Hua even borrowed the name of Mingsui Mountain's Shi Wuming at the Lingji gathering at Lingpei Mountain Villa. However, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that Ruo Taohong had a demonic weapon and even a demonic bamboo slip. This Shi Wuming also had one, so there must be some connection. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua put on a smile on his face and went up to greet him. Who knew that when he got closer, Shi Wuming's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a magic weapon about the size of a palm flew out from his hand. He cursed angrily, "Damned gigolo! I asked you to come and pick up peach blossoms. Today, I will beat you until your brain splatters with peach blossoms." As he cast a spell, the palm-sized magic weapon let out a rumbling sound. A pitch-black seal swelled in the wind, and in a moment, it became 10 feet large and smashed toward Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua stared blankly as he saw that the seal had already arrived above his head. A powerful force mixed with a frightening sound enveloped the space around him. Even the true essence in his body was slightly trembling. It seemed that the power of this seal was not small. Looking at Shi Wuming's eyes that were flashing with malice, it was actually a kind of pleasure. The smile on Xiao Hua's face gradually disappeared. That's right. A cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment who forced a cultivator in the second stage of qi refining to buy his demonic weapon? How could you expect him to have a kind heart? Although she was an old acquaintance that he had met once, that fate had probably ended long ago. Looking at how Shi Wuming was about to smash him to death without a word, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He flung his Taoist robe. Boom! The 10 feet large seal instantly stopped in midair. No matter how much the pitch-black light on it flashed, no matter how loud the buzzing sound was, it still could not be suppressed by even half an inch. Shi Wuming's small eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. The magic around him surged again. Go! Xiao Hua sneered. With a wave of his hand, the huge mace appeared in his hand. Pung! A shrill sound rang out. Boom! It was precisely the sound of the mace hitting the seal. Woo! The fan seal let out a mournful wail and soared into the sky. Xiao Hua could even hear a crack in his ears. The fan seal, under Shi Wuming's shocked gaze and his face instantly turned red, flew hundreds of feet away and crashed into the sea of crimson flowers. The force of the impact was so great that the entire mountain trembled slightly. It was like a stone falling into the water. Xiao Hua waved the mace in his hand and coldly said, "Old ghost Shi, today I will settle old scores with you." As he spoke, Xiao Hua flew up and attacked Shi Wuming, who was not too far away. At this moment, another cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment swept over with his divine sense. At the same time, an anxious voice sounded, "Shi Wuming, if you dare to hurt my guest, don't ever think of seeing me again. Peach Blossom, save me." Out of Xiao Hua's expectations, Shi Wuming suddenly flew up and shouted, "Where did you find such a powerful gigolo? Trying to escape?" Xiao Hua sneered. He seemed to have understood something. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hua used the heaven and earth sleeve again. Shi Wuming was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could he escape from the attack of a nascent soul cultivator? His hands and feet flailed in the air, but he could not move an inch. When he realized how weak he was, Shi Wuming's face immediately changed to fear. He stood in the air dejectedly, not daring to take any chances. Shi Wuming. When the female cultivator in the pink robe landed in the air, she looked at Xiao Hua and then at Shi Wuming. Her face was filled with astonishment. In just a moment, the female cultivator's watery eyes looked up and down at Xiao Hua. A smile appeared on her face as she cupped her hands and said, "I Ruo Taohong greet fellow cultivator Xiao Hua. I didn't expect to meet the famous Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect in Sky Patrol City that day. I was really blind that day." "Fellow cultivator Ruo, you don't have to be so polite." Xiao Hua knew that the great battle of Dao and Sword had made him famous in the Dawn Rain continent. He did not mind being recognized by Ruo Taohong. He cupped his hands and said, "I didn't participate in the battle that day, so I'm not famous. It's normal that fellow cultivator can't recognize me." "Xiao Hua." Shi Wuming lowered his pitiful head and suddenly raised it up. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, as if he had thought of something. "Shi Wuming, this is Xiao Hua of the first team in the great battle of Dao and Sword. He's now famous in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How can you be so bold now?" Ruo Taohong shouted in exasperation. However, with her slightly plump figure, plump round face, and watery peach blossom eyes, she did not look like she was blaming him. "Are you really that Xiao Hua?" Shi Wuming tried to ask. "Quickly greet fellow cultivator Xiao." Ruo Taohong said anxiously, "Even if you don't care about the great battle of Dao and Sword, this is my contribution to the battle. He, fellow cultivator Ruo, this Xiao and old devil she are old acquaintances." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm sure fellow cultivator she has remembered the past." "How is that possible?" Shi Wuming jumped in the air. "When I saw you, you were only at the 2nd level of qi refining. After so many years, my cultivation is still the same. How can you reach the middle stage of foundation establishment in such a short time? Have I been living like a dog? How can you compare to fellow cultivator Xiao?" Ruo Taohong's face also showed shock, but she immediately scolded, "If you want to compare, you can only compare to old devil Shi. He's a pretty boy you recruited. Naturally, you have to speak for him." Shi Wuming sneered, "Ruo Taohong, this old man did not expect you to be so fickle. Don't forget what you said to this old man back then." Ruo Taohong's face turned red, and she said angrily, "This old woman did promise you back then. But it was only a promise. You haven't reached the golden core stage yet. How can this old woman dual cultivate with you? Because this old man can't reach the golden core stage, you found a pretty boy who can?" Shi Wuming was even angrier. "Don't you think you're an old cow eating young grass? This old woman is an old cow eating young grass. Ruo Taohong also scolded, but what about you? Aren't you an old cow eating young grass now? Youth. Shi Wuming said anxiously, when you didn't take the rejuvenation pill, how could you be a young grass? You were more like withered leaves and weeds. This old man has always been thinking about you, but you've forgotten your roots. This old man must have been blind all these years. Ruo Taohong's face turned pale. She looked at Xiao Hua's interested expression and said coldly, what? Shi Wuming, this old woman is like this. Look at Xiao Hua, he's younger than you, more handsome than you, and when it comes to cultivation and reputation, which one of them is not better than yours? Do you think that between him and you, this old woman would choose you? Hearing this, Shi Wuming's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He glanced at Xiao Hua, but when he thought of the power of Xiao Hua's staff, he hesitated. Shut up. Seeing that trouble was about to come to him, Xiao Hua said indifferently, this Xiao only came to your 1,000 Red Mountain to take back the few demonic weapons you promised me when I exchanged the rejuvenation pill with you. And this Xiao only thought of it when I was passing by. If you don't want to fulfill your promise, this Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao will take his leave now. What? The rejuvenation pill. You exchanged it with her? You came for those demonic weapons? Shi Wuming was stunned. Nonsense. Xiao Hua looked coldly at this somewhat eccentric old man and said, the treasures in your eyes may not be treasures in this Xiao's eyes. How many female cultivators are chasing after this Xiao? I bet you can't even count them with your fingers. Would this Xiao compete with you for a woman's affection? As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body flashed with thunder, and it looked like he was about to leave. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be impatient. Ruo Taohong was anxious and hurriedly smiled. This concubine can't stand seeing old devil she compete with you for a woman's affection, so I purposely made him angry. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't blame me. In addition, other than the demonic weapons in this concubine's cave, old devil she also has some demonic weapons that he can trade with fellow Daoist. And that old devil Mo has the same thing as last time, a demonic bamboo slip that he can trade with fellow Daoist. Chapter 3067. Oh! Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat when he heard that there were other demonic slips. He stopped and asked, fellow Daoist Ruo, please don't lie to me. Of course not, of course not. When Shi Wuming heard that Xiao Hua was not Ruo Taohong, he smiled and said, didn't you see my demonic tool last time in Jinghua City? This time it's much more than last time, and the cost is even lower. Ruo Taohong was stunned and pointed at Xiao Hua. Shi Wuming, is fellow Daoist Xiao the one who bought your demonic tool last time in Jinghua City? That's right, that's right. Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and winked at Xiao Hua, as if trying to please him. However, Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that Shi Wuming was not trying to get close to him because of his high cultivation level. There must be other reasons. Sure enough, before Xiao Hua could think further, Ruo Taohong revealed the truth. That's not right. Ruo Taohong realized and asked curiously, didn't you say that the one who bought your demonic tool was a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator? But you said that Xiao Hua was only a second stage qi refining stage cultivator. How could he have dozens of top-grade spirit stones? Shi Wuming's expression changed and he smiled. If fellow Daoist Xiao was only a second stage qi refining stage cultivator, how could he be a foundation establishment middle late stage qi refining stage cultivator? Then he winked at Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't lie for him. Instead he asked curiously, old devil Shi, you first, what is going on inside? It's like this. Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and explained the whole story in embarrassment. It was actually very simple. Back then, Shi Wuming and another foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, Mo Shan, were both interested in Ruo Taohong of 1,000 Red Mountain. The three of them had been entangled for more than 10 or 20 years. In the end, the three of them could not take it anymore and came up with an idea. Ruo Taohong pointed out 2 places for Shi Wuming and Mo Shan to go to these 2 places. Whoever could trade one of their demonic tools and return to Thousand Red Mountain first, Ruo Taohong would agree to dual cultivate with that person. Of course, during this process, everyone swore a blood oath that they would definitely follow the instructions. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the magic artifact and die. In the end, Shi Wuming won and Mo Shan lost. From then on, Shi Wuming could confidently come to Thousand Red Mountain. However, although Ruo Taohong agreed to perform dual cultivation with Shi Wuming, they never held a dual cultivation ceremony. Instead, they requested that the ceremony be held only after Shi Wuming reached the Jindan stage. Shi Wuming was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, so he was not too far away from the Jindan stage. Since Mo Shan would not disturb them, it did not matter whether there was a dual cultivation ceremony or not. But who would have thought that more than 10 years ago, Ruo Taohong made a trip to Sky Patrol City and returned to her youthfulness. She was the charming peach blossom lady of the past. This time, not only was Shi Wuming moved, even Mo Shan was drooling over her. Hence, the number of people who came for her increased. Today, Shi Wuming was talking to Ruo Taohong about the dual cultivation ceremony. When he was rejected by Ruo Taohong, he saw a message from Xiaohua. Ruo Taohong saw the message and immediately left Shi Wuming and went into the cave to dress up. Shi Wuming was naturally enraged. He rushed out of the cave and wanted to kill Xiaohua. Hearing Shi Wuming's words, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. No wonder Qi refining disciples are so afraid of foundation establishment cultivators and always treat them with respect. If my cultivation was not high enough, I'm afraid that just because of this misunderstanding, my life would have been taken. He, Shi Wuming saw Xiaohua's unfriendly expression and quickly bowed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this old man was wrong. But since you and I are old friends, I hope you can forgive this old man. Xiaohua understood that Shi Wuming was afraid that he would expose his actions. Of course, Shi Wuming's devil spear was indeed good and had saved his life several times. Speaking of which, Xiaohua also had to thank Shi Wuming. Hence, he nodded and said, "In that case, this Xiao agrees. Our grievances are over." Thank you, thank you. Shi Wuming was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong asked unhappily, "Then what happened in Jingwa City that year?" Xiaohua laughed, and before Ruo Taohong could finish, he interrupted her. "Fellow Daoist Ruo, it's been so many years. No matter what the truth is, fellow Daoist has already agreed to what you should have agreed to and rejected what you should have rejected. Is the truth still important?" That's right. Shi Wuming laughed. "You've already made a blood oath. As soon as this old man condensed his core, you'll immediately hold the dual cultivation ceremony with this old man." At this point, Shi Wuming solemnly said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, when the time comes, this old man and my wife will definitely send you an invitation. Fellow Daoist, you must honor us." Xiaohua laughed, but didn't express any opinion. Ruo Taohong knew Shi Wuming's character and knew that something unpleasant would happen. She glared at Shi Wuming and said angrily, "This old woman hasn't done dual cultivation with you yet. Where did this wife come from?" She then smiled at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. It's rare for you to come to Thousand Red Mountain. Please come to my cave for a chat." "Then, fellow Daoist, please." Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Ruo Taohong led the way while Xiaohua followed behind. Shi Wuming followed behind with a smile on his face. After flying for a while, he saw a mountain ridge where his magic weapon was shot down. He smiled embarrassedly and flew over to retrieve his magic weapon. Ruo Taohong and Xiaohua ignored this guy and flew towards a cave in Thousand Red Mountain. Ruo Taohong's cave was in the middle of a field of flowers. The entrance of the cave was blocked by hundreds and thousands of short, crooked peach trees. The branches of each peach tree were covered with bright red peach blossoms. The peach blossoms pressed down on the branches until they were bent. Dozens of fist-sized unknown spirit sparrows flew among the peach blossoms, adding a lot of vitality to the cave. In front of the abode, there were several children, both male and female. Some held flower baskets in their hands while others held feather fans. They wore bright Daoist robes as they stood there in an orderly manner. When they saw Xiao Hua and Ruo Taohong land, they all had respectful expressions as they greeted them in a clear and melodious voice. It gave off the feeling of an immortal abode. Looking around, Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, "Fellow Daoist Ruo, you're the only cultivator in Thousand Red Mountain? Didn't you say it was a small sect?" "Hehe, fellow Daoist Xiao, my Thousand Red Mountain naturally can't be compared to your Imperial Thunder sect." Ruo Taohong invited Xiao Hua into the cave and explained, "However, my Thousand Red Mountain also has thousands of disciples." "Where are they?" "This Xiao doesn't seem to have seen your Thousand Red Mountain's sect protection formation." Xiao Hua said curiously, "Hehe, this cave is just one of my side residences. It's not within the Thousand Red Mountains formation." Ruo Taohong said with a smile, "Although I also have a cave residence within the Thousand Red Mountains formation, I'm just a consecrator of the Thousand Red Mountain. My usual residence is here and not within the Thousand Red Mountain." "There's such a consecrator?" Xiao Hua was puzzled. "Of course," Ruo Taohong said with a smile, "this kind of thing is naturally not common in a large sect like your Imperial Thunder sect. However, it's common in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain." At this point, a trace of loneliness appeared on Ruo Taohong's face and she explained, "Actually, I was originally a disciple of the Splendid sect and had nothing to do with the Thousand Red Mountain. However, because I made a big mistake, I was driven out of the sect by the Splendid sect. Originally, they wanted to abolish my cultivation, but I made a certain contribution to the Splendid sect, so I was lucky enough to keep my cultivation." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was stunned in his heart. "Without the Splendid sect, I'm considered a rogue cultivator." Ruo Taohong said with a bitter smile, "But I'm a female cultivator. If I were to rely on my identity as a rogue cultivator, I wouldn't be able to cultivate normally. I had no choice but to find a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain and become their consecrator and their disciple. However, I don't usually need to go to the sect. Only when the Thousand Red Mountain has some errands, I'll go back to the sect to deal with them. Usually, all the spirit stones, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods are consecrated by the Thousand Red Mountain." "Oh, so it's like this." Xiao Hua understood and asked again, "Then, your natal spirit tablet is also in the Thousand Red Mountain?" Of course," Ruo Taohong said with a smile, "unless I cultivate to the Gold Core realm or my husband is a Gold Core realm, the Thousand Red Mountain will return my natal spirit tablet to me." I understand." Xiao Hua also knew why Ruo Taohong had to learn the nameless core condensation technique before dual cultivating with him. "Fellow Daoist, please sit." After entering the cave, Ruo Taohong invited Xiao Hua to take a seat and said with a smile, "Actually, being a consecrator in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain is also very good. Usually, there won't be any big matters. If I need anything, I'll have the servant bring it to the Thousand Red Mountain's sect master. The sect master will satisfy me according to the Thousand Red Mountain's ability." Xiao Hua sat down and asked with a smile, "If someone comes to the Thousand Red Mountain to provoke or attack, fellow Daoist Ruo will have to represent the Thousand Red Mountain to fight, right?" "Of course. Not only that, but I will also have to appear when the Thousand Red Mountain fights are involved." Ruo Taohong sat down and answered, "However, the sect master of the Thousand Red Mountain isn't very ambitious. He only wants to defend himself, so I don't have to work too hard." Immediately, Ruo Taohong ordered the servant to put down spirit fruits and spirit wine. Not long after, Shi Wuming also returned. Xiao Hua politely ate a few spirit fruits but didn't drink the spirit wine. After casually chatting for a while, Ruo Taohong asked a few more questions about the Great Dao Sword War. Xiao Hua said, "Fellow Daoist Ruo, I didn't come here to ask you to fulfill your promise, but since you're here, it's fine." Ruo Taohong smiled and said, "That day, I took your rejuvenation pill. Those demonic tools and demonic slips can't compare to the value of the rejuvenation pill. If you didn't come, I was thinking of going to the Imperial Thunder sect to give them the demonic tools. Now that you're here, I won't have to make an extra trip." As she spoke, Ruo Taohong took out a storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiaohua. I saw fellow Daoist Zhao's message talisman and went to the inner cave to prepare these demonic tools. Who would have thought that I would be misunderstood by others? Seeing Ruo Taohong's glare, Shi Wuming shrunk his neck. He really did misunderstand her. Chapter 3068. Xiaohua took the storage pouch and looked at the many demonic weapons inside. He smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Ruo, there are so many demonic weapons in this storage pouch. This is beyond my expectations. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Ruo Taohong looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming. The two exchanged glances and said, Actually, I still have something to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Please speak. Xiaohua kept the storage pouch and smiled. Chirp chirp. A clear chirp of a bird came from outside the cave and a message talisman in the shape of a flying bird flew to Ruo Taohong's eyes. Emo-shan is here. Ruo Taohong took the message talisman and pointed at it. A dark red jade talisman fell into her hand. Just in time. After fellow Daoist Xiao changes his Mo bamboo slip, I will discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Alright. Xiaohua was looking forward to Mo-shan's Mo bamboo slip and nodded. Not long after, under the guidance of a boy, a similarly thin old man with a yellowish complexion and a pair of small eyes walked into the cave residence. Moreover, this old man's gaze swept across the room. When he saw Xiaohua, he actually had a trace of vigilance like Shi Wuming. He even looked at Shi Wuming and Ruo Taohong with an ambiguous gaze. Who's this? Emo-shan did not bother with formalities and asked rudely. As he spoke, he walked to a jade chair and acted as if he was in his own cave. Cough cough, Ruo Taohong coughed and said, Emo-shan, take a good look at this fellow Daoist. Don't you recognize him? Do I need to recognize him? Emo-shan had already sat down and reached out to grab a spiritual fruit from the jade plate beside Shi Wuming. He took a big bite and said coldly. However, he still obediently looked at Xiaohua and curled his lips. He then asked Shi Wuming, Old Devil Shi, is this your new opponent? Although I have already backed out of the agreement, Taohong still refuses to duel cultivate with you. Is it because of this little white face? Xiaohua looked at the three with a bitter smile. The emotional entanglement of these three seemed to be different from that of Zhen Qing, Sun Qian and Chen Yi. What nonsense are you talking about? Ruo Taohong said angrily, This is fellow Daoist Xiaohua of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and he's also a member of the first group in the Dao Sect's meeting hall during the Dao Sword Battle. It is precisely because of his outstanding military exploits, who knows how many sword cultivators have died at his hands. Oh! Emo-shan, who was in the middle of swallowing the spirit fruit, was taken aback. He looked at Xiaohua up and down in shock. Then, he curled his lips and threw the spirit fruit into his mouth again. He chewed with big bites and even crushed the core. Finally, he said in a strange tone, The Great Dao Sword War? The disciples of the various cultivation sects had just finished singing their praises and entered the stage. One by one, they seized the battle merits and distributed the spirit stone veins of the 3 cultivation countries, squeezing us small sects to the point where we had no place to go. I don't care if you're from the Imperial Thunder Sect or the Splendid Sect. What does that have to do with me? Old monster Mo, how can you not care about the great war of Dao and Sword? Shi Wuming laughed. Now that I have Taohong to accompany me, you're all alone. You should find something to do to pass the time. Emo-shan rolled his eyes and said coldly, Accompany? How can she accompany you? Why don't you hurry up and send this gigolo away? If you let him stay here for a few more hours, you won't even be able to enter this abode. Strangely, Shi Wuming did not bicker with Emo-shan like before. Instead, he smiled and said, If I can't enter, then I can't enter. Anyway, I've already been here, and you haven't even entered. Shi Wuming's words seemed to have a double meaning, and Taohong's face instantly turned red. Just as she was about to get angry, Xiaohua glanced at the 3 of them and felt bored. He opened his mouth and said, Fellow Daoist Shi, you said you have some demonic tools. Can you show them to me? Of course. Shi Wuming looked at Mo Shan and the defeated rooster. His two small eyes widened, but he could not refute himself. He proudly pulled out 2 storage pouches from his waist and handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua opened it and took a look. There were indeed many strange demon artifacts inside. Some were big and some were small, and there were even many with blood patterns. Xiaohua knew from the refining method of the heaven-leveling staff that this heaven-leveling staff was different from the heaven-raising staff. It required a lot of items of the 5 elements or extremely heavy materials to refine. Moreover, it could be added as one's strength increased. These demonic tools were extremely heavy and were the best materials to refine the heaven's rod. That was why Xiaohua thought of coming to Thousand Red Mountain to look for Taohong. That's right. I'll take all of these. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. He asked Shi Wuming, fellow Daoist Shi, how many spirit stones do you want? Ah? You want all of them? Shi Wuming was obviously stunned. He did not expect Xiaohua to ask for so much. Shi Wuming looked at Taohong, seemingly unsure. Taohong also frowned and asked curiously, fellow Daoist Xiao, these demonic tools, if there is 1 or 2 of them, they should be useful. Fellow Daoist Xiao wants so many at once. In addition to the ones I have, there are already a lot of them. I've never heard of so many demonic tools. What are they used for? Hee, I'm also curious. Xiaohua smiled and said, don't the 3 of you have even more demonic tools? What are you here for? The matter of the demonic tools is related to what I'm going to discuss with fellow Daoist. Taohong smiled and said, I won't hide anything from fellow Daoist. At this time, Mo Shan said coldly, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you have great strength? You want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled. Fellow Daoist Mo seems to know something. That's right. Mo Shan nodded. Not only do I know something, I also know some tricks to refine such a magic tool. Since fellow Daoist Mo said it, then I won't hide anything from you. Because I have some strength, I want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool. Xiaohua looked at Shi Wuming and smiled. Back then, it was your demonic tools that gave me this idea. Hearing this, Shi Wuming's face changed slightly. He wasn't sure if Xiaohua's words were a threat, but fortunately, Xiaohua looked at Mo Shan and said, as for the refining method, I already have it. Most of the materials have already been collected, I just need to find some more. Fellow Daoist Mo's trick. Seeing that Xiaohua ignored his words, Mo Shan didn't say anything else. He smiled coldly and poured another cup of spirit wine and sipped it. Fellow Daoist Shi? Xiaohua reminded, how much do you think these demonic tools are worth? This. Shi Wuming hesitated and looked at Ruo Taohong. Ruo Taohong saw that Xiaohua readily admitted to refining magic tools, so she smiled and said, since these demonic tools are useful to fellow Daoist Xiao, and we have no use for them, why not trade with fellow Daoist Xiao? Shi Wuming nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his heart skipped a beat and he almost blurted out, rejuvenation pill. If fellow Daoist Xiao has a rejuvenation pill, these demonic tools will all belong to fellow Daoist Xiao. Ah! Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He had indeed just refined a rejuvenation pill, but could he take it out? Rejuvenation pill. Mo Shan was also shocked. The wine cup in his hand trembled as he looked at Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Shi. Xiaohua shook his head. Fellow Daoist Ruo's rejuvenation pill was obtained by chance when I was training in Twilight Tong City. You can ask fellow Daoist Ruo. That pill was extremely ugly and did not look like a pill at all. At that time, there was someone who said that it was a face-retaining pill. Ordinary fellow Daoists would not bid for it, and I just happened to have something that person needed. I had already consumed a spiritual herb similar to the face-retaining pill, so I had no use for it. However, my cultivation at that time was shallow and I was forced to trade, so I had no choice but to use that thing to exchange for the face-retaining pill. I did not know that it was a rejuvenation pill. That day in Sky Patrol City, I made the trade because I hoped to obtain fellow Daoist Ruo's magic bamboo slip. If I had known that it was a rejuvenation pill, how could I have sold it so cheaply? Sigh, fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Ruo Taohong nodded. That day, fellow Daoist Xiao only said that it was a face-retaining pill, and fellow Daoist Xiao had never seen a rejuvenation pill. However, I received the news in advance, so I was fated to have such a great opportunity. That rejuvenation pill was really ugly. Who would have thought that it was an immortal pill? So, Xiaohua shrugged and said, if fellow Daoist she wants to get the rejuvenation pill from me, that is absolutely impossible. Seeing that there was no hope for the rejuvenation pill, Shi Wuming hesitated. He looked at Mo Shan and whispered a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua listened to the message and frowned slightly, as if he was considering it, then he also whispered back. After a few more whispers, Xiaohua took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Shi Wuming. Shi Wuming opened the storage pouch and checked it, then smiled and said, good, since fellow Daoist Xiao is so sincere, then these demonic tools are yours. Thank you, fellow Daoist Shi. The two storage pouches were originally beside Xiaohua, so Xiaohua did not hesitate and accepted them. He then turned to Mo Shan and said, fellow Daoist Mo, I heard from fellow Daoist Ruo that you not only have some demonic tools, but also a magic bamboo slip. If fellow Daoist Mo wants to give it to me, you can discuss it with me. Mo Shan had an inexplicable expression on his face. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming, then asked Xiaohua, what did old devil she trade with you? Ha, fellow Daoist Mo. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, that is fellow Daoist Shi's secret, forgive me for not revealing it. Unexpectedly, Mo Shan took out 3 storage pouches and handed them to Xiaohua, then he said proudly, fellow Daoist Xiao, take a look. Oh? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only take the storage pouches and take a closer look. There were indeed many demonic tools inside, and each of them was huge. They were really good materials for refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Chapter 3069. What a pity! Xiaohua placed the storage bag on the table and shook his head. Although fellow she didn't ask me to keep it a secret, this is the principle of trade. Forgive me for not being able to go against it. What about this? Mo Shan seemed to be serious with Xiaohua. He clapped his hands and took out a pitch-black magic slip and a broken jade slip. This is a magic slip, I don't know what's inside. But this jade slip contains the method to refine my sect's famous magic tool, the 5-element rod. As long as you agree, I will definitely trade with you. Can I confirm it? Xiaohua looked at the 2 items and confirmed that he was tempted. However, he still didn't understand the competition between these 2 strange male cultivators. Mo Shan flatly refused. The contents of this jade slip are incomplete. I don't have a way to add restrictions, so you'll know once you see it. I can't let you check it first. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. So you're saying that I also don't know if the method to refine the 5-element rod is inside? Believe it or not. Mo Shan laughed. You're the one refining the magic tool, not me. Also, I don't even want to look at this bullshit magic slip. If I wasn't curious, I would have destroyed it long ago. If you don't want it, I can destroy it right now. All right, Xiaohua nodded helplessly. Fellow Xiao. Shi Wuming was unhappy. Although I didn't make an agreement with you, I didn't make you swear a blood oath. But what we're exchanging is our secret. How can you tell others? Shi Wuming. Ruo Taohong was unhappy. She still had some misgivings about Mo Shan, but how could she be careful about Shi Wuming? No matter. Xiaohua laughed. Fellow Shi, don't worry. I definitely won't tell fellow Mo what we're exchanging. Then he turned to Mo Shan and said, fellow Mo, you should give up. I definitely won't tell you what I'm exchanging with fellow Shi. So fellow Xiao isn't interested in this magic slip? Mo Shan flipped his hand, and the magic slip appeared in his hand. He activated the magic power in his hand, and it looked like if Xiaohua said something wrong, he would destroy the magic slip. You too! Ruo Taohong's face darkened, while Shi Wuming looked at Mo Shan with a smile, his eyes filled with provocation. Xiaohua laughed and said loudly, although this Xiao will not tell Dao friend Mo what is inside the storage bag, I will not tell you. However, this Xiao is willing to exchange the same thing with fellow Daoist Mo. Shi Wuming was stunned. How can this be? What's the difference between this and informing them? All right. Mo Shan was overjoyed. Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, he handed the jade slip and magic slip over to Xiaohua, as if he was afraid Xiaohua would go back on his word. Ha! Xiaohua didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade slips, the demonic slips, and the 3 storage pouches all flew into the air. Not good. When the items disappeared, Mo Shan suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, Old she gave you 2 storage pouches, but this old man has 3 storage pouches. Ha! Seeing Mo Shan lose out, Shi Wuming laughed. Fellow Daoist Mo, this is what you personally agreed to, this Xiao did not bargain. Xiaohua did not allow him to say anything more. He took out another storage pouch and threw it to Mo Shan. Then he said to Shi Wuming, Fellow Daoist Shi, this Xiao did not say a word to fellow Daoist Mo. Ha! Good. Really good. Shi Wuming was still laughing. Seeing Mo Shan lose out, he did not pursue the matter any further. However, Mo Shan opened the storage pouch and took a look. Although his eyes were filled with unwillingness, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. All right, Xiaohua was very satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, This Xiao is very happy to cooperate with the 2 of you. Of course, if there is an opportunity in the future, this Xiao still hopes to exchange demonic weapons with the 2 of you. However, at this time, fellow Daoist Ruo, please tell me, what is it that you want to discuss with the Xiao? This is what I wanted to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong smiled and was about to speak. Taohong. Mo Shan seemed to be unwilling. He opened his mouth and said, You want to talk to fellow Daoist Xiao about that matter? That matter? What? Old monster Mo, do you think that just the 3 of us can do it? Ruo Taohong frowned and said coldly. The 3 of us may not necessarily be able to do it. But if there is another person? Mo Shan shook his head slightly, the things inside may not be enough. How do you know it's not enough? Shi Wuming asked without waiting for Ruo Taohong to speak. Do you know it's enough? Mo Shan retorted sarcastically. Hee. Xiaohua laughed and looked at Ruo Taohong. Seems like fellow Daoist Ruo and the others need to discuss first? Ruo Taohong looked helplessly at the 2 male cultivators who were like fighting cocks. She said apologetically, If fellow Daoist Xiao can, please rest here for a night. Let me discuss with the 2 of them first. Then, as if she was afraid that Xiaohua would not agree, she explained, The 3 of us found a mysterious place, and from there, we found some clues. There seems to be a spiritual item that can help condense a core and conceive a baby. It's even useful for tempering the body. Xiaohua wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it could help conceive a baby and even temper the body, he hesitated. He thought for a moment and nodded, How about this, I can stay here for another night. If we still haven't reached a consensus by tomorrow, I'll take my leave. Of course. Ruo Taohong smiled. Fellow Daoist Xiao, do you want to look at the scenery of my 1,000 Red Mountain or meditate? I'll give fellow Daoist Xiao an answer tomorrow. Let's meditate. Xiaohua replied without hesitation. Please, Ruo Taohong was not surprised. She got up and personally led Xiaohua to the cave residence and found a quiet room for him. This action naturally made Mo Shan and Shi Wuming, who were walking behind them and seemed to be monitoring each other, very jealous. Why would Xiaohua care about them? After entering the cave residence, he set up the capital star formation. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hands and took out the Mo bamboo slip and jade slip that he just got from Mo Shan. Xiaohua first released his Buddhist sense and looked into the Mo bamboo slip. The contents of the Mo bamboo slip were very complete. It recorded a cultivation method called Purple Jing Pupil. Seeing the name Purple Jing Pupil, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He liked new things the most. Although he didn't have demonic fire and demonic blood and couldn't cultivate it, he still roughly looked through the Mo bamboo slip. After spending a lot of energy to look through it, he finally understood. This should be a way for demonic people to cultivate their demonic sense. According to the Mo bamboo slip, the demonic sense of the demonic world was different from spiritual sense and soul sense. It was born with the demonic people. Moreover, the way and location of the demonic sense were different. Some were in the head, some were in the chest, and some were even in the legs. The demonic people cultivated either demonic fire or demonic blood. As their cultivation increased, their demonic sense would also become stronger. The purple Jing pupil secret technique focused the demonic sense of the demonic people in their eyes. Not only could it be as long as the demonic sense, it could also see through all illusions. Damn, this is really good stuff. Isn't this similar to this Xiao's illusion breaker magic eye? Xiaohua looked at the Mo bamboo slip and felt extremely regretful. The magic eye on his left hand became darker and darker. Moreover, as it became darker, Xiaohua discovered that there was actually a space in this magic eye that could be used to store things. However, this space was extremely narrow and there were even traces of cracks. Xiaohua already somewhat understood. The blurring of the illusion breaker magic eye was probably caused by the cracks in this space, right? Second senior brother gave me a lot of jade slips, and there are also some Mo bamboo slips. However, most of them are refining methods and there are no secret techniques for cultivating demonic sense. Presumably, he also knows that this demonic sense is innate and this Xiao can't cultivate it. But this secret technique of the amethyst eye can indeed transfer devilish sense to the eyes. Then, wouldn't I be able to transfer the Dharma eye into my eyes as well? Xiaohua thought to himself. How about this Xiao also start cultivating devilish blood? Xiaohua didn't dare to cultivate demonic arts before because he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Cultivating Buddhism was already disgraceful. However, Buddhism's cultivation method was good at hiding. The Dao sect's master might not be able to detect it. If he cultivated demonic arts, wouldn't he be immediately discovered by the Imperial Thunder sect's master? Now, Xiaohua was already a loner. Who would care about him? Moreover, in order to let Xiaohua refine the ancient dragon silver, Zhang Qingxiao had already placed the demonic fire, black qi, and demonic blood into the demonic ring and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua only needed to cultivate the demonic arts according to the Blood Drop Paradise's cultivation method and he would be able to truly refine the ancient dragon silver. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. Now, this east wind seemed to be the opportunity for Xiaohua to be expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. It's better to wait a little longer. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The techniques I'm cultivating now are really too complicated. Even though I haven't bitten off more than I can chew up until now, devil arts are cultivation techniques that are at odds with the Buddhist sect and Daoist sect. Xiaohua didn't dare casually try it. After putting away the Mo bamboo slip, Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine the refining method of the 5-element rod. He didn't care too much about this so-called 5-element rod. After all, he already had the refining method of the heaven-pacifying rod and the necessary materials. The 5-element rod couldn't be more powerful than the heaven-pacifying rod, right? He actually hoped that this 5-element rod was the refining method of the 5-element heaven-pacifying rod. However, he also knew that if Mo Shan could take it out, it definitely couldn't be used. At most, like what he said, there were some secrets that weren't damaged. After Xiaohua finished reading, he couldn't help but be moved. Almost without hesitation, he took out the bone of the heaven-pacifying rod and carefully examined it. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from the bone and sighed. Alas, the techniques in this world are truly endless. A person's imagination is also limitless. It's also an imitation of the 5-element heaven-pacifying rod. This heaven-pacifying rod and the 5-element rod's materials are somewhat similar, but the refining method is completely different. The most miraculous thing is that, at the critical moment, these two refining methods can actually complement each other. Chapter 3070. That's right, The 5-element rod definitely exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. Just like the sky-leveling rod, it was another method used by the Dao sect to imitate the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. However, the refining method was already greatly damaged, and only a few key parts could be understood. If he relied solely on this jade slip, it was absolutely impossible to refine the 5-element rod. However, with Xiao Hua's current refining level, he immediately saw the importance of these tricks. They were exactly what the sky-leveling rod didn't cover, and were the absolute shortcomings of the sky-leveling rod. For example, in the sky-leveling rod, although it also needed to refine the 5-element objects together, it relied on the blood sacrifice method, which required an extremely large amount of spiritual blood to fuse these extremely heavy 5-element objects together. This was the blood sacrifice method that Xiao Hua knew. In the 5-element rod, the law of blood sacrifice was replaced by the 5-element spiritual items. With the spiritual items as the foundation, all the 5 elements were built on top of the foundation to create a magical treasure that was like a part of heaven and earth. These two methods each opened up new paths, each had their own wonders, and of course, there were also successful examples. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, the refining method of the sky-leveling rod was somewhat bloody, leaning more towards the power of the bloodline, and lacking the balance of the 5 elements. The refining method of the 5-element rod leaned towards the composition of the world, the balance of the 5 elements, and lacked condensation. If these two methods were refined together, it would be even closer to the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. In the Dawn Rain continent, how many refining masters were proficient in both the Soul refining method and the Dao sect's refining method? Or even the Demon Realm's refining method? Good, after Xiao Hua connected all the details, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Everything in this world seems to be pushed by an invisible hand. This Xiao was unable to obtain the true refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, but unexpectedly, one after another, I obtained the refining method of the fake one. In the Fog Mountain, I even obtained the lightning refining method. Isn't this a refining method that isn't part of the 5 elements? If I use this lightning refining method to refine the sky-leveling rod, it's absolutely possible. However, Xiao Hua immediately regretted. If I had known that the 10,000 Thunder Valley would be annihilated by 10,000 Thunder Valley, this Xiao would have. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua suddenly froze. He was like a wooden chicken. After a long while, he murmured, "This Xiao is stupid." That unknown thing flew into this Xiao's space from the lightning peak of the myriad lightning valley. That lightning water was naturally flowing into tracing light. But wasn't there still a lot of lightning water leaking into the air? Isn't this the 10,000 Thunder Valley in my space? I only need to urge the primordial spirit in that space to refine the heaven-leveling rod using the lightning refining method. Wouldn't it be the same as refining it in the myriad Thunder Valley? Even if its second senior brother's dragon silver gilt, it can still be refined. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Xiao Hua was stunned. Because ever since Xiao Hua absorbed the 18 stone walls of the Misty Mountain into his space, his primordial spirit didn't do anything else. Just like the real Xiao Hua, he sat cross-legged in the air in front of the stone wall, comprehending bit by bit. And now, the primordial spirit was still comprehending, but as the primordial spirit waved faintly, traces of lightning flashed around the primordial spirit. The source of the lightning was the inexplicable lightning water high in the sky. Hee. After Xiao Hua froze, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that this primordial spirit's lightning controlling technique was actually more powerful than his own. According to the speed of this primordial spirit's comprehension, it wouldn't be long before it could start refining the heaven-leveling rod, right? Where's Jiang Luo? Xiao Hua looked at the space that was still deathly still, but in fact, he felt endless vitality. However, this vitality was firmly suppressed, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. When he saw that Jiang Luo's situation didn't change at all, Xiao Hua was relieved. Why are this child's eyes rolling around? Suddenly, Xiaohua finally noticed Jiang Luer's eyes that were constantly moving. What's this situation? Is he going to wake up? Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly pulled Jiang Luer out of the space. But strangely, when Jiang Luer came out of the space, her eyes stopped moving. Xiaohua even used his hand to gently touch Jiang Luer's eyelids, but there was no reaction at all. Strange. Xiaohua thought he had seen wrongly. When he put Jiang Luer into a corner of the space again, a strange thing happened. Jiang Luer's eyes moved again. I really don't understand. Xiaohua sighed slightly. I'd better hurry and find the frost bamboo. I hope this senior can quickly wake him up. The longer it takes, the easier it is for things to go wrong. When Xiaohua's mind withdrew from the space and put away the capital star array, there was a child waiting outside the quiet room. When he saw Xiaohua come out, he respectfully welcomed him and said, Master, Fairy Taohong is waiting in the front hall. Please follow me. And Xiaohua nodded, but he was indeed disdainful in his heart. What kind of world is this? Why does anyone dare to call themselves a fairy? This Ruotahong was a white-haired old woman in the past, ugly as hell. Sigh, I don't know what Hongxia will think when she hears that I was expelled by the Imperial Thunder sect. I don't know when she will think about it. It's really annoying. When Xiaohua came to the front of the cave, Ruo Taohong and Shi Wuming were sitting there, but Emo-shan was nowhere to be seen. When Ruo Taohong saw Xiaohua, she immediately stood up and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xiao, I didn't expect you to meditate for 5 days. I wanted to call you out, but I couldn't. Fellow Daoist's array is also strange. 5 days? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to spend so much time comprehending a jade slip. Fellow Daoist Xiao must have a new understanding. Shi Wuming clapped and said with a smile, This old man congratulates fellow Daoist. Hee, it's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the empty jade chair. Where did fellow Daoist Mo go? Did fellow Daoist Ruo and fellow Daoist Shi not discuss it with him? Fellow Daoist Xiao, please take a seat, Ruo Taohong said with a smile. The discussion was naturally successful. Old Monster Mo also agreed for fellow Daoist Xiao to participate. However, because there could be others, Old Monster Mo thought of a good friend of his. Although this person's cultivation is not very high, he is proficient in many unorthodox methods. Moreover, he is very quick-witted and can be used. Thus, Old Monster Mo went to invite this person. And Xiaohua listened and didn't ask who this person was. He smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Ruo, can you tell me your plan now? Of course, since we invited fellow Daoist Xiao to join forces, we naturally have to explain our plan to fellow Daoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong nodded, but Old Monster Mo wants to invite another helper. Fellow Daoist Xiao, why don't you wait for a few more days? When that person comes, we can discuss it together. Xiaohua listened and frowned slightly. Although he had some expectations for this mysterious person, Jiang Luer's matter was also imminent. He felt that he was somewhat distracted. Oh, fellow Daoist Xiao, Old Monster Mo has already been gone for a few days. I'm afraid he will be back soon. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't have to rush. Shi Wuming hurriedly said, before Old Monster Mo came to Thousand Red Mountain, he met that person. Moreover, that person was said to have participated in the Great War of Dao and Sword. Perhaps fellow Daoist Xiao might know him too. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Old Monster Mo didn't say. Ruo Taohong sighed and said, what I said just now was all from Old Monster Mo. I don't know that person either. And if it's just a few days, that's fine. Xiaohua nodded slightly. I can wait, but I'm afraid it won't be possible if it's too long. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is there anything else? Is there anything more important than improving your cultivation? Ruo Taohong asked with a smile. However, from her tone, she didn't necessarily want Xiaohua to answer. She just seemed to be chatting casually. And there are some important things that I need to do after all. Xiaohua answered vaguely as expected. But then, Xiaohua looked outside the cave abode and said casually, that's right, where exactly is that mysterious person? Can you tell me a little about it first? This Ruo Taohong was a little embarrassed. She looked at Shi Wuming and said, "This place still needs to be kept a secret. I hope fellow Daoist Xiao can understand. When that person arrives, we can discuss it together. How about that?" "Alright." Xiao Hua nodded. He picked up a spirit fruit and was about to eat it, but then he asked casually, "There's no need to talk about the specific place, but can you tell me the general location? If there's time, I would like to go and do something first. That place is very far from here. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, I'm afraid you won't have time to do anything else." Ruo Taohong shook her head and said, "However, if fellow Daoist Xiao wants to know the general location, I can tell you a little about it." Then, Ruo Taohong said telepathically, "It's near Luanshi's Feline Mountain. I'll tell fellow Daoist Xiao the specific location very soon. When that fellow Daoist arrives, we can discuss the specific matters together. At that time, we'll need fellow Daoist Xiao to lead us." Xiao Hua answered casually. He didn't comment and still put the spirit fruit into his mouth. However, the moment Xiao Hua took a bite of the spirit fruit, he suddenly froze. He frowned as if he thought of something. Ruo Taohong was afraid that Xiao Hua would be angry, so she kept staring at Xiao Hua's expression. When she saw Xiao Hua frown, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at Shi Wuming. Although Shi Wuming was arrogant and had a strange temper, after being easily defeated by Xiao Hua, he was convinced. When he saw Ruo Taohong looking at him, his eyes darted around, wondering if he should tell Xiao Hua the specific location. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head and swallowed the spirit fruit. He stood up and said, "Fellow Daoist Ruo, fellow Daoist Shi, I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. That mysterious place, if you two fellow Daoists can wait, please don't go there casually. Once I'm done with my business, we can discuss it in detail. Since you've invited me, I should at least have some confidence in protecting everyone's safety, right?" You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.